Chapter 1321. Hearing the sound of the door, Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan raised their heads and saw Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu coming in. They quickly stood up. "Brother Yang, you are here. How is the preparation?" asked Yang Ming. Bao Sanli glanced at Ho Junhan, indicating that he should say it. After all, Ho Junhan was better than him. Ho Junhan did not refuse. This meeting is mainly to emphasize the company's discipline and announce Jing Xiaolu's position appointment. How do you want to deal with Wang Sharon's matter? Yang Ming now had a bit of a headache. Yesterday, he heard Jing Xiaolu mention the relationship between Yu Qi and Wang Shaoran. He didn't care at the time, but when he saw it today, he found that the relationship between the two people was unusual. Yang Ming didn't like this fifth cousin Yu Qi, but not liking him didn't mean that he didn't recognize this relationship. The relationship between relatives had been a headache since ancient times. This was a double-edged sword. If one had good relatives, when they united, the clan would become stronger. However, Yu Qi was someone who couldn't be supported. It was impossible for him to be entrusted with any important tasks. He was just a good-for-nothing who was waiting for death. But even so, if Yang Ming fired him, he didn't know what would happen to his family. Would they say that his family was rich but heartless? This was a very difficult problem to decide. Now it wasn't related to Yu Qi, but it was related to Wang Shaoran, Yu Qi's girlfriend. If he fired her without consideration, he wouldn't be afraid if Yu Qi went back and said something. His mother was a person who cared about her reputation. She had always been a peacemaker. Even if the relationship between his uncle and his family was very bad, his parents didn't say much. Therefore, after he fired Wang Shaoran, would Yu Qi complain? This was a problem that Yang Ming was more afraid of. It wasn't that Yang Ming was afraid of Yu Qi, but he was afraid that his parents would be in a difficult position. According to the company's regulations, she will be fired. Why? Does Brother Yang have any new decisions? Ho Junhan now learned to observe people's expressions. When he heard Yang Ming ask this, he knew that he seemed to have other plans in his heart. Get her to be a waiter in a subordinate's hotel. Don't fire her. Yang Ming waved his hand. Give her some face. Talk to her after the meeting. Although he didn't know why Yang Ming changed his decision, Ho Junhan naturally wouldn't ask so much. He nodded. Okay, I will talk to her after the meeting. Jing Xiaolu had some doubts, but she didn't ask Yang Ming anything in front of Ho Junhan. She knew her position. Since Yang Ming did this, he must have his reasons. Sure enough, Yang Ming explained to her, I'll tell you about this when we get back. It's more complicated. Jing Xiaolu was very happy.
Yang Ming actually took the initiative to explain this to her. In her opinion, Yang Ming was a very overbearing person. He didn't need to explain anything to her, especially when the relationship between the two people had not reached that point. It's almost time. Let's start the meeting. I will just find a place to sit in. Yang Ming looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. It was time for the scheduled meeting. Brother Yang, your position, I have arranged it on the rostrum, next to my seat, said Ho Junhan quickly. Rostrum? Yang Ming was a little helpless after listening. Well, then the rostrum. It doesn't matter. Jing Xiaolu was a little envious of Yang Ming. Most people wanted to sit on the rostrum, but they couldn't. He didn't want to sit. How good would it be if it were her? She didn't know when she could sit on the rostrum. Even sitting on the edge would be fine. She followed Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, and Ho Junhan directly into the conference room from the small door of the lounge. Jing Xiaolu was also a little vain. After all, the people who came out here were the company's leaders every time. She also followed these people out, so her value had increased a lot. Yang Ming glanced at the name tag on the rostrum. Sure enough, his name was next to Ho Junhan. It belonged to the center of the rostrum. On the other side of Ho Junhan was Bao Sanli's name. If he didn't come, Bao Sanli should also be sitting in the center position. On the right side of Bao Sanli was a name that Yang Ming had heard before, but he was not familiar with it. He thought that Bao Sanli was also one of the company's vice presidents. And on my left, Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu's position to be on his left, But then he thought that Jing Xiaolu was about to be appointed as the company's executive vice president. So this was not surprising. Jing Xiaolu's ability might be more outstanding, and his own factor accounted for most of it. However, the main reason was because of the defection of Chu Daming and Lu Chan, which vacated 2 positions. Otherwise, a regular company couldn't set up the position of vice president without restrictions. Everyone had their own position. If they didn't leave their positions, Jing Xiaolu couldn't be promoted so quickly and so easily. Jing Xiaolu didn't look at the name tag on the rostrum. She couldn't have thought that her name tag would appear on it. So when she came out of the lounge, she began to look for an empty seat in the conference room to see if there was anyone she was familiar with. Xiaolu here. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu was going to the conference room, Yang Ming quickly called her. Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She turned her head, but she saw Yang Ming reaching out and pointing to the rostrum. Jing Xiaolu looked over in surprise, but she found an incredible fact. Her name appeared on the rostrum, just next to Yang Ming's name tag. However, at this moment, Jing Xiaolu didn't realize anything. She just thought that because of Yang Ming, Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan arranged her position here. However, even if it was only once, Jing Xiaolu was able to show her face in the company. Those who talked about her behind her back would shut their mouths at this moment. The previous rumor that her boyfriend knew the company's senior management would also become a fact. Yesterday's unrealistic online rumor would also be self-destructed. Under the gaze of the company's employees, Jing Xiaolu walked to the rostrum with her head held high and chest out with Yang Ming. Looking at Jing Xiaolu's appearance, Yang Ming smiled slightly. Jing Xiaolu had just been questioned and misunderstood by her colleagues yesterday, so it was normal for her to hold her head high today. At least, when Jing Xiaolu sat on the rostrum, no one would associate her with a funny online post. In the beginning, Jing Xiaolu was still a little nervous. Sitting on the rostrum, she felt very uncomfortable. No matter whether she felt so prestigious or dazzling, she was somewhat restrained. Facing so many company employees under the rostrum, Jing Xiaolu felt a little restrained. Yang Ming also noticed this and smiled. It's okay. You can just treat them as flowers and plants. We will sit here and enjoy the scenery. Yang Ming naturally did not have stage fright. He had already passed the moment of stage fright. When he was in school, he didn't know what stage fright was when he competed with Rin Jianren of the Taekwondo club. When Yang Ming and the others came to the rostrum, the employees below began to whisper. Most of their topics should be around Jing Xiaolu. It couldn't be helped. They didn't know Yang Ming. Naturally, they couldn't guess the identity of Yang Ming. However, Jing Xiaolu was different. She was originally an employee of the company. When she suddenly sat on the rostrum, it was inevitable that there would be some speculations. However, when everyone sat on the rostrum, the people below were quiet because the meeting seemed to be about to begin. The first to speak was naturally Hou Zhenhan. Hou Zhenhan had faintly shown the style of a superior. He was no longer the ignorant veteran. Hou Zhenhan's words were concise and comprehensive. He briefly introduced the company's discipline and made a key explanation for the rumors in the company in the past 2 days. Posting malicious posts and slandering colleagues is a behavior that we strictly prohibit. This time, everyone is clear about the whole story. We have also investigated who did it. Hou Zhenhan said word by word. If there is a contradiction, you can find us to mediate, but using this method to frame others has already constituted crime. This is slander. We are a formal company and a positive group. I will never allow such a person with low moral integrity to mix in the company. Wang Xiaoran didn't expect that this meeting was actually about this matter. Although she saw Jing Xiaolu's name appear on the rostrum, she guessed that the meeting must have something to do with Jing Xiaolu. However, Wang Xiaoran didn't expect Hou Zhenhan to support Jing Xiaolu so much. It seemed that Yuqi's cousin was really not an ordinary person. However, when Hou Zhenhan said that he had already investigated who did it, Wang Xiaoran's heart tightened. It can't be, right? I posted it very secretly. I posted it after my colleagues got off work. No one should have seen it. Even if it was found that the post was made by the company's IP, there was no reason to suspect me. Wang Xiaoran still knew a little bit of computer knowledge. Using the company's internal network to post, the post could only show the company's external network IP. There were so many employees in the company who shared an external network IP. How could she find it? Moreover, the ID that posted the post was just registered by her. It was simply a new sock puppet ID, which was even more difficult to investigate. So when she thought of this, Wang Xiaoran felt that Ho Junhan was an alarmist. He didn't find out who did this at all. The only thing he could be sure of was that he found out that the person who posted the post was someone in the company. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoran's heart calmed down. She listened to the meeting with an attitude of indifference. However, when other people heard that this post was made by the company's internal staff, they all showed surprised expressions. However, because they were not the ones who did it, they were just surprised and did not make any special reaction. Wang Xiaoran's instant horrified expression naturally fell into the eyes of Yang Ming, Ho Junhan, and others. They had been paying attention to this person. Ho Junhan saw that Wang Xiaoran made it look like it had nothing to do with her. So he continued to say faintly, "This is the first time, so we will not pursue this person's responsibility. But if there is a second time, we will not tolerate it and will fire him on the spot." Hearing that they would not pursue the matter, Wang Xiaoran was more relieved and relieved. However, when she heard Ho Junhan's next sentence, her heart tightened again. "However, I hope that this person can take the initiative to find me or President Bao after the meeting and admit his mistake. Then, we will let bygones be bygones. If he still refuses to realize his mistake, then don't blame us for being rude." Ho Junhan said, "There is only one chance. I don't want this person to miss it." After that, Ho Junhan paused and waited for the reaction of the employees below. Wang Xiaoran's heart was in a mess. When she heard Ho Junhan's words, she didn't know what to do. Should I admit it or not? According to Ho Junhan's meaning, as long as I admit it, then I will let bygones be bygones. If I don't admit it, I will be punished. However, does he really know who did this? Wang Xiaoran didn't believe it. She did it very secretly. It was impossible for anyone to see it. She felt that this must be Ho Junhan's deliberate alarmism. Although if she admitted it, maybe Ho Junhan could fulfill his promise and not fire her. It was difficult to guarantee that he would have a bad impression of her. It was unlikely that she would be promoted in the future with the help of Qi's relationship. Therefore, if she remained silent and pretended that it had nothing to do with her, this should be safer. However, does Ho Junhan know who did it? Ho Junhan waited for the people below to recover and continued. "Okay, now we will proceed to the second item of the meeting. President Bao, please read the company's latest rules and regulations." The previous rules and regulations were adapted from the Nightless Club's Employee Code of Conduct. Many places were not in place, and there were many loopholes. It was not suitable for a large company itself. However, because of the urgency of time, and it did not affect the overall situation, it was not revised. However, the company had a series of accidents recently. 2 vice presidents absconded with donations, and the employee discipline was lax. Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan did not sleep last night. They consulted several experts overnight and rushed out such a new set of company discipline. This time, the company discipline was targeted. The people below listened very carefully. Yang Ming also nodded secretly. Jing Xiaolu did not know the meaning of being called to sit on the rostrum. Jing Xiaolu was very smart, but sometimes the person involved could not see clearly. When everyone guessed that Jing Xiaolu was going to be promoted, she was in the dark. After Ho Junhan waited for Bao Sanli to finish reading the company's discipline, he continued, "Well, the company's discipline will be printed in a while and sent to everyone. It will be implemented from the 1st of next month. Everyone will be given half a month to adapt." The employees below were relieved. They felt that President Ho was still very humane. At least, they had time to digest the new company's discipline. They would not inexplicably violate the company's discipline unknowingly before they could remember the company's discipline clearly. With half a month's time, they were basically familiar with and adapted to it. Everyone nodded to show their approval. Next, I will announce a few of the company's latest personnel appointments. Ho Junhan's voice was very flat, but the conference room suddenly quieted down. This was a major event in the company. Everyone could not be sloppy. Although only a few people were promoted, most people had to listen clearly to who was promoted, whether there was any resentment with them, and how to deal with it in the future. After the company's management nomination and the approval of the board of directors, the original manager's assistant, Jing Xiaolu, will be appointed as the company's executive deputy general manager. She is mainly responsible for the work of the finance department, the personnel department, and the marketing department. Speaking of this, Ho Jinhan paused, turned his head, and said to Jing Xiaolu, "Vice President Jing, congratulations." Then there was a warm applause. In fact, from the moment Jing Xiaolu sat on the rostrum, the employees below also guessed that Jing Xiaolu would be promoted. It was definitely not a low position. To be able to sit on the rostrum, one must at least be at the level of a deputy general manager. It was just that everyone did not expect that Jing Xiaolu would be promoted to executive deputy general manager. This was much more powerful than the ordinary vice president. Moreover, what everyone did not expect was that Jing Xiaolu was actually in charge of the three most important departments in the company. She was in charge of the company's financial power and personnel power. This was what Chu Daming and Lu Chan used to be in charge of. They were also in charge of the procurement department. It was just that two people were in charge of 4 departments. Compared to Jing Xiaolu, who was in charge of 3 departments, there was no need to compare who had more power. If Jing Xiaolu was directly in charge of 4 departments, it would be somewhat eye-catching and unrealistic. Now, she was in charge of 3 departments, which was already the limit. Everyone cast envious gazes. Jing Xiaolu would be a rising star in the company. Regardless of her current age, even if she was still a student, it was undeniable that she had become the 3rd person with the right to speak in the company, second only to Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. However, in the applause, the one who was most overwhelmed was Jing Xiaolu herself. Jing Xiaolu was dumbfounded after Ho Junhan announced the appointment. I became the executive deputy general manager? So fast. She really couldn't believe the facts in front of her. Was this a dream? Happiness came too fast. She didn't have time to distinguish whether it was true or not. She was drowned in the applause. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's silly look and couldn't help but laugh. "Xiaolu, congratulations." When she heard Yang Ming's words, Jing Xiaolu knew that all this was true. It was not a dream. She was really promoted to the executive deputy general manager. Next, she did not hear Ho Jinhan's several personnel appointments clearly. Her mind was in a mess, and it was blank. However, the next few appointments were not important. They were the department managers of some departments. They were not qualified to sit on the rostrum. There was a burst of applause. Apparently, it was to congratulate every employee who was promoted. Of course, the most upset was Wang Xiaoran. Jing Xiaolu became the executive deputy general manager. This was simply beyond her expectation. Yesterday, she was still an ordinary manager's assistant. She was not even a manager. Today, she became the company's 3rd in command. This speed of change was really unacceptable to her. She was a little annoyed. Yuqi's cousin is really too much. So many people in the company were promoted. Why didn't Yuqi get promoted? Wang Xiaoran was disappointed and indignant when she heard the last sentence. Jing Xiaolu was the executive deputy general manager. She was just a woman. Yuqi was the real relative, right? Chapter 1322. A relative is always closer than a woman, right? Why can't he take care of her? Wang Xiaoran was full of resentment toward Yang Ming, but she couldn't express it. After all, she had only known Yang Ming for a few days. Wang Xiaoran really didn't think too much. She was in a precarious situation. It was unknown whether she could continue to work in the company. She still wanted to be promoted. She was really overestimating herself. Next, let's invite the company's new executive vice president, Jing Xiaolu, to say a few words. Ho Jinhan pushed the microphone in front of Jing Xiaolu. At this time, Jing Xiaolu had recovered from the previous surprise, but letting her speak was a bit. She was not prepared at all. Wasn't this forcing a duck to a perch? However, since Ho Jinhan had already said it, Jing Xiaolu had no other way. She had to straighten the microphone, think about it slightly, and say, "Dear Chairman Yang, President Ho, President Bao, and colleagues, I would like to thank the board members of the Ming Yang Entertainment Group for their trust in me and appointing me as the Executive Vice President of the Ming Yang Entertainment Group. This is a challenge for me, but it is also a responsibility. I am deeply honored to have the opportunity to contribute a little to the work of the group. Thanks to everyone's trust, I am fortunate to be in this position. I will integrate into this role as soon as possible and devote all my enthusiasm to this work. Please believe that in the future, I will lead the group members to continue to learn, to make progress, and to work hard for the glory of the company. I will never let down the expectations of the board of directors and colleagues. Thank you." Jing Xiaolu's inaugural speech was fluent and natural. It was done in one go without the slightest hesitation and pretentiousness. Even Yang Ming was somewhat impressed by her. Previously, when Jing Xiaolu mentioned Chairman Yang, it made Yang Ming's forehead full of black lines. Isn't this pointing out that I am the owner of the company? However, this couldn't be said to be a secret, and there was no need to hide it. Chun Fei also roughly knew about it. Although he hadn't explained it personally, he believed that Chen Mingyan had also told him. The behind-the-scenes boss seemed to have known this fact long ago. Otherwise, the theft wouldn't have targeted the Ming Yang Security Company, so there was no need to hide it. Jing Xiaolu's next words immediately attracted Yang Ming's attention, and he no longer paid attention to this Chairman Yang. Yang Ming was 100% sure that Jing Xiaolu didn't know about this appointment beforehand. In just 10 minutes after the appointment, Jing Xiaolu could organize her words and say such words. Yang Ming couldn't help but admire her. Jing Xiaolu was indeed a talent. Although most of these words were empty words, it was still very rare. On the one hand, Jing Xiaolu was not prepared at all, and she did not know what her future work direction was. It was better to say some empty words than to say it randomly. These words were watertight, and no one could find fault with them. Yang Ming asked himself, even he might not be able to say these words so fluently. The applause sounded, and the employees below finally knew the identity of Yang Ming. After a long time, he was actually the chairman of the group. No wonder he could sit in the position of a rostrum. Although Yang Ming had never appeared in the company's public before, these people would not doubt the authenticity of Yang Ming's identity. After all, Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli were sitting by the side. There was only one person with the surname Yang on the stage. When Jing Xiaolu said Chairman Yang, she was obviously referring to him. It couldn't be anyone else. However, everyone was very puzzled. Why did Jing Xiaolu know Yang Ming? Moreover, some attentive people were also observing Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. They had whispered before, and it seemed that they were very familiar with each other. Did they have any unusual relationship? It was just a guess. No one could be sure, but the only thing that was certain was that Jing Xiaolu's position in the company would be very high in the future. The one who couldn't accept this fact the most was Wang Xiaoran. She was now not only jealous of Jing Xiaolu, but also a little jealous of Yang Ming. He was so young, but he was actually the chairman of the company. This was incredible. Your cousin is the chairman? Wang Xiaoran asked Yu Qi in surprise. I don't know. He didn't say it before. Yu Qi was also very surprised. His cousin was actually the chairman. No wonder no one cared about him when he was idling here. You don't know how to use such good resources. You are wasting your time, Wang Xiaoran said with some anger. If this is the case, you should talk to President Ho in a few days and tell him your thoughts. I believe he will not give you face, right? Yu Qi thought, I really don't want to be a leader. I'm earning a lot now, and I'm carefree. Why would I care about that? However, since Wang Xiaoran asked, Yu Qi had no choice but to nod. Okay, I will go to him in a few days. At the end of the meeting, Yang Ming asked Jing Xiaolu, are you going back to school? I will go back. Jing Xiaolu had just become the executive vice president, and she hadn't had a good time yet. She was preparing to walk around the company in a while, but after listening to Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu decided to go back to school with Yang Ming. After all, the time spent with Yang Ming was very precious. If she wanted to show off, she could do it any time. The situation of Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming walking side by side also fell into the eyes of many people. It seemed that the relationship between the two people was really not simple. The rumor that Jing Xiaolu's boyfriend knew the company's senior management should be true. Perhaps Yang Ming was Jing Xiaolu's boyfriend. Therefore, everyone was not surprised that Jing Xiaolu could be promoted so quickly. They were not even jealous, only envious. Her boyfriend was the chairman. Who would be promoted if not her? In the future, the company would belong to her family. As for whether Wang Xiaoran found Hou Zhenhan or Bao Songli to take the initiative to admit her mistake, it was not Yang Ming's concern. Now, all the unfavorable rumors about Jing Xiaolu had disappeared. Even most people thought that Jing Xiaolu was not entrusted with a heavy responsibility before. It was just Yang Ming's experience for her. Now that the experience was almost enough, she was directly placed in an important position in the company. Yang Ming certainly did not care about how these people talked about it. He went downstairs with Jing Xiaolu, accompanied by Hou Zhenhan and Bao Songli. On the way, Bao Songli received a phone call and then said to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang Xiaolu, Vice President Jing's car has been registered. The people from Mingyang Security have already sent the car to the company downstairs." "Brother Bao, you still call me Xiaolu." Vice President Jing is not used to it. Jing Xiaolu smiled sweetly and said to Bao Songli. She now wanted Bao Songli to continue to misunderstand. So the more casual she was, the more Bao Songli would feel that she was one of them. "Well, then in private, call me sister-in-law." Bao Songli nodded with a smile. This sister-in-law was very useful to Jing Xiaolu. She was happy to hear it. Just as she was about to nod and agree, she saw Yang Ming frowning over there. Jing Xiaolu was shocked and quickly said, "Just call me Xiaolu. If my colleagues in the company hear it, yes, then I will call you Xiaolu." Bao Songli didn't think much. He thought that Jing Xiaolu wanted to avoid suspicion, so he agreed. For Jing Xiaolu's little tricks, Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. He had told her a few times, but she still didn't listen. Yang Ming just let her be. He glared at Jing Xiaolu and said, "Your car is here. Drive your car back later." Jing Xiaolu pouted with some grievances. She thought, if I drive my own car, why do I go back? I just want to stay with you for a while before going back to school. However, Bao Songli and Hou Zhenhan were there, so Jing Xiaolu couldn't say it too obviously. When she went out of the company, she saw a brand new lake blue BMW parked at the company's entrance. Jing Xiaolu's heart was so excited that it almost jumped out. "I have a car." In one day, not only did I become the company's executive vice president, but I also drove my own car. For the previous me, it was like a dream. Next to the car, a staff member in the Mingyang Security Company uniform stood. Apparently, he was the one who sent the car here. Brother Yang. This person was obviously also a senior figure of the Mingyang Security Company. Yang Ming didn't know him, but he knew Yang Ming. He knew that Yang Ming was a figure that even Hou Zhenhan and Bao Songli respected. After greeting Brother Yang, he said, "President Hou, President Bao, the car has been sent." Yang Ming didn't know him, but he nodded to him. Bao Songli patted him on the shoulder and said, "Well done. You can go back." The security guard who sent the car nodded, stopped the taxi on the roadside, and left. Yang Ming let Bao Songli and Hou Zhenhan go back. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu didn't get in the car, he asked curiously, "Why don't you get in the car? I'm driving your car." Jing Xiaolu pointed to Yang Ming's car and said, "I bought a car for you. Why are you still driving mine?" Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu inexplicably. "Do you like old cars?" "What?" Jing Xiaolu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She opened the driver's door of Yang Ming's car without any explanation and got in the car. "Anyway, I'm driving yours." Yang Ming was confused by Jing Xiaolu's series of strange actions. He followed her and got in the car. "If you drive my car, how will you go back to the company later?" "I'll take the subway," Jing Xiaolu said firmly. Yang Ming was speechless. He understood Jing Xiaolu's meaning in his heart. In order to stay with him for a while, this chick would rather drive around and then take the subway back. This made Yang Ming really didn't know what to say. "Then drive, Vice President Jing." Yang Ming said helplessly. You little girl, what did you mean when you spoke just now? What did you call me? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Jing Xiaolu called him Chairman Yang. He was a little annoyed, and he reached out and pretended to hit Jing Xiaolu. I was nervous at the time, so I just said casually. Jing Xiaolu straightened her chest and said without fear, Nervous? Yang Ming didn't see how nervous Jing Xiaolu was at the time. How can you speak so fluently when you're nervous? Besides, who told you that I'm a chairman? I just guessed it. Jing Xiaolu didn't deny Yang Ming's words. Anyway, she had already said it, and she couldn't take it back. Could Yang Ming really hit her? You don't use your brain in the right place. You play tricks all day long. Yang Ming was really speechless with Jing Xiaolu. Such a smart girl. Yang Ming really didn't see a lot of Yang Ming. Won't I use my brain in the right place in the future? You have to give me a platform to show off my skills. Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, Right, you let me be the executive vice president? Yang Ming wanted to deny it, but he thought about it. If he told Jing Xiaolu that it had nothing to do with him, then Jing Xiaolu would definitely think that she was promoted based on her strength. She would be more proud, so Yang Ming snorted to show his agreement, but he didn't answer directly. But I guess it's not you. Jing Xiaolu smiled instead. However, President Bao and President Ho must have promoted me because of your relationship. Moreover, the company suddenly lacks 2 vice presidents. It's better to use someone familiar than to use someone new. Am I right? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Why are you asking me when you know? Just focus on driving your car. I think your identity in the company is not compatible with driving a BMW, so I'll let you be a vice president just to drive. Are you satisfied now? Only a ghost would believe it. Jing Xiaolu stuck out her tongue. Naturally, she didn't believe Yang Ming's words. Uncle Wang, did you find it? Whose car is that? Lu Jifei sat in an office in the Department of Motor Vehicles. Through his father's relationship, he found a section chief in the Department of Motor Vehicles to help him check Yang Ming's license plate number. The owner of the car is called Yang Ming. The registered address of the car is Song Jiang Ming Yang Security Company. Section Chief Wang said to Lu Jifei, Why are you checking this? Are you interested in this license plate and want to buy it? No, I have other uses for it. Lu Jifei smiled. He naturally wouldn't tell Section Chief Wang his thoughts. Lu Jifei, if you have other ideas, I advise you to dismiss this idea. If you really like this license plate, it's fine to ask if they're selling it out of goodwill, but if you have other ideas. Section Chief Wang shook his head. This car belongs to the Ming Yang Security Company. You better not cause trouble. Why, Uncle Wang? Is this Ming Yang Security Company great? Asked Lu Jifei. Lu Jifei, this Ming Yang Security Company is an enterprise affiliated with the Municipal Bureau. They have a lot of connections in Songjiang. Section Chief Wang reminded. Our traffic police team generally doesn't stop their cars. It's just a security company. What can they do with some connections? Lu Jifei was still a little disdainful. Is this Yang Ming a member of the security company? I don't know. Section Chief Wang shook his head. He didn't know much about the situation. It was just hearsay. Who is the boss of the Ming Yang Security Company? Lu Jifei continued to ask. I'm not very clear about this. I'm just a section chief in charge of the archives. How can I know so much? You have to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to check this. Section Chief Wang smiled bitterly. Okay, thank you, Uncle Wang. I won't mess around. After Lu Jifei thanked him, he stood up and walked out of Section Chief Wang's office. He didn't take Section Chief Wang's words seriously at all. He went downstairs and came to the parking lot. He opened the door and sat in. Then he said to Li Zhan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, Let's go to the Municipal Industry and Commerce Bureau to check the background of the legal representative of the Ming Yang Security Company. Ming Yang Security Company? What does it do? Asked Li Zhan, baffled. The owner of the car is called Yang Ming. The registered address is the Ming Yang Security Company. We have to first investigate the background of this Ming Yang Security Company and the identity of Yang Ming, said Lu Jifei. Oh, that's it. Li Zhan nodded and then said to himself, A security company is so badass. Isn't he asking for a beating? Lu Jifei smiled and didn't speak. Although he was dismissive of Section Chief Wang's words, it also reflected that the social background of the Mingyang Security Company was unusual. Therefore, Lu Jifei must figure out what kind of person the boss of the Mingyang Security Company was. If it was a government figure, it was better to avoid provoking him. Of course, it also depended on the relationship between Yang Ming and the boss of the Mingyang Security Company. Although the Lu family also had a lot of power in the officialdom, Lu Jifei was not stupid since it involved an official. It was better to avoid provoking such a person. Although the Lu family was not afraid of anything, it was very troublesome. If it was just a grassroots family, then it didn't matter. Lu Jifei could ravage it unscrupulously. When something happened, even if this Mingyang Security Company had a backer with the strength of the Lu family, others would definitely give him face. The Lu family also had an office in Songjiang. Although it was not big, it also had contact with local official figures. The person who went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau was also a section chief. Although the position was not high, he could do things. Some things did not need to trouble the big leaders to come forward. For Lu Jifei's matter, as long as some small officials could solve it, there was no need to owe unnecessary favors. It was still the archives department. Lu Jifei met Section Chief Yin of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Uncle Yin, I am Lu Jifei. Su Xiaobin introduced me. The Su Xiaobin in Lu Jifei's mouth was the person in charge of the Lu family's office in Songjiang. Oh, I heard that you were the Lu family's young master. Welcome, welcome. Section Chief Yin showed a smile. He didn't know that Lu Jifei was just a descendant of a side branch. Su Xiaobin did not introduce him in detail. He only said that the Lu family's children came to him to check something. Section Chief Yin was still very willing to have a relationship with the Lu family for something as simple as lifting a finger. Uncle Yin, I'm looking for you to inquire about the legal representative of a company. I don't know if it is convenient, asked Lu Jifei. Of course, there is no problem with this. Section Chief Yin heard that it was just checking a legal representative. Of course, this was not a big deal, so he agreed. Which company do you want to investigate? Tell me. I will help you check. Mingyang Security Company, said Lu Jifei. Oh. Mingyang Security Company? Isn't this a company under the police station? Section Chief Yin turned on the computer. Your Lu family is also interested in a security company? Oh, I remember. You seem to be doing bank escort business, right? Why do you want to enter the Songjiang market and find a partner? Chapter 1323. The Lu family's business in the north was very big. They were involved in various industries, including the bank escort business. They also had a security company. So Chief Yin thought that Lu Jifei wanted to seek cooperation with the Mingyang Security Company. Although the Mingyang Security Company was strong, it had not yet been involved in the escort business. Now, Songjiang's escort business was entirely done by a company in Donghai. If the Lu family's strong intervention, coupled with the cooperation with the local snake, the Mingyang Security Company, it was believed that they could soon conquer the local escort market. After all, the company in Donghai was an outsider. Lu Jifei saw that Chief Yin misunderstood, so he didn't explain too much. He hummed and said, Yeah, we want to see if there is any possibility of cooperation. The legal representative of the Mingyang Security Company is Bao Sanli. You don't have to check this. I can tell you that he is a celebrity in Songjiang. Chief Yin heard that Lu Jifei just wanted to look up the other party's information before seeking cooperation, so he didn't take it seriously. So, he introduced Bao Sanli used to be a little punk. He was in the detention center because of a fight. However, after he came out, he suddenly became popular and became a celebrity in Songjiang society. He formed the Mingyang Security Company, a little punk. Lu Jifei's face suddenly showed a disdainful expression after listening. In his opinion, this Bao Sanli's level was too low. He was actually a little punk. In his opinion, Bao Sanli was just lucky to encounter a good opportunity. It was not a big deal. Such a person had no foundation. It was fine to make a move on him. He didn't believe that a little punk could make any waves. In Liu Jifei's view, no matter how powerful this Bao Sanli was now, his relationship was based on interests. How could it be compared with his Liu family's decades of foundation? Even if there was no Bao Sanli, there were still Li Sanli and Wang Sanli. One more wouldn't make a difference. As for that Yang Ming, since he wasn't even the legal representative of the security company, he was probably just a small fry. Maybe he was just using Bao Sanli's name to mess around. So when Liu Jifei thought of this, he didn't take Yang Ming seriously anymore. Don't underestimate him. I dare say that there must be a master guiding him behind. Chief Yin was not stupid. He waved his hand and said, "How can a little punk make his business so big? Where did his funds come from? If he was really that powerful, he wouldn't have been sent to the detention center for beating up a few people from the health bureau." The guidance of an expert? Liu Jifei was stunned. He thought about it carefully. Chief Yan's words were not unreasonable. Indeed, no matter how powerful a little punk was, it was impossible for him to suddenly run out and set up a security company. He was just careless and did not consider this. I think he must have met someone who helped him. Or he is just a pawn, and he is just a spokesperson on the surface. Section Chief Yin analyzed. Liu Jifei wasn't the kind of dandy young master who didn't know anything. As a collateral member of the family, he knew more about mutual deception. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much effort to investigate Yang Ming's background. He would just find someone to beat up Yang Ming to vent his anger. It was because he was afraid that he couldn't afford to offend the forces behind Yang Ming. So Liu Jifei ran to several places early in the morning to investigate Yang Ming. Although the Liu family was powerful, there were still others who could contend with them. Even if they were weaker, he couldn't use the Liu family's name to do anything to them. This was because even the head of the Liu family didn't want to provoke such a powerful enemy. The reason why Liu Jifei had to find trouble with Yang Ming was that he felt that he couldn't take it. He was tricked by Jing Xiaolu, this little bitch. She tricked him into the hotel. He ate Viagra and went to take a shower. He was waiting to do something big after he came out. As a result, he found that Jing Xiaolu had already run away with the money. Even the money in his wallet was taken away. Liu Jifei was dumbfounded at the time. In order to have a good mood, he took Jing Xiaolu to a resort. There were no prostitutes there at all. Even if he called someone from the city now, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. He was already burning with desire. Liu Jifei, who almost exploded, had no choice but to fight 5 against 1. He took a flight all night. The next morning, his right arm was about to fall off. How could he bear this kind of humiliation? No man could bear it. He swore to retaliate against Jing Xiaolu. He would ravage her fiercely and make her feel like she was in heaven. However, the school information that Jing Xiaolu left for him was fake. Even her name was fake. Later, with Jing Xiaolu's photo, he finally found out Jing Xiaolu's real name and investigated her school. He wanted to give her an unforgettable lesson, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to interfere in the middle. That was fine. What made Liu Jifei unable to bear was that Yang Ming not only meddled in other people's business, but he also slapped his face. Although Liu Jifei was only a collateral descendant of the Liu family, with the Liu family's name, no one dared to beat him since he was a bully since he was a child. However, Yang Ming gave him a slap on the wrist. As a child of the Liu family, Liu Jifei was bullied. If Liu Jifei didn't get back at him, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the family if this matter was spread out in the future. Therefore, he didn't delay. After going back that night, he found a person in charge of the Liu family in Songjiang and asked him for the contact information of some people from all walks of life in Songjiang. He was ready to inquire about Yang Ming's background early the next morning. Hearing that Chief Yin said that there was a master behind Bao Sanli, Liu Jifei was stunned. Could this master be Yang Ming? The reason why he thought so was that he got Yang Ming's license plate from the association. The license plate of Song B88B88 was not something that anyone could use. The auction price of his license plate was at least tens of thousands. He didn't see it clearly yesterday, so he thought it was Song B88888. However, after checking it at the vehicle management office today, the Song B88888 model was not a BMW X5. At that time, Lu Jifei thought it was a fake license plate. Fortunately, Chief Wang was knowledgeable, so he asked him if it was the song B88B88. Lu Jifei didn't see it clearly. When he heard it, it seemed that it was possible, so he asked Chief Wang to help check the license plate of song B88B88. Sure enough, it was a lake blue BMW X5 car. It matched the model of the car he saw yesterday, so it was confirmed. If this car was driven by Bao Sanli himself, then it was nothing. It was normal for the boss of a security company to drive this car. However, the strange thing was that this car was driven by Yang Ming. Moreover, it was not borrowed from the security company, but registered under the name of an individual. It was just that the address was registered in the security company. This showed that Yang Ming must be a person with authority in the security company. Otherwise, this car would not be registered under his name. Could it be that, as Chief Yin said, Yang Ming is the person behind Bao Sanli? Thinking of this, Lu Jifei felt that it was very possible, because if Yang Ming had nothing to do with the Mingyang security company, then his car would not be registered at this address. It was also under a private name, indicating that Yang Ming's economic strength was very strong. In addition, there was a key point. Although it was just a guess, it was somewhat reliable. Yang Ming, Mingyang? Would there be any relationship between the two? Coupled with Yang Ming's arrogant situation last night, even slapping himself unscrupulously, this made Lu Jifei feel that Yang Ming was the backer of this person named Bao Sanli. He was just a pawn. Thinking of this, Lu Jifei decided to start with Bao Sanli. He could use the pretense of cooperation as an excuse to indirectly understand Yang Ming's situation and background. Uncle Yin, can you help me make an appointment with this Bao Sanli? I want to invite him to have a meal and talk about cooperation. Lu Jifei decided to beat him at his own game. Since Chief Yin misunderstood, then he would continue to use this misunderstanding. I'm not familiar with him. If I go without notice, he may not believe me. I want to ask Uncle Yin to be a middleman. Oh, it turned out to be like this. No problem. I will try. I just don't know if President Bao is willing to give me face. Chief Yin nodded. However, although he said so, he was quite confident. He was the chief of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Ordinary companies would not easily offend him. If they could give him face, they would give him face. What's more, someone just wanted to cooperate with him and invite him to a meal. He did not ask for anything. Thank you, Uncle Yin. Lu Jifei quickly thanked him. Lu Jifei himself also ran a medium-sized investment company, relying on the Lu family's connections to earn some money through connections. To put it bluntly, in fact, many companies gave him a few small business deals to maintain his livelihood because of the Lu family's face. It was not that Lu Jifei did not want to make his own company bigger, but he did not have this opportunity. The family gave him $1 million as a startup fund and let him do whatever he wanted. They did not give him any other money. Every year, if a few of the Lu family's partners gave the Lu family face and gave him some money, Lu Jifei could not even start a small company. In a word, he could not participate in big business. There was no position for him to display his talents in the family company. Although the Lu family's family rules were very clear that whether it was a direct descendant or a collateral descendant, as long as they had the ability, they would be entrusted with important tasks. However, how could this ability be demonstrated? The direct descendants were arranged in various important positions within the Lu group. The collateral descendants either took $1 million as a startup fund to start their own businesses or were placed in idle positions in the Lu group. Even if they had the ability, they were not given the opportunity to display their talents. When they were talking about business, they could not even get in touch. How could they display their talents? After Lu Jifei was reminded by Chief Yin, he was keenly aware that there seemed to be a good opportunity in front of him. A good opportunity for him not only to take revenge, but also to improve his status within the Lu family group. Although $1 million was an astronomical figure in the eyes of many ordinary people, in the eyes of the Lu family's descendants, it was just to send away beggars. I am a collateral descendant, so I have to be treated like this? A few generations ago, they were all brothers. My great-grandfather founded the Lu group. Why am I excluded from the core of the Lu group's power? As a matter of fact, those descendants who were entrusted with important tasks in the Lu Group, not to mention the annual salary and commission, just the annual dividends of the shares allocated were a few million. What was 1 million? Of course, if you want to squeeze into the core of the power, you must rely on your ability. Only when you show outstanding ability will you be entrusted with important tasks and even rewarded with shares. The chairman of the group, his second grandfather, was a relatively open-minded person. However, the people working under him were his children and grandchildren. Naturally, he would have a xenophobic tendency. However, Lu Jifei felt that this was a good opportunity. Maybe he could use this opportunity to let the family security escort business enter Songjiang. Security escort had always been an important business of the Lu Group. Even the chairman of the group valued this business very much. Although the profit of this business may be far lower than other business projects of the Lu Group, such as real estate, hotel industry, and even the agency sales business. However, this business was developed as a key business of the group. In order to capture the escort business of the city, the old man even did not hesitate to invest and lose money to enter. Lu Jifei certainly knew the reason for this. No matter how rich the Lu family was and how strong the assets were, the liquidity was limited after all. The bigger the business, the more glorious it seemed, but in fact, the less funds that could be mobilized, and they were all occupied in various projects. Therefore, it also resulted in a seemingly huge economic empire. Once there was a break in the capital chain, it would collapse in an instant. Therefore, establishing a good cooperative relationship with the bank was the top priority. As long as the loans kept up, they could naturally turn the situation around. The bank escort business was the link to establish a relationship with the banks. Although it couldn't be said that they were on the same side, as long as the relationship was established, there was no need to worry about public relations in the future. The most terrible thing was to be afraid of no connections. That was the saddest. For the bank escort business, no matter which bank president changed, this link was unbreakable. As long as the cooperative relationship was still there, everything was easy. Lu Jifei had now set his mind on the Song Jiangming Yang Security Company. This was a security company with an official background. He believed that if he took it for himself, it would not be difficult to enter the bank escort business. As for the so-called official background, Lu Jifei didn't care at all. No matter who ran this security company, they must be affiliated with the city police station. The management fee had to be paid. Therefore, in his opinion, whoever was in charge would not have an impact on the management fee collected by the city police station. In this way, this official background had become unimportant. The most important problem now was to find out the identity of Yang Ming as soon as possible. As long as he knew the identity of Yang Ming and his true relationship with the Ming Yang Security Company, he could make the next step. Lu Jifei was very excited. He didn't expect that he would find such a great opportunity just by finding trouble with a woman. If he really made this happen, he believed that the old man would definitely be very happy. It wouldn't be a problem to appoint him as the person in charge of Songjiang. At that time, his right to speak in a group would increase, and glory and wealth would be readily available. Section Chief Yin naturally didn't know what Lu Jifei was thinking in his heart. He thought that Lu Jifei really wanted to cooperate with the Ming Yang Security Company sincerely. So, he planned to help him be a middleman. He believed that after this matter was done, he would not be mistreated no matter what. Anyway, he was a little bored in this position. Maybe the city leaders would pay attention to this matter and transfer him to the investment promotion agency as a small leader. He picked up the phone and dialed Bao Sanli's cell phone. These information could be found on the computer. Hello. Bao Sanli saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so he picked up the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Bao Sanli? Asked Section Chief Yen. He had to confirm Bao Sanli's identity first. Although this was Bao Sanli's cell phone number displayed in the Industry and Commerce Bureau computer, no one could guarantee that he gave this number to others. I am Bao Sanli. May I ask who is this? Bao Sanli asked, baffled. Hello, Mr. Bao. I am from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Section Chief Yin introduced himself. My surname is Yen. Mr. Yen? What's the matter? Bao Sanli was a bit puzzled. Why would the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau call him? This is the case, Mr. Bao. I have a foreign investor who wants to cooperate with you. He wants to treat you to a meal, but he doesn't want to disturb you. It just so happens that he has some personal relationship with me. Do you want to do me the honor and come out together? Said Section Chief Yin very politely. Oh, Bao Sanli frowned. A foreign businessman wants to cooperate with me? What can I get out of this cooperation? Could it be that he was a relative of some big shot's family and wanted to buy some shares to take advantage of the situation? Thinking of this, Bao Sanli couldn't help but hesitate, but he also understood that some people couldn't be offended. Although he had a good network in Songjiang, the person in charge was better than the person in charge. At least, this person from the Industry and Commerce Bureau couldn't be offended. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli said, well, since this is the case, let's do it at noon today or noon tomorrow. I have time. Well, then it's better to do it now. Let's do it at noon today. I will set the location and contact you again, said Section Chief Yin. Okay, I will wait for your call. Bao Sanli hung up the phone inexplicably. He didn't know what this Yin guy was playing at, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, he didn't do anything illegal now, and he wouldn't be caught. Section Chief Yin hung up the phone and said to Lu Jifei, who was waiting, Bao Sanli has agreed. Can you book a place at noon today? Which hotel is more high-end here? Lu Jifei thought about it and asked. He wasn't a native of Songjiang. He came here mainly to find Jing Xiaolu for revenge. He met Jing Xiaolu when he came here last time. Chapter 1324. Later, he went back. This time, the main purpose of coming here was to teach Jing Xiaolu a lesson. Unexpectedly, there seemed to be an unexpected gain. If you want to talk about high-end, then the Songjiang International Hotel is the best hotel here. Section Chief Yin said, but the price is more expensive. Lu Jifei thought, I'm not paying the bill. If I say that it's my treat, I will definitely find a reason to let Bao Sanli take the initiative to pay the bill. So, he said, then let's set it there. How would Section Chief Yin know Lu Jifei's cunning mind? He thought that Lu Jifei sincerely wanted to treat him, so he nodded and said, okay, then I will call and book a private room in a while. I will inform Bao Sanli. How about we set it at 11:30 a.m.? Okay, 11:30 a.m. Then, Lu Jifei nodded, and he began to think about how to take over this Ming Yang security company in a while. Section Chief Yin took the initiative to call and book a room. The Songjiang International Hotel was the only 5-star hotel in Songjiang. It was a little late to book a room at this time. After all, it was very popular. However, Section Chief Yin was from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Although he was a section chief with no real power, he was still a section chief. He had no real power, but his colleagues did. Who could guarantee that he did not have a good relationship with a real power figure in the unit? Therefore, when Section Chief Yin introduced himself, the Songjiang International Hotel still gave him a reserved private room. Every hotel would have this kind of reserved private room. Even if it was full, it would not be booked. It was to prevent such an emergency. The relationships in this society were intricate and complicated. There were many people looking for connections. For example, Section Chief Yin had some small power, but it was hard to say whether there was a more powerful force in the circle behind him. Therefore, this kind of person's face should be taken care of as long as it did not violate the principle. Done. I booked a room. Section Chief Yin was a little proud. He thought that his face was still very useful. The Songjiang International Hotel's private room is very difficult to book. It can only be booked 2 or 3 days in advance. Even the foreign guests have to book in advance. However, he still gave me face. I squeezed it out of other people's hands. Hee. I knew that Uncle Yin must have a way. In the face of Section Chief Yan's boasting, Lu Jifei praised him non-committally. The Lu family was in the hotel industry. How could he not know the rules? For a person like Section Chief Yin to book a room, of course, he would take out the reserved room. However, he didn't expose his lie and admit that he was bragging. In his heart, he was calculating whether he could take over Bao Sanli's company with the help of Section Chief Yin. Bao Sanli hung up the phone inexplicably. This phone call was without rhyme or reason. It was actually someone from the Industry and Commerce Bureau who introduced a person to cooperate. Bao Sanli didn't dare to make a decision himself. He called Yang Ming and wanted to ask him what to do about this matter. When Yang Ming just returned to school, the phone rang. He saw that it was Bao Sanli, so he picked it up. "Brother Bao, why did you call me when we just separated?" "Brother Yang, I just received a call from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce," said Bao Sanli. "Why is the Bureau of Industry and Commerce looking for you?" Yang Ming was also a bit surprised. However, his companies paid the management fees on time, and there was no violation of regulations. Why would the Bureau of Industry and Commerce look for him at this time? He said that there's a foreign customer who wants to cooperate with our security company. He arranged to meet up and have a meal together at noon. I don't know if he is really sincere in this regard, or simply wants to take advantage of us. Bao Sanli hesitated and said his own thoughts. The longer he dealt with people from all walks of life and society, the more he knew how deep the pool of business was. Although his predecessor was a small gangster who dominated the bottom of society, there were many people who could overwhelm him when it came to the surface. Oh, if it is just to ask for money through relationships, and the amount is not large, then just send it away casually. Yang Ming couldn't worry about these little things every day. These things could be entrusted to Bao Sanli to deal with. Okay, I got it. Bao Sanli got Yang Ming's instructions, and he had a plan in his heart. After all, with his current identity, it was impossible for him to fight and kill. If a company wanted to be big, all aspects had to be done properly. He also had to be on guard against these villains who came to take advantage of him. These people couldn't do anything right. If he really offended them, sometimes things would become very difficult. What's the matter? The company's matter? Jing Xiaolu heard Yang Ming mention Bao Sanli on the phone. She guessed that it should be the company's matter, so she asked. She didn't dare to ask about Yang Ming's other things. If it was the company's matter, there was no problem. She was now the company's vice president. It was not overboard to ask about these things. Oh, Bao Sanli called and said that the people from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce introduced a businessman to him who wants to cooperate with us. I don't know if he is here to take advantage of us. Yang Ming didn't hide it from Jing Xiaolu. We agreed to meet at noon for lunch. Oh, cooperation? Do you want me to follow and check for you? Asked Jing Xiaolu. You? That's fine too. Yang Ming originally wanted to say that she didn't need to join in the fun, but he thought that Jing Xiaolu was very smart. She wouldn't be easily deceived. With her following, it would prevent the other party from asking for too much and taking advantage of them unscrupulously. Then I will go back to the company to find President Bao in a while. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Lu Jifei asked Chief Yin to set the time, and then called Bao Sanli to confirm the time. Of course, Chief Yin would not follow along to the banquet. This old fox was very clear about his position. Before everything was clear, it was impossible to act rashly. Lu Jifei said that he was here to talk about cooperation, but his Lu family was a big business. Whether this cooperation was fair or not, it was hard to say whether the other party was willing or not. If he rashly intervened, he might not get the credit. Instead, he would be regarded as a collusion between officials and businessmen. His future career would be gloomy. Therefore, Chief Yin was not so stupid. He first set up a bridge and let Lu Jifei talk about it himself. Whether the negotiation was successful or not, it had nothing to do with him. When things were confirmed, he could pick the peaches again. After all, he was the one who initiated this matter, so he would not lose out no matter what. That's fine. I have already made an appointment with President Bao Sanli for you. You can go to the Songjiang International Hotel's room 208 for the appointment at noon. I won't go. Chief Yin said, there is still a meeting in the afternoon. There is not enough time. Lu Jifei originally had a conspiracy, so he certainly did not want Chief Yin to follow him. At that time, some things would not be easy to say, and it would be a hindrance. What he wanted Chief Yin to do was to set up a bridge and let him contact Bao Sanli. He did not need to worry about other things. Lu Jifei was overjoyed when he heard that Chief Yin could not go. Before this, he was still worried about this. He was thinking about what kind of excuse to ask Chief Yin not to follow him. As a result, before he could speak, Chief Yin took the initiative to say that he would not go. Was there anything better than this? Therefore, Lu Jifei pretended to be regretful. Chief Yin, it is a pity that you can't follow. AI, but the meeting can't be delayed. Business is more important. I'm already very grateful that you can help me set up a bridge. I will invite you to dinner alone another day. Chief Yin waved his hand and said with a smile, sure, sure. However, he was calculating in his heart. If this cooperation is really facilitated by me, then I am also a meritorious person. How can I ask for credit from the leader? After Lu Jifei came out of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, he went straight to the Lu family's office in Songjiang. Su Xiaobin was also a relative of the Lu family, but he was at a lower level than Lu Jifei. He was not a relative, but a relative with a blood relationship. Therefore, Su Xiaobin was even more disliked within the group. He was sent to Songjiang, where the Lu family had no business at all. He was made the director of the Lu Group's office in Songjiang. It was said that he was going to expand the market, but the family had no connections here at all. With the office's annual budget of tens of thousands of yuan, where could Su Xiaobin expand the market? Who would cooperate with him? The money needed to build a relationship was more than this little bit. In fact, everyone knew this in their hearts. The Lu family's children in the group didn't take him seriously at all, and they didn't expect him to bring any business to the company. They just let him live in that remote place. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, Su Xiaobin's salary was already very comfortable. The monthly salary was more than 10,000 yuan, and the annual activity funds were kept by himself. He could get an income of about 200,000 yuan a year. This was almost the same level as those white-collar workers who worked hard every day, but Su Xiaobin didn't have to do anything. He played on the computer and drank tea in the office every day. The company's hiring quota for him was a driver and a secretary. He could drive himself, so he didn't need a driver. He could save 2,000 yuan a month in salary. He didn't need a secretary. He just asked his girlfriend to do it, and even the salary was saved. The two people could still have a romantic couple world in the office. It was so uncomfortable. This was a godlike life in the eyes of ordinary people, but Su Xiaobin was not satisfied. It was because others had not been exposed to the life of the Lu family's children. As long as they were exposed to it, they would feel extremely unbalanced. They had the same ancestral blood in their bodies. Why could they want to use glory and wealth to call the wind and summon the rain in the group, but they had to go to this remote place to be an office manager? It was said to be a manager, but in fact, it was a bullshit manager. Except for leading their own girlfriends, there was no one else. Therefore, when Lu Jifei came to Songjiang this time and found Su Xiaobin was keenly aware that this was an opportunity, a good opportunity to make a meteoric rise. Although Lu Jifei was also a collateral nephew, he was better than Su Xiaobin in one point because his surname was Lu, which meant that he was a member of the Lu family. Although he was a collateral relative, he had a higher voice in the group. He could even apply for 1 million in startup funds. As a collateral nephew of the Lu family, he didn't want to have 1 million in startup funds. Although he could get 1 million if he stayed here for 5 or 6 years, Su Xiaobin was not reconciled. He believed that Lu Jifei was not reconciled to just take 1 million in startup funds and wait to die. However, he did not show his thoughts. Lu Jifei asked him to help, and he did his best to help. The Lu family's business in Songjiang was very small. Even if there was, it was not under Su Xiaobin's participation. Therefore, the people Su Xiaobin knew were limited, but they were all middle-level cadres of some departments. There were more section chiefs, and so on. The highest position was only a director. There was no director. Even so, Su Xiaobin still tried his best to help Lu Jifei contact these people. He thought that if Lu Jifei really did something, he would definitely remember his good. So, Su Xiaobin worked so hard. Hearing the sound of a car outside the office, Su Xiaobin was a bit surprised. This office was actually a private house, and the terrain was relatively remote. Few people passed by, and there were even fewer cars because the rent was cheap. Now that someone came to the door, Su Xiaobin was naturally a bit baffled. He looked up and saw Lu Jifei's Honda Accord stopping by the side. Lu Jifei jumped out of the car and walked quickly into the office. Su Xiaobin quickly asked his girlfriend, Xiao Lan, to pour tea, and then he greeted at the door. "Brother Fei, you're back. How was it? Did things go smoothly?" "It went very smoothly." Lu Jifei patted Su Xiaobin's shoulder. "Xiaobin, this time it's all thanks to you. We are a family." "Why are you saying that?" Su Xiaobin quickly shook his head and said nothing. "A family?" Lu Jifei sneered. If those people in the group really regard us as a family, that would be good." Hearing Lu Jifei, the nephew with the surname Lu, publicly venting his dissatisfaction with the Lu family, this made Su Xiaobin a little surprised. However, he immediately decided to stand on the same side as Lu Jifei. "Yeah, Brother Fei, you are better. At least you are a member of the Lu family, but what about me? I am just a relative with a different surname. If I am sent to this kind of place to be an office manager, what kind of development can I have in my life? It seems that Xiaobin, you're also a person who is not willing to be lonely. Do you also want to make a name for yourself?" Lu Jifei just wanted to pull Su Xiaobin into the group. After hearing his words, he didn't have to waste his breath anymore. "Of course I want to. Why wouldn't I want to?" Su Xiaobin's heart skipped a beat. He felt that there seemed to be a way. However, on the surface, he still looked distressed. What's the use of just thinking about it? We don't even have a chance. How can we make a name for ourselves? Even if we have the heart, we don't have the strength. Xiaobin, don't worry. Lu Jifei smiled. "Brother, this time, I came with a project. If you have nothing to do, you can do it with me." "Really?" Su Xiaobin was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Jifei to be so straightforward. "Of course." Lu Jifei nodded. "I just happen to lack an assistant to be the vanguard. You know, there are some things that I can't show up for. I must have a spokesperson." Although Su Xiaobin didn't understand why Lu Jifei couldn't show up, since Lu Jifei wanted to pull him into a big business, how could he refuse? He quickly responded, "I am indebted to Brother Fei. I will do my best to help Brother Fei get the project here. Brother Fei, I will be your lackey in the future." Lu Jifei was still very satisfied with Su Xiaobin's attitude. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "In a while, I have an appointment with Bao Sanli, the general manager of the Mingyang Security Company, to talk about cooperation." "Ah, you want to cooperate with Bao Sanli?" Su Xiaobin was stunned and looked at Lu Jifei in surprise. "What's wrong? Do you know this Bao Sanli? Is there anything wrong?" Lu Jifei subconsciously raised his guard. "Fortunately, I didn't say too much. I know him. How can I not know him? In Songjiang, people who are slightly popular know Bao Sanli's name." Su Xiaobin said, "I have been in Songjiang for more than a year. How can I not know his name? Is he very famous?" Lu Jifei frowned. He used to be a big gangster here in Songjiang. He was as famous as another big gangster named Yushanda. Later, he entered the detention center. After that, he drove Yushanda out of Songjiang. Su Xiaobin said briefly. "After that, I don't know what happened. He started to do a serious business, and he suddenly became popular. Because of his previous identity, many people in Songjiang gave him face. He's just a little gangster. What can he do?" Lu Jifei heard that Su Xiaobin's words were similar to what Chifian said, so he was relieved. He snorted indifferently. "It's no big deal." Su Xiaobin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This master is really from a big group. He doesn't put others in his eyes. If we want to cooperate with people, we have to show sincerity, right? This kind of attitude is not conducive to cooperation. Although Bao Sanli is nothing in your eyes, young Master Lu, he's also a well-known figure in Songjiang. We're looking for people to cooperate with us. If we still have this kind of superior attitude, it won't work. Lu Jifei didn't want to tell his plan to Su Xiaobin now. He was afraid that Su Xiaobin's mouth was not tight enough and would mess things up. Secondly, he was afraid that if he told Su Xiaobin would be timid and not dare to continue with him. Looking at Su Xiaobin's tone and appearance of being afraid of Bao Sanli, Lu Jifei felt that he couldn't tell his plan to him, at least not for the time being. Hee, I have this temper, so didn't I ask you for help? Lu Jifei smiled. You know that the environment I lived in when I was a child was like that. I rarely humbled myself to people. Lu Jifei began to talk nonsense. Anyway, Su Xiaobin didn't know, so he could talk nonsense. It turned out to be like this. Su Xiaobin nodded. However, we have to stress on harmony when doing business. Inequality will offend people very much. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You are an expert in this regard. These social activities will be handed over to you. Lu Jifei said, I will tell you what I want to talk about in a while. You just attend the banquet for me. I won't show up. Chapter 1325. Okay, no problem. Su Xiaobin agreed. He was deeply honored and delighted to be able to participate in Lu Jifei's investment plan. This was an opportunity that he had been waiting for many years. If he could make this deal, then his position as the small Songjiang company's office manager would naturally rise. There was a real business here, and it was made under his own promotion. Even if those people in the head office wanted to take the credit, they had no way. After all, he was the office manager. They could either promote him to the group or let him continue to be the office manager. However, at that time, he could not be the leader without an army. This office would at least be upgraded to the level of a branch company. Of course, Su Xiaobin was not afraid that the Lu family's children in the group would promote him secretly and transfer him to an idle position within the group. It was obvious to all that he facilitated this business. If the group treated a meritorious person like this, who would dare to sincerely expand the business in the future? Who would dare to work for the company? Even old Master Lu, who did not care much about the company's affairs, would not allow such a thing to happen. This would hurt the foundation of the group. These problems could destroy a towering tree. One of the most important businesses of our Lu family is the bank deposit business. Do you know this? Lu Jifei began to introduce his family's business to Su Xiaobin in detail. He wanted to create an illusion that the Lu family was very sincere to Su Xiaobin. Only in this way could Bao Sanli's Ming Yang security company be deceived step by step. Now, Lu Jifei didn't care whether this Ming Yang security company had a relationship with Yang Ming. Even if the relationship was not big, he decided to mess with him. After all, this was a good opportunity. Who let this Bao Sanli be unlucky? In Lu Jifei's eyes, he represented the Lu family. When Bao Sanli suffered a loss, he would let Bao Sanli find the Lu family to settle the account. Bao Sanli was a low-level person with a small punk background. What could he do to him? Lu Jifei felt that any individual character was weak in front of an absolute family alliance. Old Master Lu's words could make him betray his family, and he could no longer mingle in the business world. Therefore, Lu Jifei came up with a sinister idea of borrowing the chicken to lay the eggs. If this Ming Yang security company had a relationship with Yang Ming, it would be a lesson to Yang Ming. If this security company had nothing to do with Yang Ming, then Bao Sanli deserved it. It turns out that we want to do the bank deposit business here. Su Xiaobin's eyes lit up after listening. Old Master Lu of the group valued this business very much. He also knew that if the Lu family successfully brought this business to Songjiang with his help, Old Master Lu would definitely look at him in a new light and entrust him with a heavy responsibility. It would be a problem sooner or later. Thinking about it, Su Xiaobin felt his blood boil. But you better not mention me. I don't want to show up in public. When you're talking about business, you can say that you represent the Jiangyan group of Haiqing City. Lu Jifei said, I am different from you. After all, my surname is Lu, but you are a collateral nephew. If I do it too obviously, it's hard to guarantee that it won't give people the impression that I want to fight for power, which is unfavorable to my future development. But you're different. Although you're a child of the Lu family, you are an outsider after all. No matter how much you develop in the future, you can only exist as a senior white-collar worker of the group. Old Master, Lu can't give you the power of the group. That's true. Su Xiaobin was overjoyed. The more low-key Lu Jifei was, the greater his own contribution. Thinking of this, The joy in his heart was indescribable. "Brother Fei, don't worry. I won't mention you. Your worries are well-founded. After all, your surname is Liu, and you are very close to old Master Liu. You can't be considered a distant relative, so it is very wise to avoid those direct children suppressing you. Yeah, I'll have to trouble you." Liu Jifei's face was as usual, but he said in his heart, "Idiot, do you really think I'm low-key? If there's a chance to show myself, how can I give it to you? It's just that Yang Ming has seen me before, so it's not good for me to show up. It's better to be safe than sorry. If Yang Ming recognizes me and reminds Bao Sanli to be vigilant, my plan won't work." Therefore, he decided to be a behind-the-scenes manipulator. Moreover, the identity of this Bao Sanli was not completely unscrupulous. Although he disdained Bao Sanli on the surface, he still knew that this kind of gangster origin would have some bandit aura. If he embezzled the property of Bao Sanli's company, Bao Sanli could do anything in desperation. In Liu Jifei's view, this kind of person couldn't turn up the storm. He couldn't shake the foundation of the Liu family at all. But this person's life is worthless. What if he fights with me? I'm a piece of porcelain, and he's a broken stone. Isn't it stupid to fight with him? With Su Xiaobin's participation, when I leave, Su Xiaobin will still stay in Songjiang. When Bao Sanli wants to find someone for revenge, he can only find Su Xiaobin. Thinking of this, Liu Jifei smiled insidiously. He felt that he was a genius. He could come up with such a badass idea. Looking at Su Xiaobin's excited face, Liu Jifei felt that he was a schemer. In a small courtyard of a single-family villa, an old man dressed plainly squinted his eyes and held an old-fashioned radio in his hand, listening to opera leisurely. The elegant and luxurious decoration environment and the old man's clothes formed a sharp contrast with the 80s radio in his hand. But he didn't care. This person was Fong Tian. Because the relocation of Shantytown was imperative, Yang Ming couldn't let Fong Tian be a nail in it. It would be too conspicuous, and it would be unfavorable to Fong Tian's identity. Therefore, Yang Ming bought a villa for Fong Tian in a relatively quiet community. Originally, Yang Ming meant to buy a villa in the Huashang district, but Fong Tian was unwilling to come over. He had feelings for the old place. Yang Ming had to buy a villa for Fong Tian in the wealthy area next to Shantytown, which was his uncle's house. Sun Jia also had a villa there, but she usually didn't live there. She usually lived in a high-rise apartment not far from the company. She only went to the villa occasionally with Yang Ming. Since he bought a house for Fong Tian here, Yang Ming also bought one for himself and one for Lin Jian's family. Although he didn't live there for the time being, it was good to have a place to stay. Yang Ming sometimes needed to ask Fong Tian for some things. It was impossible to not have a place to live. He couldn't always live at Sun Jia's place, right? Fong Tian didn't have much luggage. A few broken boxes, a few clothes, a broken TV, and a broken radio. Although Yang Ming gave him a 55-inch LCD TV and high-end sound equipment, Fong Tian still insisted on bringing his broken things. Yang Ming found it difficult to understand Fong Tian's feelings, but he didn't stop him. A phone rang. Fong Tian touched the side and took out a mobile phone. This was a knockoff phone with a large screen and a large volume for the elderly. The Apple iPhone that Yang Ming had bought for him was thrown aside by him. He had spent 100 yuan to buy this knockoff phone. For his behavior, Yang Ming was very speechless. The reason was very simple. Fong Tian felt that the Apple iPhone had too many functions, and it was inconvenient to use. Yang Ming was really embarrassed. Why did too many functions become a problem for him? After glancing at the caller ID, Fong Tian's sleepy eyes suddenly opened. He also restored his usual shrewd look. The SIM card had opened the international caller ID function. Fong Tian's friends were all over the world. Many of them were overseas, such as Fatty Lee from Vietnam. In order to confirm who was calling, Fong Tian applied for the international caller ID function. The monthly cost of this function was quite high. Most people wouldn't apply for this service, except for Fong Tian, who had special needs. "Hello, old Wong." Fong Tian picked up the phone. "Why did you think of calling me, this old guy?" The person on the other side of the phone held back for a while. Obviously, he was quite uncomfortable. After a while, he finally couldn't help but swear, "Fuck, old man Fong, what do you mean? I'm 1 year older than you. If you're an old guy, am I not going to die soon?" Looking at your tone, you seem to be in a good mood. Fong Tian didn't mind. He knew that the more Wang Songzhan talked to him in such a tone, the better his mood was. However, if he was serious and depressed, it meant that he was in trouble. "It's okay." Wang Songzhan admitted it and smiled. "I heard that your apprentice and my baby daughter started the Black Butterfly Assassin group together. They're doing very well." "Heard your ass? You just heard?" Fong Tian said angrily, "I don't believe that you didn't secretly follow up and investigate. You even found out." Wang Songzhan didn't care. "Isn't it popular to talk like this now? Look at those young people. They're all saying things like heard, said, and so on." Fong Tian rolled his eyes. "Do you have something to do? I'm listening to the storytelling. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. It's daytime here and midnight here. Do you think you have something to do?" Wang Songzhan said angrily. "Oh, it turns out that you can't sleep, so you came to harass me," Fong Tian said after listening. "Then I'll hang up. Dan Tianfong is going to start the storytelling soon." "You old bastard, wait." Wang Songzhan was about to explode. "I mean, if I have nothing to do, why would I call you in the middle of the night?" Fong Tian turned off the radio and put it aside. "Well, what's the matter? Say it." "It's like this. I suddenly thought of something fun. Do you want to play with me?" Wang Songzhan lowered his voice and whispered. "What's fun?" Fong Tian was also interested. Generally speaking, if Wang Songzhan said that he had something to do with him, then there must be something. So Fong Tian also became serious. "Let's play a game of breaking off the engagement," Wang Songzhan said mysteriously. "What's the matter? What did you say? Break off the engagement?" Fong Tian was shocked. "Old Wang, what are you doing? Who broke off the engagement with who? Didn't I break off the engagement with your sister long ago? It's not you, it's my daughter." Wang Songzhan was speechless. He thought, when I mention my sister, this kid's reaction is so intense. He's already so old. After a few days, I'll call my sister back and matchmake them. Maybe they will succeed. My family will have double happiness. "Your daughter? Your daughter is engaged again?" When Fong Tian heard that it was about Wang Xiaoyan, he immediately asked curiously, "Isn't she engaged to your disciple?" "It's with Yang Ming. Who else could it be besides him?" Wang Songzhan said helplessly, "Old man Fong, is there something wrong with your brain? Who else can my daughter have a marriage engagement with?" "Break off the engagement? What do you mean?" The author writes 10 chapters a day, and it's very good. I recommend you to read it, and then you'll know what breaking off an engagement is. The book number is 1700961. Ugh. Fong Tian was confused, but no matter what this marriage annulment trend was, Wang Songshan's idea was quite interesting. "Let's talk about reading books later, but I have decided to play this marriage annulment game with you." Hee. In fact, breaking off an engagement is almost the same as getting engaged. I will find all my friends in the industry to be witnesses and let the 2 children get engaged. And that's fine. Then let's do that. I will talk to my apprentice in a while. Fong Tian nodded and agreed. "I will also talk to Yin Yin, haha," Wang Songzhan said with a smile. So, after Fong Tian hung up the phone, he called Yang Ming. Yang Ming walked into the classroom, and the phone rang. He didn't want to pick it up, but when he saw that the caller ID was from Fong Tian, Yang Ming could not pick it up. "Old man Fong, what's the matter? I am in class at school." Yang Ming lowered his voice and lowered his head to pick up the phone. Although Yang Ming was used to skipping classes in school, and the teachers didn't care about him, he wouldn't brazenly do his own things in class. After all, he was Xiao Qing's godbrother. If he didn't perform well, others would naturally have opinions about Xiao Qing. Even if these people didn't dare to say anything, Yang Ming didn't want to be despised. "Come to me later. I have something to tell you," Fong Tian said. "Then you go to class first. We will talk about it later." "Okay, I will come at noon," Yang Ming promised and hung up the phone. "You are quite busy with your business every day." Tian Donghua saw that not only was Yang Ming late, but he also picked up the phone as soon as he entered the classroom. He smiled. "How can I be as busy as you? You probably can't even find your own classroom, right? Yang Ming smiled. You are really amazing at picking up girls to this point. Bro, don't underestimate me. Tian Donghua pointed to a few books on his desk. I have been reading books on marketing so that I won't lose face for you. If you let me manage Donghai's company in the future, I will lose money for you. Then, I will fail to live up to your recommendation and trust. Yang Ming was just joking. He was clear about Tian Donghua's recent performance. This kid worked harder than before. His dormitory was full of marketing books. It seemed that he really wanted to do a big business. It's good that you have this ambition. If you persist, you will win. Yang Ming patted Tian Donghua's shoulder. Have you contacted your dad recently? Chapter 1326. I have contacted him. He has already arrived in Africa. Everything is fine there. Tian Donghua nodded. Tian Donghua was grateful when he thought that Yang Ming actually didn't care about his father's past enmity and entrusted him with such an important task. I was so busy that I didn't contact them. When Yang Ming heard Tian Donghua say that everything was going smoothly, he was relieved. Sun Jian must have contacted Sun Hongjun. Yang Ming was not the only one who received the call. At the same time, Wang Xiaoyan also received a call from Wang Songzhan. Hello. Wang Xiaoyan chatted with Zhao Ying until the latter half of the night yesterday. She didn't go to class in the morning, and Zhao Ying didn't have classes these 2 days. The two people basically became night owls. Hearing the phone ring, Wang Xiaoyan reluctantly got up and picked up the phone. Yin Yin, what are you doing? Wang Songzhan asked with a smile. He was excited when he thought of the topic he was going to talk about later. Sleeping? What's the matter? Wang Xiaoyan heard her father's voice and asked in a daze. Now, the assassin group's business was thriving. Wang Xiaoyan had also gained more speaking rights in front of her father after merging with the Charles family. The relationship between the father and daughter had also improved greatly. The two were not as tit-for-tat as before. Wang Xiaoyan knew that her father would eventually compromise. It was only a matter of time because his tone now was not as firm as before. Yin Yin, your Black Butterfly Assassin group did a good job. I saw it with my own eyes. I am very pleased. Wang Songzhan naturally had to praise Wang Xiaoyan first and affirm her career during this time. Otherwise, how could he talk about breaking off the engagement later? If he mentioned it directly, it would be too abrupt. It was hard to guarantee that Wang Xiaoyan would smell the conspiracy. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly sobered up a lot. This was the first time that her father had called. His affirmation of her actions made Wang Xiaoyan feel somewhat flattered. For a long time, his father had not been very optimistic about his career. He wanted him to go back and inherit the family business and marry the apprentice of the king of assassins. But this time, his father, who had always been very tight-lipped, seemed to have loosened up a little. Yin Yin, you've done a great job. I believe that if this goes on, it's only a matter of time before you surpass our Butterfly Assassin group. Wang Songzhan smiled and said, however, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's our own. It doesn't matter who surpasses who. Wang Xiaoyan pinched her face. She suspected that she was still in a dream. It wasn't until the pain made her more awake that she realized that she wasn't dreaming. She was really awake while answering her father's call. Dad, Yin Yin, in fact, I am calling you this time for a very important matter. Wang Songzhan changed the topic and was ready to start talking about business. What's the matter? Wang Xiaoyan intuitively felt that her father was definitely looking for her for something. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to give her affirmation and praise for nothing. He must have something to say. A few days ago, the King of Assassins talked to us. He also talked about your marriage with his apprentice. Wang Songzhan said, the King of Assassins means that if there are no accidents, you should get engaged first, right? What? Wang Xiaoyan got up from the bed suddenly. She knew that her father must have something to say. When she heard her father's words, she suddenly became anxious. Dad, didn't you say that as long as I make a career for myself and surpass your Butterfly Assassin group, you will let me have the right to decide my life and love? Why did you go back on your words? And you just said that with time, I will definitely surpass you. You see, Inyan, why are you so excited? Wang Songzhan couldn't help but find it funny when he heard his daughter being so excited. Wasn't that proposed by the other party? I haven't agreed yet, right? Didn't agree? Wang Xiaoyan was stunned, and then she was pleasantly surprised. She said from the bottom of her heart, Dad, you really didn't agree? Thank you, really thank you. And I naturally won't go back on what I promised you. Wang Songzhan said, Moreover, I also saw your achievements. What else can I say? However, your marriage contract was set before you were born, so it is a bit troublesome to cancel it now. What's the trouble? Wang Xiaoyan asked quickly. As long as I can cancel the marriage contract, I don't care if it's troublesome or not. It doesn't matter if it's troublesome. It's like this. You see, after all, this is a big deal. Marriage is not a child's play. Since you were engaged when you were a child, it can't be canceled with just a few words. Wang Songzhan explained. Is it because the other party doesn't agree? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. That's not it. Wang Songzhan said, The disciple of the king of assassins hasn't seen you. So when I proposed to cancel the marriage, the king of assassins didn't object. His disciple is also a dragon among men. Even if you don't want to marry him, he may not be willing to marry you. So I mentioned this to him, and the king of assassins agreed in principle. What's the problem? Wang Xiaoyan heard that both parties agreed. This matter should be settled. What's the problem? It's like this. No matter what, our butterfly family is also a famous family. Many people know about your marriage contract, not to mention the king of assassins. He is a godlike existence in the industry. So even if you want to cancel the marriage, you can't be hasty, said Wang Songzhan. Then what should I do? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. I have discussed with the king of assassins. You will come back to the butterfly family, and the king of assassins will bring his disciple to meet with everyone. We will talk about the matter openly and part amicably. This way, everyone will look good. We will announce to the public that both of you are not suitable for each other after meeting, so we will call off the engagement. It won't be about who broke off the engagement. If the engagement is broken off, it won't be good for anyone. Both of you are not suitable for each other, so we will part amicably. No one can gossip, Wang Songzhan explained. No one will talk about it, Wang Songzhan explained. I see. Wang Xiaoyan felt that her father's words were very reasonable. Since the matter had been settled, it didn't matter if they met or not. It was not a big deal for her to go back. Then, can I bring my boyfriend back with me? I don't think so. Wang Songzhan said in his heart, What am I going to do if you bring him back? Think about it. You canceled the marriage contract with him. Why do you bring your boyfriend home? Provoke him? Declare war? Isn't this offending him? Wang Xiaoyan listened to her father's words and felt that it was reasonable, so she gave up the idea. You are right. Then, I won't bring my boyfriend. I will go back by myself. And this time, I also support you, so you don't have to worry about anything. Wang Songzhan was relieved when he heard that Wang Xiaoyan didn't bring Yang Ming back. Wang Xiaoyan also felt that since it was canceling the marriage contract, she should show some sincerity. If she brought her boyfriend back, it would indeed seem like she was showing off. If it aggravated the conflict, then the loss outweighed the gain. So, Wang Xiaoyan decided to listen to her father's advice and go back by herself. Okay, I got it. Where do I go back? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. You can come back at the beginning of next month. You should prepare in these few days. Wang Songzhan instructed Wang Xiaoyan. Okay, I'll prepare. Wang Xiaoyan gladly agreed. The excitement in her heart was difficult to suppress. She had waited for many years for this moment to come. Her destiny could finally be in her own hands. She didn't have to obey the arrangements in her family, and she didn't have to marry someone she didn't like. However, when this moment really came, Wang Xiaoyan felt that everything was natural and her mood was unprecedentedly comfortable. Wasn't this what she had been fighting for? She had set a goal and finally achieved it. After achieving it, she realized that this goal was not as difficult as she imagined. It seemed that she had unknowingly taken a step forward. However, Wang Xiaoyan also understood in her heart that all of this was thanks to Yang Ming. If he hadn't taken the mission of assassinating a political enemy in Africa, and if he hadn't negotiated with the Charles family, she wouldn't have been able to reach the current height with her small assassin group. She wanted to immediately call and share this joy with Yang Ming. However, when the phone was dialed, Wang Xiaoyan quickly hung up. Now, the matter had not been completely resolved. If it was not resolved, there might be variables. Wang Xiaoyan decided to wait until she came back from home and then share this good news with Yang Ming. Now, the matter had not been completely resolved, so it was better not to say too early. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan suppressed the impulse in her heart and put the phone aside. She fell on the bed and decided to go back to sleep. Hearing the sound of footsteps outside the room, Wang Xiaoyan sat up. Sister Yin, Yin, did my footsteps wake you up? Zhao Ying's voice came from outside the room. No, my family just called. I answered call. Shortly after I hung up, I heard the sound of footsteps outside the door. Wang Xiaoyan got up and got out of bed and opened the door. The two sometimes slept together, and sometimes they slept in separate beds. After chatting, Zhao Ying suddenly remembered that there was still a course to choose, so she went online to choose the course. Wang Xiaoyan went to sleep first. After Zhao Ying was done, she was afraid to disturb Wang Xiaoyan, so she stayed in the guest room next to her. I thought I woke you up. Are you still sleeping? Zhao Ying stood at the door with a smile. She had already washed up. It seemed that she had been up for a while. I won't sleep. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. She was also a lot more energetic. It didn't matter whether she slept or not. She rubbed her eyes. What's the matter today? No, I don't have a class today. I wanted to go shopping with you. Zhao Ying came into the room and sat on the chair in front of the desk. Shopping? Okay. Wang Xiaoyan didn't know what to do. Since she was going to go home soon, it was good to go shopping for some necessities. After Yang Ming finished class at noon, he drove directly to Fong Tian's residence. The demolition work of Shantytown had been completed, and it could be started immediately. Yang Ming was going to develop this piece of land into a high-end villa area. Since there was a rich area next to it, the housing prices here would naturally rise. These things were handed over to Bao Sanli, and Yang Ming didn't ask in detail. He was just a behind-the-scenes planner. These industries were done for him, so he didn't need to worry. He parked the car at the door of Fong Tian's villa. Yang Ming had the gate card of the yard here. He got out of the car and swiped the card. The underground garage passage next to the yard slowly opened. Yang Ming drove the car in, and then the passage door behind him slowly closed. After parking the car, Yang Ming went directly into the yard from the stairs of the underground garage. He saw Fong Tian lying in the yard with his eyes closed and listening to the storytelling on the radio. I say, old man, don't you feel cold? Fong Tian glanced at Yang Ming. This is also an assassin's cultivation. What if you go to Antarctica to perform a mission? Do I go to Antarctica to assassinate penguins? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. I'm afraid you will freeze. The weather is quite cold. It's still very cold in early spring. Fong Tian knew that Yang Ming was not polite, but he still cared about him. The dialogue between the master and apprentice had always been like this. It seemed that they didn't respect each other and ordered each other around. In fact, this mutual concern for each other couldn't be replaced by anything. I called you here to tell you something. Fong Tian turned off the radio and put it aside first. Of course, I know you're looking for me. Otherwise, I still have to go back to school. Yang Ming said unhappily, Is there another mission? Mission? Fong Tian shook his head. It's not a mission. It's something else. Not a mission. Yang Ming was stunned. You're looking for me. Besides the mission, which is more important, what else is so urgent? It's the thing that I told you before. The thing that I arranged a marriage for you. Fong Tian said. Marriage? Yang Ming suddenly remembered. Indeed, Fong Tian had told him before that he arranged a marriage for him. It was a young lady from some family. However, he only mentioned it briefly and didn't mention it again. Yang Ming thought that this matter was left unsettled, so he didn't care. He didn't expect Fong Tian to mention it at this time. Really? Really? Nonsense. How can I not take it seriously? Fong Tian glared and said to Yang Ming, This was arranged a long time ago. Now that you are my apprentice, this marriage naturally falls on you. Really? I say, old man Fong, do you think that I don't have enough women around me? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and looked at Fong Tian. Why did he suddenly arrange a marriage for me? I don't have any feelings for her. I I haven't even seen her face before. Who knows if she looks like a god or not? Oh, it seems to be quite a lot. Then what do you mean? Fong Tian looked at Yang Ming and asked. What I mean is that since we haven't seen each other, then forget about it. This marriage or whatever, just cancel it if you can. Yang Ming said, what era is this? Is there still an arranged marriage? Oh, the other party isn't interested in this marriage. Fong Tian said faintly. Damn, since the other party isn't interested, why did you call me here? Yang Ming glared and said angrily. I thought you were interested in the other party. Fong Tian said, however, even if you aren't interested, I still need to find you for this matter. If you aren't interested, what's the point of looking for me? Yang Ming looked at Fong Tian strangely and asked, although everyone isn't optimistic about this kind of arranged marriage now, you also said that the era is different. Fong Tian said, however, after all, everyone is a reputable person. Many people know that the marriage contract was set. We can't just leave it unsettled, right? Then what do you want? Yang Ming frowned and asked, do you still need to abide by it? That's not necessary. Fong Tian waved his hand. However, even if you want to cancel the marriage, it needs to be formal. It can't be done with a few words. How formal? Yang Ming heard that this matter could still be solved, so he asked patiently. Everyone is a reputable person, so if you want to cancel the marriage, it needs to be decent. Fong Tian said, according to the old rules, both parties have to be present. Everyone has to sit down and talk calmly. Even if the marriage doesn't work out, it will still be benevolent and righteous so that we can meet again in the future. We can't become enemies just because we don't get married. Have a talk? I have to go too? Asked Yang Ming. Yes. Fong Tian nodded. You have to go. The woman has to go too. Both of you. Sit down and talk after you meet. Even if you can't be together, you can still make friends so that you can get along well when you meet in the future. This way, it will be said that both of you can't talk to each other, so you cancel the marriage contract. It wasn't because one party proposed to cancel the marriage contract. This way, everyone will have face and others won't say anything. So troublesome. Yang Ming sweated after listening, but he had to admit that Fong Tian's method was the most comprehensive. It wouldn't offend people, and it wouldn't cause people to gossip. Otherwise, if either party directly proposed to cancel the marriage contract, where would the other party's face be? Wouldn't the other party's face be ruined immediately? How would they come out to meet people in the future? In this way, both parties directly change from relatives to enemies. This kind of thing was absolutely not what Fong Tian and the other party's family wanted to see. Therefore, even if they wanted to cancel the marriage contract, they had to show enough face. If outsiders thought that it wasn't the responsibility of the parents, but only the children's personalities couldn't agree, then there was no other way. They could only break up peacefully. At the beginning of next month, do you have time to go with me? Asked Fong Tian. Since you said so, how can I not go? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It has to be solved sooner or later, so I can only go. The sooner it is solved, the sooner my heart will be at ease. Otherwise, it will be a matter of concern. Then it's settled. You should prepare. We will go together when the time comes, said Fong Tian. How do we go? Is it going to be illegal immigration again? Asked Yang Ming worriedly. Illegal immigration is too torturous. By plane. Fong Tian said, we are not going to kill people, but to cancel the marriage contract. Which law doesn't prohibit it? Yang Ming shrugged. It's hard to communicate with this old man. Every time he opens his mouth, it's either killing people or corpses. It's really difficult to communicate with him. Chapter 1327. That's fine. Yang Ming nodded. Are you used to living here? Not bad. It's almost the same as my previous house. Fong Tian was apparently quite satisfied with this. Dong Jun came yesterday and bought me some rice and noodles. You don't have to worry about it. My senior brother is thoughtful. Yang Ming nodded. If there's nothing else, I will go back first. Go ahead. Right? Someone has been looking for you these days. Fong Tian suddenly thought of something and said to Yang Ming, looking for me? Who is it? Yang Ming looked at Fong Tian with some doubts. I don't know. Fong Tian shook his head. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. An old man who didn't leave his name. Fong Tian shrugged. Then you didn't ask him? Yang Ming felt that Fong Tian's behavior was very. He didn't know what to say. I asked. Fong Tian said, but he didn't say. Hearing Fong Tian say this, Yang Ming didn't take it seriously. Since the other party was looking for him, he would definitely continue to look for him. If he didn't look for him, it proved that he was fine. Yang Ming didn't have to care. At the same time, at the Songjiang International Hotel, Bao Sanli took Jing Xiaolu to the door of private room 208. The other party was treating here, which made Bao Sanli somewhat dumbfounded. This was his territory, so he didn't worry about what tricks the other party could play. The waiter knocked on the door, and a man's voice came from inside. Please come in. This person was Su Xiaobin. He came here on behalf of Lu Jifei. Su Xiaobin was very excited. It was his first time seeing Bao Sanli, the legendary figure of Songjiang City. He started as a small punk and went on the right path to establish Songjiang's largest security company. Su Xiaobin was not as arrogant as Lu Jifei. Bao Sanli could reach this step today. Naturally, he had his own strengths. Moreover, Su Xiaobin was here to cooperate with others. Su Xiaobin would not show the kind of arrogant attitude. He didn't think that a phone call from Chief Yin could make Bao Sanli let it go. It was just that Bao Sanli gave you face. If Bao Sanli had no background in Songjiang, Su Xiaobin wouldn't believe it. Without it, Bao Sanli couldn't have made the security company flourish. Now, every hotel and community in the city hired the security guards of the Mingyang Security Company. This showed how big Bao Sanli's influence was in Songjiang. It couldn't be done without official support. Therefore, Bao Sanli was already giving Su Xiaobin face by coming to eat this meal. Usually, he couldn't see him even if he wanted to. Su Xiaobin also cherished this opportunity. This was an opportunity for him to achieve great success in the future. If he succeeded, he might become the manager of the Lu family's branch company. If he failed, he would have to continue working in this position. Seeing Bao Sanli and a beautiful young woman enter the box, Su Xiaobin didn't dare to be arrogant. He quickly stood up and greeted politely. President Bao, I'm so happy that you can come. Since you have to give him face, Bao Sanli naturally wouldn't be too indifferent. Bao Sanli had already discussed with Jing Xiaolu on the way. If the person introduced by Chief Yin knew the rules and didn't reach out too far, Bao Sanli would naturally give Chief Yin face. As long as his appetite wasn't too big, Bao Sanli would try to satisfy him. However, if this person was arrogant, then Bao Sanli was not afraid of offending Chief Yin. With his relationship with Chun Fei, Bao Sanli was not afraid of anyone. Now that he saw that Su Xiaobin was very polite, Bao Sanli naturally didn't hate him too much. He shook hands with him. Are you introduced by Chief Yin? I'm Su Xiaobin, the manager of the Haicheng Jiangyan Group's office in Songjiang. Su Xiaobin said in fear and trepidation. This time, I represent the Jiangyan Group to talk about cooperation with President Bao. Oh, Bao Sanli was stunned. Bao Sanli had heard of the Haicheng Jiangyan Group. It was a very famous group in the province. It had a history of more than 20 years. The business it was involved in was relatively complex, from real estate to department stores and retail. It was involved in everything. However, the most famous was probably the bank escort business. Bao Sanli was also a person in the security system, so he was naturally very clear about this. Now, when he heard that Su Xiaobin was a member of the Jiangyan Group, Bao Sanli felt a bit strange. The Jiangyan Group was much bigger than his own Mingyang Security Company and Mingyang Entertainment combined. Even a Mingyang heavy industry controlled by Yang Ming's father was not an opponent of the Jiangyan Group. The representative of such a behemoth was definitely not here to take advantage of the situation. His own industry was nothing in the eyes of the Jiangyan Group. Is the other party really here to talk about cooperation? President Su, hello. I have heard a lot about the Jiangyan Group. After Bao Sanli heard about Su Xiaobin's background, he was also polite. Although Su Xiaobin was only an office manager, the group behind him was powerful. He was also a person of the same height as Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli couldn't ignore him. What President Su? President Bao can just call me Little Su. Su Xiaobin was a little flattered, but he also understood in his heart that Bao Sanli didn't respect him, but the Jiangyin group behind him. Don't. We are here to talk about cooperation. Naturally, we have to be more formal. Bao Sanli smiled and then introduced Jing Xiaolu next to him to Su Xiaobin. This is Jing Xiaolu, Vice President Jing. She is my deputy and the company's first executive vice president. Oh, Su Xiaobin listened to Bao Sanli's introduction, but he was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the young and beautiful girl who came in with Bao Sanli was actually the company's executive vice president. Moreover, she was the first vice president. This made Su Xiaobin very surprised. When Bao Sanli brought Jing Xiaolu in, Su Xiaobin thought that she was just a secretary or an assistant, so he didn't take it seriously. Now, after listening to Bao Sanli's introduction, he looked at Jing Xiaolu again. However, Jing Xiaolu was indeed too young. Su Xiaobin looked left and right, but he didn't think that Jing Xiaolu was more than 20 years old. Such a girl was actually the company's vice president. This was somewhat surprising. Of course, this was not an era where people's abilities were judged by their age. In this era, there were many talents, just like Liu Huamei of the Liu family. She was only 19 years old now, but she had already sat in the position of the company's financial director. Although she was the direct granddaughter of Old Master Liu, how could she be appointed to this position if she didn't have the ability? Although Old Master Liu didn't ask much about the company's affairs, it didn't mean that he was old and confused. A company's financial director was the most important position. Appointing an idiot to the position was likely to affect the company's development. Vice President Jing, hello. Su Xiaobin quickly reached out and shook hands with Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu's hand touched his, and she smiled lightly. President Su, don't be polite. Everyone may become partners in the future. Don't be constrained by these etiquettes. Let's take a seat, shall we? Okay, take a seat. Su Xiaobin nodded quickly. I forgot about the business. What are we standing at the door for? Let's sit down and eat while we talk. The three people sat down in turn. Su Xiaobin had already ordered the dishes and told the waiter, "You can serve the dishes now." Soon, the dishes were served. Su Xiaobin didn't mention the specific matters of cooperation, and Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu didn't ask. The Chinese did business. They were not as direct as foreigners. Once they came up, they would say one thing and two things. Whether they wanted to cooperate or not was just a sentence. If the cooperation was successful, they would have a celebration party together. However, the Chinese did business differently. They first ate and drank together to build relationships. When they were familiar with each other and liked each other, then they would take out the contract to talk about business. Of course, it couldn't be said which way was good or bad. The customs were different everywhere. Although the three people didn't talk about cooperation, they talked about a lot of things. Su Xiaobin also introduced the business scope of the Jiangyin group to Bao Sanli. In fact, Su Xiaobin didn't need to say it. Bao Sanli also probably understood the direction he wanted to cooperate with. Bao Sanli and Su Xiaobin drank wine, and Jing Xiaolu drank juice. Her alcohol capacity wasn't small, but she basically didn't drink now. She felt that Yang Ming definitely didn't like a girl who drank too much, so it was better for girls to be gentle. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Xiaobin began to reveal his purpose of looking for Bao Sanli. President Bao's security company is the first in Songjiang. I don't dare to be the first. There are still some small-scale security companies, Bao Sanli said with a smile. Indeed, in addition to the Mingyang Security Company, there were some small-scale private security companies in Songjiang. However, because the targets of the business were different, there was no conflict. These small companies only provided private bodyguards to some rich children. Bao Sanli didn't do this kind of business. Everyone knew that those young masters and young ladies weren't easy to serve. How could their money be so easy to earn? Bao Sanli wasn't willing to make this kind of money. However, some small security companies didn't have the ability to do hotel and community orders, so they could only do these small orders. In terms of scale, It is the first. Su Xiaobin smiled. This was the truth, and Bao Sanli didn't deny it. If he denied it, he wouldn't be modest. He would be lying with his eyes wide open. In terms of scale, it is passable. After all, it is a cooperation with the City Bureau. There is official guidance and supervision. It is easier to do than those small companies. Bao Sanli's sentence also pointed out his background. He was an official company, not a small private company. He also let the other party know his weight. However, Su Xiaobin had already investigated what Bao Sanli said beforehand. Right? Our Songjiang's bank escort business is done by an escort company affiliated with the postal system. This should be the case. Bao Sanli thought. Sure enough, I started to talk about business. It is almost as I expected. The other party wants to enter Songjiang's bank escort market. However, Bao Sanli didn't dabble in this market, so it didn't conflict with his own business. If the other party really intended to cooperate, it was not impossible to consider. President Bao, as the largest security company in Songjiang, Mingyang Security Company has never thought about taking this market. Su Xiaobin took a bite of the food and asked with a smile. Our company has been established for less than a year, and we have not dabbled in similar industries. We have not considered this for the time being. Bao Sanli was telling the truth. His company had just been established. How could it be possible to consider this situation? Bao Sanli didn't hide it. Naturally, he told the truth. Even if he said that he considered entering this market, the other party would not believe it. The bank escort business was very different from the ordinary security business. First of all, he had no experience in the training of the employees. Secondly, whether it was the deployment, equipment, or emergency response, it was not something that a newly established security company could be competent for. Therefore, Bao Sanli would not be whimsical enough to enter this industry. If he did it well, it would be fine. If he didn't do it well, it would simply ruin his own brand. Our Jiangyan Group has the intention to enter the Songjiang market. I don't know what President Bao thinks. Su Xiaobin finally said his intentions. Since Bao Sanli had no intention to enter this market, then he could also open his mouth. Oh, as far as I know, the Jiangyan Group has been doing this bank escort business. Not only in the province, but even in some cities outside the province, special escort companies have been set up. Bao Sanli said, why? Are you interested in the Songjiang market? It's definitely interesting. Su Xiaobin did not deny it. He nodded and said, however, this market already has other companies. It is not good for us to intervene. After all, our Jiangyan Group is also an outsider. It is not good for us to take the market from others. Having said that, Bao Sanli basically understood why the Jiangyan Group would look for him to talk about cooperation. As Su Xiaobin said, Songjiang's escort business was already done by another company in the province. They also had an official background and were affiliated with the postal system. Therefore, even if the Jiangyan Group had the strength, it was not good for them to directly take the market from others. However, Bao Sanli was different. Bao Sanli's company was a local company in Songjiang. It was also a company with official guidance and supervision. If the Mingyang Security Company took over this market, no one could say anything. Whether it was local protectionism or supporting local enterprises, this was human nature. There was no reason to pick on it. Therefore, this was the real reason why Su Xiaobin looked for Bao Sanli. President Su, do you mean that you want me to join in and take this market with you? Bao Sanli was certainly interested in Su Xiaobin's proposal. The Mingyang Security Company had developed to the current scale, and there was basically no more potential for development. If they wanted to expand, they could only start from other industries. This bank escort business was a very good industry project. Of course, Bao Sanli would not be naive to think that he could do this market with the strength of his company. It was not difficult to take this market, but the key question was whether he could do this market well. If his own brand was ruined, he might as well not be involved in this industry. Therefore, if the Jiangyan Group, a company with rich experience in the bank escort market, cooperated with him to develop this business, there would be no problem. President Bao is smart. We do have this idea. I don't know what President Bao's intention is. Su Xiaobin nodded. Of course, we don't have to make a decision now. After all, We're just meeting today to get in touch with each other. It is not too late to talk about the specific cooperation matters after it is confirmed. Of course, your proposal makes me very interested, Bao Sanli said. But whether we'll get involved or not, this needs to be carefully evaluated when we go back. That's for sure, Su Xiaobin said without a care. I am just an office manager. The specific cooperation intention also needs to be decided by the head office. Unlike President Bao, I don't have the right to decide. Come, let me toast to President Bao. We also have a board of directors. Although I am a member of the board of directors, things need to be decided by the chairman in the end. Bao Sanli did not realize that Su Xiaobin's words were about his background. Because the Mingyang Security Company and the Mingyang Entertainment Culture Company Limited were not listed, it was not easy to investigate the company's structure and equity distribution. But President Bao is also under one person. Come, let's toast. Su Xiaobin raised his glass. Okay. Bao Sanli also raised his glass. Right, President Bao. Mr. Yang Ming, Mr. Yang is? Su Xiaobin pretended to ask casually. This was the task given to him by Lu Jifei, but Su Xiaobin did not think much about it. He thought that Lu Jifei wanted to find out some business secrets of the other party. Oh, Mr. Yang is our group's chairman. Why? Does President Su know him? Bao Sanli did not deliberately hide the identity of Yang Ming. Today, Yang Ming appeared on the podium in a high-profile manner. Jing Xiaolu also revealed his identity, which meant that Yang Ming was on the stage. This news would soon spread, so Bao Sanli had no need to hide anything. No, not really. I know Mr. Yang, but Mr. Yang doesn't know me. Su Xiaobin waved his hand and smiled bitterly. We just met once. I don't know if Mr. Yang can remember me. Bao Sanli nodded and did not think much about it. The two talked about the current situation of the security industry and the bank escort industry. Jing Xiaolu rarely spoke. Although she was the company's vice president, she only worked as a vice president for one morning. She was not familiar with many businesses. In order to avoid saying the wrong thing, she tried to listen to Bao Sanli and Su Xiaobin. She only asked when she did not understand something occasionally. However, this gave more pressure to Su Xiaobin. In his opinion, Jing Xiaolu did not speak, which was a wise performance. She did not speak, but the questions she asked were some of the drawbacks and more sensitive aspects of the escort industry. Su Xiaobin did not dare to underestimate her. If Jing Xiaolu knew that Su Xiaobin thought so, what would she think? Chapter 1328. This meal was still very harmonious. After learning that Su Xiaobin's true purpose was not to take advantage of him, Bao Sanli unconsciously had a good impression of him. Bao Sanli naturally treated those who sincerely came to cooperate politely. From Su Xiaobin's expression and tone, it could be seen that he was very sincere in wanting to promote this cooperation. I'm going to pay the bill. Su Xiaobin stood up and was about to call the waiter. Although Lu Jifei told him to find an opportunity to let Bao Sanli pay the bill, Su Xiaobin felt that it was not right to do so. If he could promote this cooperation, what was a meal? Besides, the office also had hospitality funds. Su Xiaobin could still afford a meal. No need. Bao Sanli waved his hand. President Su came to my territory to eat. How can I let you spend money? Although I represent Haiqing's Jiangyan group, I have been in Songjiang for a long time. I'm not an outsider. Su Xiaobin was stunned. He obviously misunderstood Bao Sanli's meaning. He thought that Bao Sanli was referring to his identity as a Songjiang native, so he quickly explained. President Su misunderstood. I mean that this hotel is the property of our company. I naturally can't let President Su spend money to eat here. Bao Sanli explained with a smile. This is President Bao's property? Su Xiaobin was surprised. He didn't know this because the Mingyang Security Company was an independent legal person company. The Songjiang International Hotel was also affiliated with another independent legal person company, Mingyang Entertainment and Culture Development Company, Limited. The legal persons of these two companies were different. Bao Sanli was the legal representative of the Mingyang Security Company, and the legal representative of the Mingyang Entertainment and Culture Development Company, Limited was Ho Jinhan. Therefore, if people did not understand the equity allocation of these two companies, they would not know the relationship between the Songjiang International Hotel and Bao Sanli. It was because the legal person of the Songjiang International Hotel was Guo Jianshao. These three people were all Yang Ming's subordinates, but it was impossible for people who didn't know to understand this. It was no wonder that Su Xiaobin was so surprised. It's not my property, but it's a brother company under our president Yang. Bao Sanli naturally would not be arrogant enough to say that this was his own property. I see, Su Xiaobin thought in his heart. It seems that Bao Sanli's background is not weak. This Songjiang International Hotel could be so big in Songjiang and become a government-designated hospitality hotel. If that Yang Ming didn't have any ability, it definitely wouldn't work. It seemed that this Yang Ming was a very important person. When he returned, he should inquire about his background. He didn't know how Lu Jifei knew this person, but Lu Jifei didn't say in detail. Su Xiaobin didn't know Yang Ming's identity at the time, so he didn't ask in detail. It seemed that after going back this time, he had to ask carefully. The three of them left the hotel together. Jing Xiaolu drove the new BMW X5. Initially, Bao Sanli planned to drive, but when he saw Jing Xiaolu's enthusiasm, he let her be the driver. Xiaolu, do you think this Su Xiaobin is sincere in cooperating with us? Bao Sanli subconsciously regarded Jing Xiaolu as Yang Ming's spokesperson, so he had to discuss these things with her first. Su Xiaobin, he must have come with sincerity. I can be sure of this. It had to be said that Jing Xiaolu's vision of people was still very accurate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to cheat those rich guys of their money repeatedly. However, I have no way to confirm the sincerity of the Jiangyan group behind him. Oh, isn't Su Xiaobin representing the Jiangyan group to talk to us about cooperation? Bao Sanli was slightly stunned after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words. Su Xiaobin represents the Jiangyan group. This is for sure. This is not wrong. Jing Xiaolu said, however, it is hard to say if the Jiangyan group also has a positive attitude toward this cooperation like him. I have also heard of this Jiangyan group. It is the largest private group in the north. Our industry is still too small in their eyes. Oh, you mean Su Xiaobin's enthusiasm does not represent the Jiangyan group? Bao Sanli looked at Jing Xiaolu with some surprise. I'm just telling the truth. It's just speculation. I can't be sure. Jing Xiaolu said. Su Xiaobin is the manager of the Jiangyan Group's office in Songjiang, so the future development of the business in Songjiang will be counted in his merits. He will naturally be very active, but for the big shots behind him, it is hard to say if they really value this business. I understand what you mean. Bao Sanli nodded. The Jiangyan Group's attitude is directly related to the benefits obtained by both sides in the subsequent negotiations. If it is only Su Xiaobin's enthusiasm and the Jiangyan Group's attitude is dispensable, then we definitely can't get too many benefits. After all, Su Xiaobin can't make the final decision. But if the Jiangyan Group also attaches great importance to this cooperation, we can ask for more benefits during the negotiation. Isn't that right? Yes, that's what I mean. Jing Xiaolu glanced at Bao Sanli with appreciation. She didn't expect this uncouth man to actually think of this. She didn't think so before, but now her position had been promoted to the position of vice president by Yang Ming, so she had to consider these things. It seems that we have to figure this out. We have to inquire more about Su Xiaobin's intentions. Bao Sanli said, otherwise, we will suffer in the negotiation. After going back, investigate the background of the Jiangyan Group. Let's have a meeting with President Ho to discuss. Jing Xiaolu had quickly integrated into her role. Unexpectedly, they encountered a traffic jam at noon. There was actually a long line under the overpass, and they didn't move for a long time. Although Jing Xiaolu liked to drive, she hated the delay in traffic jams. Bao Sanli was not a person without eyesight. He saw that Jing Xiaolu's expression was a little uncomfortable, so he took the initiative to say, Xiaolu, do you want me to drive for a while? You take a break? Jing Xiaolu wanted to let Bao Sanli drive for a while, but she was embarrassed to ask. Now that Bao Somli took the initiative to ask, she naturally had no reason to refuse. She got out of the car and swapped positions with Bao Somli, lying comfortably in the passenger seat. Bao Somli smiled bitterly in his heart. This lady is Brother Yang's woman. It is not certain who has the final say in the company in the future. Although I am the general manager now, I have to listen to her in the future, so Bao Somli didn't feel condescending. He treated Jing Xiaolu as respectfully as he treated Yang Ming. Now, they couldn't talk about the cooperation of the Jianyan group in the car. Everything had to wait until they returned to the company and investigated the information of the Jianyan group before making a decision. Jing Xiaolu was a little bored. She took out her mobile phone and logged in to the mobile phone reading base to read a novel. These days, she was reading a very interesting urban romance novel called Chasing Beauty After Rebirth. After picking it up, she couldn't put it down. "What are you doing?" Seeing that Jing Xiaolu was smiling and angry at the side, Bao Somli was shocked. "What's she doing?" "Reading a novel." Jing Xiaolu raised the mobile phone in her hand. "Reading a novel? You can read a novel on the mobile phone?" Bao Somli was a bit baffled. He was a rough guy. He only knew how to use the mobile phone to make calls. He didn't know about other functions. "Of course you can. Mobile has a mobile phone reading base. There are many novels on it." Jing Xiaolu said, "I just learned about it. A few days ago, a text message was sent to me recommending a book. I just looked at it casually. It was not bad at first glance." "What novel?" Bao Somli was interested when he heard it. Sometimes when he was alone and had nothing to do, he could use the mobile phone to read novels. "Chasing Beauty After Rebirth." It is a romance novel. It is very interesting. The protagonist has several wives. Jing Xiaolu explained to Bao Somli. Bao Somli broke into a sweat when he heard it. This Jing Xiaolu is too powerful. A girl actually reads this kind of male-oriented novel, and it is a romance novel with a man and a woman. But thinking about it, it is somewhat consistent with Jing Xiaolu's current situation. No wonder she likes to read it. "Who wrote it?" "Introduce it to me," Bao Somli asked casually. "A guy called Fishman too." "You can search for this book in the mobile phone reading base, and you will find it," Jing Xiaolu said. "Fishman too? Did he write a book called Very Pure and Very Ambiguous?" "I have read that book." Bao Somli heard that he had an impression and quickly said, "But his updating speed makes me very resentful. I have changed from a little punk to a big boss, and he is not done yet." "Oh, I have also read that book," Jing Xiaolu said. "It is being updated. Waiting for the update is a very torturous thing. This Chasing Beauty After Rebirth has been completed. You can read it with ease." "Really? I seem to have a sock puppet called Fishman Very Sloppy Heaven Plume." Bao Somli nodded after listening. "I will go back and look for it." After returning to the company, Jing Xiaolu also read a few chapters. She put the mobile phone in her bag and got off with Bao Somli. President Bao, Vice President Jing. When the two entered the company, the employees who passed by greeted them. Jing Xiaolu had been promoted. She was no longer the little assistant. People had also become in awe of her. When they returned to the office, Bao Somli ordered his secretary to investigate the information of the Jianyan group. He took out his mobile phone to search for the book Chasing Beauty After Rebirth. The information of the Jianyan group was not a secret thing. Bao Somli did not expect to find out about the secret things. As long as he saw some general information, he would have some understanding of the Jianyan group. The two sides were only in a cooperative relationship, not a relationship of acquisition and acquisition. For cooperation, there was no need to know too much about the privacy of the group. He just needed to know about their reputation among the past partners. Acquisition was different. If he wanted to inject capital into the Jianyan group, even if Bao Somli was stupid, he would have to dig 3 feet into the ground to investigate the Jianyan group's 18 generations of ancestors. He would dig up the ancestral graves to see if there were any loans, arrears, hidden debts, and so on. However, there was no need to know these for cooperation. Both parties would contribute money and effort to set up a new company. There was no need to know too much about the parent company. As long as the structure of the new company and the rights of both parties were clearly written, it would be fine. Soon, the information of the Jiangyan Group was printed into 2 copies and placed in front of Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu, respectively. The Jiangyan Group was a business empire created by the legendary figure of a generation, Lu Jiangyan. Back then, he resigned from a small state-owned store accountant and started his business by contracting department stores. In a few years, he had created an invincible business empire and was involved in a wide variety of industries. However, the industry that really allowed him to stand firm in the north was the bank escort business. He established a relationship with the bank to maintain an undefeated position in repeated commercial wars. His opponents fell one by one. Only the Jiangyan Group survived and became stronger and stronger. It became a behemoth. It became the largest private group in the north. At that time, there was a saying, Southern Yin and Northern Lu. It referred to the Yin family in the south and the Lu family in the north. These 2 top families controlled the economic lifeline of the north and south. However, nearly 30 years had passed. Lu Jiangyan had also changed from a young man in his 50s when he started his business. He was now in his 70s. The business was also handed over to his children and grandchildren. Lu Jiangyan had 3 sons. The eldest son, Lu Heng, the second son, Lu Yin, and the third son, Lu Hua. However, the person at the helm of the Jiangyan Group today was the third son, Lu Hua. The eldest son, Lu Heng, had a car accident in his early years. He was still lying in the hospital in a coma. He was no different from being dead. However, the Lu family did not lack the medical expenses. Lu Heng had a daughter named Lu Huamei. She held a high position in the Jiangyan Group. She was now sitting in the position of the chief financial officer. She controlled the financial power of the group, which was equivalent to controlling the economic lifeline of the group. The second son, Lu Yin, had polio when he was young. Now, he could only sit in a wheelchair. He had never had a family. He could only control the affairs of the group behind the scenes. Therefore, the current power of the Lu family fell on Lu Hua. Lu Hua had 2 sons. The eldest son, Lu Jinan, and the younger son, Lu Zhiqiao, were the executive vice president of the company and the director of the human resources department. They occupied 2 important positions in the company. Lu Hua was the executive president of the Jiangyan Group, which was the CEO in the international community. Of course, Lu Jiangyan had a few brothers and sisters. Their descendants could be regarded as collateral relatives of the Lu family. Lu Jifei and Su Xiaobin were in this list. However, there was no information about them because these were insignificant people. Looking at the information of the Jiangyan Group's Lu family in front of her, Jing Xiaolu felt a lot of emotions. It seems that this family, which is very prominent in the eyes of outsiders, has some unknown bitterness inside. According to some rumors, Lu Hua's 2 sons had never given up on fighting for power with the eldest branch's daughter, Lu Huamei. Although Lu Heng was now in a vegetative state in the hospital, he was still the eldest son of the Lu family. He was also the only son of Lu Jiangyan's first wife. Lu Jiangyan had trained Lu Heng as a successor back then. Now that he was in the hospital, the power had fallen into Lu Hua's hands. Although Lu Heng had become a vegetative state and was no longer a threat, his daughter was still there. The most important thing was that this little girl was actually a business genius. She quit school and entered the company at the age of 16. Her tough tactics in the business field were praised by Lu Jiangyan. He put her in the position of the chief financial officer. She was also responsible for the daily operations of several branches. Naturally, Lu Hua felt threatened. When he was in power, there was nothing much. He was confident that he was not much worse than the old man in terms of business. Otherwise, the Jiangyan Group would have advanced instead of retreating when it fell into his hands. The Jiangyan Group's assets had almost doubled in the 5 years he was in power. Of course, Lu Huamei also contributed to this, but Lu Hua shamelessly credited this credit to himself. However, although his 2 sons' qualifications were not bad, they were much worse than Lu Huamei. This was what Lu Hua was really worried about. He didn't want the group to fall into the hands of this little girl Lu in the end. Wouldn't a woman still belong to someone else after marriage? Would the group have to be part of her dowry? However, Lu Jiangyin didn't think so. He called Lu Huamei over from time to time to eat and chat with him. He secretly taught her some business principles, which made Lu Hua jealous and angry. His two sons were the Lu family's legitimate grandsons. Is this old man, Lu Jiangyin, muddle-headed? Why don't you teach your grandsons and granddaughters? These Lu family's open struggles and veiled struggles were not a secret to the outside world. There were comments everywhere on the internet. Although she didn't know whether it was true or not, nothing would come out of nowhere. Jing Xiaolu still believed 80% of it. Of course, this was just a joke. These things didn't help with the specific details of the cooperation. The Lu family's children fought for power to the heavens, and it had nothing to do with Jing Xiaolu. Su Xiaobin returned to the office. Lu Jifei was waiting for him anxiously. When he saw Su Xiaobin come in, he quickly greeted him and asked, "How was it? How was the talk?" "Brother Fei, let me drink some water. Wait for me to tell you slowly." Bao Sanli and the others were stuck in traffic. Naturally, Su Xiaobin was also stuck in traffic. He was so thirsty that his mouth was smoking, but he didn't see anyone selling water. It was quite cold in the early spring. There were no water vendors on the street. Lu Jifei nodded and motioned Li Zhan to pour a glass of water for Su Xiaobin. Li Zhan quickly took a disposable cup, filled some mineral water for Su Xiaobin, and handed it to him. Now Li Zhan also understood his position very well. Although he was humble to Su Xiaobin, he knew that Lu Jifei and Su Xiaobin were doing a big thing together. Once it was done, he would be one of the heroes. Therefore, Li Zhan must serve these two masters well now, so that he could get a share of the success in the future. Su Xiaobin took the disposable paper cup, raised his head, and poured the water into his throat. He took a long sigh of relief. Refreshing. I don't know what happened today. There was actually such a traffic jam. I was so thirsty all the way. Chapter 1329. Lu Jifei did not urge him. He just quietly waited for Su Xiaobin to speak. Su Xiaobin also saw that Lu Jifei had been waiting for him to speak, and he was a little embarrassed. "Brother Fei, things are almost done. The other party is still very interested in this cooperation." And that's good. Lu Jifei was also expecting it. After all, this cooperation was very attractive. Unless Bao Sanli couldn't get along with money, he would agree to this proposal. Right, did Bao Sanli go in person? Yes, President Bao went to the banquet in person, and he also brought Vice President Jing of their company. Su Xiaobin said, "It can be seen that they have paid enough attention to our cooperation." Vice President Jing? Lu Jifei's eyelids twitched. He was a little upset when he heard the surname Jing. If it weren't for Jing Xiaolu, would he be able to do so many things? Would he be slapped by that Yang Ming? Yes, her name is Jing Xiaolu. She is not old. She should be about 20 years old. Su Xiaobin thought of Jing Xiaolu's appearance and couldn't help but sigh. You really can't judge a book by its cover. She is so young, yet she is already a vice president. What? Jing Xiaolu? When Lu Jifei heard the name, his face immediately became extremely ugly. His two eyes almost popped out. "You said that bitch." "No, that girl is only 20 years old, and she became a vice president?" Lu Jifei spat out the word bitch and quickly changed it. He couldn't let Su Xiaobin find out about the conflict between him, Yang Ming, and Jing Xiaolu. Otherwise, Su Xiaobin would definitely not help him. Yeah, she is really young, but she's a very calm person. She is not as impetuous as young people. This was Su Xiaobin's first impression of Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu's silence made Su Xiaobin feel that she was unfathomable. Calm? Lu Jifei was so angry that he wanted to curse. If she was calm, there would be no lively person in the world. Thinking of the situation when he was deceiving himself, Lu Jifei's lungs were smoking. He was 100% sure that this Jing Xiaolu was that Jing Xiaolu. Although there were too many coincidences in this world, Lu Jifei did not think that this was a coincidence. She was around 20 years old and had a relationship with Yang Ming. Then, this Vice President Jing must be the bitch from last night. However, she could actually sit in the position of Vice President. It seemed that the person named Yang Ming had a lot of power. At least he could order Bao Songli. This also confirmed Chief Yan's words. Could it be that Yang Ming was the big boss behind the Ming Yang security company? That's right, that guy called Yang Ming. What's his identity? Have you inquired? Lu Jifei asked. I did. Su Xiaobin's face was solemn as he said, Yang Ming is Bao Songli's boss, who is called Director Yang by him. The Songjiang International Hotel, where we eat, is also Director Yang's property. Director Yang. When Lu Jifei heard these two words, his whole person seemed to be hit by a hammer. His face became terrifying. How was that kid Director Yang? The Songjiang International Hotel is also his property? It seems that he is very popular in Songjiang. Lu Jifei was not stupid. It was impossible for a person who could open such a big restaurant to have no background, and it was impossible for him to be a fool who didn't know how to do business. The small tricks that he had thought of before were just to scare them and make them take the initiative to give up the company. The possibility of that was unlikely. This time, he had to use a little trick. Lu Jifei's mood was heavy. He thought too simply before. He wanted to use the Lu family's name to suppress Bao Songli. Then, the Lu family would invest in Bao Songli's Ming Yang security company without paying a penny. But now it seemed that this possibility was not too big. The Yang Ming behind Bao Songli had a lot of power. In addition to the Songjiang International Hotel, does he have any other properties? Lu Jifei asked with a gloomy face. This time, I really underestimated the power of my opponent. This, I don't know. It's not good to ask these questions at the dinner table. Su Xiaobin shook his head. After all, this is our first contact. These things should be asked after we have really reached a cooperation intention. Both sides have a consensus, right? Lu Jifei also knew that Su Xiaobin was telling the truth. Now, the cooperation had not started yet. If Su Xiaobin asked about the composition of other people's groups, it would obviously make people suspect that their motives and purposes were not pure. However, Lu Jifei did not expect that the strength of Yang Ming behind Bao Songli was not small. He originally thought that Yang Ming was a young master who relied on Bao Songli to survive, but now the situation was completely different. Yang Ming became the big boss behind the scenes, and Bao Songli was just working for him. Moreover, Yang Ming had more than one security company under his control. There was also the Songjiang International Hotel and even some other companies. In this way, it was much more difficult to move him. Lu Jifei was not the kind of person who acted recklessly. He glanced at Su Xiaobin. Who paid for this meal? That is someone else's territory. How can they ask me to spend money? Su Xiaobin shrugged. After listening to Su Xiaobin's words, Lu Jifei was not happy at all. Originally, he wanted to let Bao Songli treat him to a meal. This meal was not cheap to make him bleed. However, listening to Su Xiaobin, this Songjiang International Hotel was Bao Songli's property, so there was no pleasure in asking someone to treat him to a meal. The hotel was someone else's, so it was not a big deal for them to treat him to a meal. Check it for me. Spend money to hire an investigation company and find out the companies behind Bao Songli and Yang Ming. Lu Jifei thought about it and told Su Xiaobin, know yourself and know your enemy. You can win every battle. Su Xiaobin did not think much about it. Lu Jifei's order was normal. It was understandable to investigate the business information of the collaborator. Okay, leave it to me. Su Xiaobin nodded and agreed. On the other side, Bao Songli called and reported the results of the meal to Yang Ming. When Yang Ming heard that the other party was really interested in cooperating, he asked Bao Songli and Jing Xiaolu to follow up. Yang Ming couldn't do everything by himself. Wouldn't he be exhausted to death if he did that? Moreover, don't use people you don't suspect. Since the power was given, there was no need for him to interfere. He could only come forward when they encountered trouble and couldn't solve it. For example, the betrayal of Lu Chan and Chu Daming last time. These things were no longer something that Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan could control. Only Yang Ming could solve it. However, be careful. The business world is full of intrigue. The conditions that should be fought for can't be less. Yang Ming told Bao Sanli, "Don't sacrifice your own interests just for cooperation. I understand this. Cooperation is for a win-win situation." Bao Sanli said, "If the other party's conditions are really harsh, we can just not enter this market. If the other party has the ability, let them enter by themselves. It's good that you can understand this. This matter will be handed over to you and Jing Xiaolu. Let me know when you have the results," said Yang Ming. In these 2 days, Yang Ming was very busy. On the one hand, he was busy with the art festival. On the other hand, he was busy going to Europe with Feng Tian to break off the engagement. To be honest, Yang Ming really felt a little embarrassed. He had used other people's place for training for half a month. Now, he was going to break off the engagement. This was really a bit shameless. But since the other party also had this intention, Yang Ming did not have those psychological burdens. It was normal to be together if they talked about it. If they didn't talk about it, they would break up. The annual school art festival finally kicked off. In the university, the art festival was one of the major activities in the entire campus life, just like the sports meet. It was also a time for students to show their talents. Many handsome men and beautiful women had found the other half of their lives through the stage of the art festival. This was a precedent in previous years, so everyone's enthusiasm for the school art festival was still very high. Who said that college students were not willing to participate in group activities? That was because there was a lack of handsome men and beautiful women in the activities. With this, wouldn't they rush to see it? Of course, this year's handsome man was Yang Ming. It wasn't that Yang Ming was very handsome. Although Yang Ming was not ugly, he was not the kind of beautiful young man who was so handsome that women would fantasize about him at first glance. The reason why Yang Ming's voice was so high was entirely because of the competition between him and the school's Taekwondo club president, Ren Jianren, at the beginning of the semester. People tended to sympathize with the weak. If Ren Jianren won in that competition, they would definitely not have a good impression of Ren Jianren. Instead, they would think that it was normal for the Taekwondo club president to win against an ordinary student. It was not a big deal. Moreover, everyone would think that Ren Jianren was bullying others. You were the president of the Taekwondo club. If you went to compete with an ordinary student, what kind of ability would you have even if you won? However, if Yang Ming won against Ren Jianren, it would be different. Yang Ming, as an ordinary student, won against the Taekwondo club president, Ren Jianren, and suddenly became a hero in everyone's mind. Yang Ming's appearance was also relatively special and eye-catching. Therefore, Yang Ming became an idol-level figure. This time, everyone wanted to see the scene of Yang Ming teaching Ren Jianren a lesson. A few days before the opening of the art festival, someone had already posted on the campus network. The Taekwondo club president, Ren Jianren, once again challenged the new popular king, Yang Ming. Is he seeking revenge or asking for trouble? This post quickly became a hot post in the campus forum. The number of clicks also skyrocketed, and it jumped to the top of the forum's click list. At the back of the post, there was a large hot post sign proving that the attention of this post was very high. Of course, it could also be proved from the number of replies. There were new replies almost every second. Moreover, the replies were unprecedentedly sharp. Many of the questions hit the nail on the head. I think it's most likely that Ren Jianren lost last time. This time he wants to get back his face, right? Doesn't he feel ashamed? A dignified president of the Taekwondo club actually wants to lose face after losing once? It's not to the extent of losing face. He can challenge again, which shows that he came prepared. However, this is also an unfair victory. It is said that this time, Ren Jianren also took the initiative to challenge. Yang Ming was not willing to deal with him. He almost knelt on the ground and begged Yang Ming to appear. Yang Ming reluctantly agreed. I am Yang Ming's classmate. I dare to swear that what I said is true. Looking at the one-sided posts on the internet, Ren Jianren was furious. These students can't tell right from wrong, right? The Taekwondo Club is the official club of the school. These people are actually biased towards an ordinary classmate. However, when he challenged Yang Ming last semester, Ren Jianren already knew what these people were like on the internet. The public opinion was biased towards the weak. This was something that couldn't be helped. Ren Jianren couldn't register 10,000 sock puppets to clear his name, right? Firstly, he didn't have the time. Secondly, even if he registered, everyone would see that it was a newly registered ID. No one was stupid. This was obviously made by Ren Jianren himself. Who would believe it? When he was exposed, his face would be even worse. It was better to pretend that he didn't see it. Out of sight, out of mind. At 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, the school art festival gala officially opened in the auditorium of Songjiang Industry University. The auditorium was filled to the brim with people. At this time, several staff members of the student union shuttled through the auditorium, holding light sticks, laser flashlights, mineral water snacks, and other things in their hands to sell to the seated students. These were the additional income of the student union, and the funds of the student union's coffers came from these additional income. Generally, the student union had 2 sets of accounts and 2 coffers. One was allocated by the school. The money in it couldn't be used casually. It could only be used after the approval of the school committee, and it was used to hold formal activities. Of course, the student union also had a private coffer. The money in this coffer was the internal account of the student union. The usual sponsorship, the intermediary fee for introducing tutoring to students, and the income from selling some items to students belonged to this category. The student union president, Su Qianxing, could freely use this money, such as treating Yang Ming to a meal and so on. Of course, in order to have more funds at his disposal, Su Qianxing naturally wouldn't let go of every opportunity to make money. For example, now he was selling these light sticks, snacks, and the like to students. It was a bit like a concert scene. However, most students were also very willing to buy it. After all, it was boring to just sit there and watch the show. Of course, they had to buy some food and drinks. As for the light sticks and laser pens, they certainly had to buy these things. How cool would it be to wave them when they saw a wonderful show? The most important thing was that these things were not expensive and the students could afford them. Otherwise, no one would buy these useless things. Of course, Su Qianxing had his own ideas. These light sticks, laser pens, and the like were basically sold at cost price. Of course, the students would feel that it was cheap. His profit was from those drinks and snacks. The price of these things was similar to the supermarket, and the profit was good. There was a reason why the light sticks and laser pens were sold at cost price. These things were cheap, and basically all students could afford them. As a result, the atmosphere of the scene was lively. Everyone was waving the light sticks and laser pens. How lively would that be? This was the first large-scale event that he was responsible for since he became the student union president. He wanted to become popular and establish his position in the school. Originally, he also wanted to attract the attention of girls and find a future partner for himself, but now he felt that it was no longer necessary. He had already determined his target, which was Lin Jiyun. After the school leaders were seated in the front row, Su Qianxing gestured to his men, indicating that the party could officially begin. The lights in the auditorium gradually went out. The male and female hosts in black suits and red evening gowns walked to the front of the stage behind the slowly rising curtain. These male and female hosts could also be regarded as the campus belle and campus beau level in the school. Although the female host was not as famous as those on the campus belle list, and the male host was not as flashy as Yang Ming, they still caused warm applause and cheers when they appeared. Yang Ming and the beautiful campus belle were too illusory. For the students, they were elusive. It was difficult to meet them usually. The male and female hosts in front of them were closer to their lives. Respected leaders, teachers, students, good evening. The male host bowed. I'm the host, Lai Mingxiu. Lai Mingxiu's words caused a burst of screams under the stage. It seemed that this Lai Mingxiu was also a celebrity in the university. I'm the host, Ning Chun. The female host followed the male host and bowed. I hope everyone can spend an unforgettable and pleasant night together. Songjiang Industry University's 20th Campus Art Festival party begins now. Lai Mingxiu and Ning Chun announced loudly together. There was warm applause under the stage, and the program of the party officially began. The first thing to appear was a group dance brought by the school's dance club. It was a folk dance. Of course, this dance was not very attractive to young people nowadays, but it was very appetizing to those school leaders. The leaders and guests in the first row nodded and praised the beginning. However, it didn't matter if young people couldn't understand the dance. They could understand the beauty. The girls in the dance club had a first-class figure and a good appearance. Therefore, these perverts under the stage began to stare. Su Qinxing stood behind the stage and was quite satisfied with this opening. It could not only win the favor of the leaders, but it could also make the students not bored. This really took him a lot of effort. When screening the program, Su Qinxing did not dare to remove all these orthodox songs and dances. After all, he still had to take care of some leaders' emotions. It was impossible to completely follow the students' tastes. However, while Su Qinxing kept the orthodox program, he also found some programs that could meet the modern students' tastes. For example, this dance. Although it was a folk dance, it showed a kind of sexy beauty from the lighting effects and the dancers' clothes. This allowed those students who did not understand dance to appreciate the other side of this program. Chapter 1330. For other songs, Su Qinxing also retained some songs that were suitable for both young and old, and they were more positive songs, such as the chorus Tomorrow Will Be Better Solo Childhood and Love Song 1990. The leaders were used to it, and the students could understand it. This could ensure that his party was absolutely sensational. Of course, in addition to these, the other programs were based on the students' appetite. The school leaders were not unenlightened people. It was enough to have some programs that were suitable for both young and old. The most important thing was to make the students happy. The next performance on the stage was a piano solo. A boy dressed as the Prince of Piano, Clayderman, appeared, and it suddenly caused a sensation. Yang Ming did not expect that there were so many popular people in this school. There was actually such a talent. The Prince of Piano was going to play Adeline by the water, but it was unknown whether the female host was infatuated or nervous. But she actually said, "Let's invite our Prince of Piano, Zhang Dafei, to play Adidas by the water for us." Awkward silence. Absolute awkward silence. The people under the stage looked at the female host at a loss, and the Prince of Piano was also stunned. He did not know what to play or what to say. Then the audience burst into laughter. Even the serious school leaders sitting in the front row couldn't help but smile. Adidas by the water? Why not call it sneakers by the water? Ha ha. The laughter came one after another. Ning Chen's face was red, and she quickly said, "It's Adeline by the water." It was fine if Ning Chen did not explain. When she explained, the students under the stage laughed even more. Ning Chen lowered her head shyly and quickly retreated to the backstage. As for the piano prince, he began to play the piano. Returning to the backstage, Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It was really embarrassing. Your performance was very successful. Su Qinxing nodded with appreciation. It was not pretentious at all. It felt like you said the wrong words very smoothly. Really? That's great. I thought I would reveal a flaw. Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and looked at Su Qinxing. "President Su, are you going to treat me to a meal as a reward?" "There is nothing to say. This party is a success. You are all heroes. I will hold a celebration party for you on behalf of the student union," Su Qinxing said with a smile. Could it be that they only represent the student union? She made such a big fool of herself for you. Don't you want to express your gratitude? Ning Chen blinked and looked at Su Qinxing. "Of course, if it's private, I can't afford a big meal. I'll just treat you to a cup of coffee." How could Su Qinxing not understand Ning Chen's thoughts? The student union knew that she liked him, but Su Qinxing had always regarded her as a sister. He had no intention of having anything with her. This time, the Adidas by the water was also planned by Su Qinxing. He deliberately let Ning Chen say so. The purpose was to liven up the atmosphere of the scene. For the host, this could be said to be a very shameful thing. If someone else asked Ning Chen to do it, she would never do it. However, since Su Qinqing spoke, Ning Chen agreed almost without thinking about it. She never carefully considered whether it would be shameful or not. Coffee is good too. There was a little sweetness in Ning Yu's heart. As long as she went out with Su Qinqing alone, it didn't matter what she drank. Su Qinqing nodded. At that time, don't kill me. I just want to kill you. Ning Chen smiled brightly, making the actors who were preparing backstage tremble. They didn't understand why Su Qinqing didn't seem to be interested in such a good girl. Although Su Qinqing stood behind the stage and strategized, the show he wanted to see the most was Lin Jiyun's show. What made him a little upset was that she actually went on stage with Yang Ming. What is the relationship between this Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming? Su Qinqing couldn't understand. Yang Ming's girlfriend was Chun Mingyan, but he pulled Lin Jiyun to perform together. It seemed that the relationship between the two people was quite close, which made Su Qinqing very uncomfortable in his heart. This kid, he has a girlfriend, but he still pesters the other one. You can't take all the excellent resources, right? Next, let's welcome our school celebrity, Yang Ming, the campus forum's popular campus belle, Lin Jiyun, and the Taekwondo Club's vice president, Ren Jianren, and Li Jiaxing to bring us the knife-throwing performance. This time, Lin Mingxiu announced. He didn't announce wrongly. Of course, there was no need to arrange any wrong announcements to please the crowd. The Adidas by the Water man played the piano depressingly. During the whole process of playing, everyone was not appreciating his piano music, but they kept laughing. The little Clayderman, who was known as the Little Prince of Piano, was so angry that he vomited blood. What kind of quality is this announcer? The Adidas by the Water? Why don't you say Nike at your feet? As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Yang Ming did not regard Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing as enemies, but when the two of them saw Yang Ming on stage, their eyes were about to spit out fire. When Ren Jianren saw that Yang Ming brought a woman on stage, and such a beautiful woman, he was a little upset. Whose limelight are you trying to steal? Ren Jianren had been planning to steal Yang Ming's limelight in this performance and revitalize the Taekwondo Club. Therefore, Ren Jianren wore a very flashy Shaolin robe today, with a bit of a sage-like feeling. Li Jiaxing was also dressed in the same way. Originally, he thought that this kind of special dressing could attract a lot of people's attention. Last time, Yang Ming's strange clothes attracted a lot of people's attention. So this time, Ren Jianren followed the previous Yang Ming. But he didn't expect that Yang Ming invited a campus belle on the campus belle list. A handsome man and a beautiful woman suddenly stole his and Li Jiaxing's limelight. Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing didn't enjoy the applause under the stage. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun appeared, followed by loud cheers under the stage. Yang Ming, Yang Ming, Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun, Lin Jiyun, Lin Jiyun. The voices came one after another, but the names Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing weren't heard. It wasn't that no one was shouting. There were several positions under the stage, and some people were shouting at the top of their lungs. Ren Jianren, you're so handsome. Li Jiaxing, you can do it. However, everyone around them was shouting Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. The sound was deafening. Even if they shouted until their throats were broken, their voices couldn't reach the stage. Those who were far away couldn't hear it. But the fans of Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, who were close to them, were annoyed by this guy's noise. They turned their heads and looked at him unhappily. This person was called Wang Chou. He was Ren Jianren's roommate. He was lured by Ren Jianren with a meal to fan the flames under the stage. Wang Chou originally thought that this task was quite easy, but he didn't expect the situation to be one-sided. He shouted at the top of his lungs for a long time, but no one echoed. This won't work. If the people under the stage don't echo, Ren Jianren and the others can't hear it. Wouldn't this meal be ruined? Just as he was worried, he saw the classmates around him turn their heads and look at him. Wang Chou thought that they were moved by his performance. So he quickly said, "Students, look." Ren Jianren, and Li Jiaxing on the stage are so handsome. Let's cheer for them together. Don't bother about that idiot Yang Ming and Ji Yun. I will lead first. 1, 2, ready, ready. Ren Jianren, you can do it. Li Jiaxing, you can do it. Io, why are you hitting people? This guy is an idiot. Beat him to death. The boy was cheering for Lin Jiyun. This Wang Chou was making trouble at the side and shouting at the top of his lungs. He had long found him unpleasant. He wanted to remind him to be careful, but he didn't expect this guy to want to pull him into the group. If it didn't beat him, who would he beat? As soon as the boy started, the boys and girls next to him immediately followed up to beat Wang Chou. They had also endured Wang Chou for a long time. When the boy took the lead, they also swarmed up. Wang Chou cried like a ghost and howled like a wolf. People like you are the kind of goods that get beaten up, just like the Ren Jianren you worship. You see, the unlucky one will be him in a while. A girl angrily stepped on Wang Chou's foot with her high heels. It was so painful that he peed his pants. This girl was a loyal fan of Yang Ming. This Wang Chou actually scolded Yang Ming in front of her. Didn't he want to live? Not only did he scold Yang Ming, but he also scolded Lin Jiyun. This made these boys have the impulse to turn this guy into a pig head. Of course, it wasn't only Wang Chou who was beaten up. Ren Jianren's confidants, who were distributed in all directions of the venue, were beaten to varying degrees. After being beaten, these people were all honest. Compared to a meal and life, life was naturally more important. No one was a fool. Wasn't it courting death to be stingy at this time? Ren Jianren's eyes were about to fly out. He looked for his confidants under the stage. Why didn't this group of people fan the flames? Now that the situation had become one-sided, there was no one who supported Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing. This made Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing feel a little embarrassed. They coughed twice and decided to gain the upper hand by showing their strength. He was very confident in his words today. He was ready to win the favor of the students present. As long as these students supported him, would he be afraid that his Taekwondo club wouldn't regain its prestige? Students, hello everyone. I'm the president of the Taekwondo club, Ren Jianren. Ren Jianren didn't wait for Yang Ming to speak. He grabbed the microphone without any explanation and began to speak to the audience. I'm honored to be able to stand on this stage. It's so fucking boring. What the hell is going on? The president of the Taekwondo club, a small official, is learning from others to make a report on stage. The principal didn't even speak. When the people under the stage saw that Ren Jianren seemed to be starting to make a long speech, they were suddenly annoyed. They came to watch the performance, not to listen to his report. They wanted to see Yang Ming's performance. They wanted to see the beautiful campus belle Lin Jiyun's wonderful performance. They didn't want to listen to Ren Jianren's nonsense. Is there an end to it? This Ren Jianren really thinks he's a big shot? That's right. He lost last time. This time, he still shamelessly came to the stage. It sounds nice to hear. He's performing on the same stage as Yang Ming. Isn't he here to find a place? Do you think we are all fools? Why would Yang Ming be willing to perform on the same stage with a loser like him? That's right. He's really shameless. The world is so big. There are all kinds of strange things. These voices were very loud. It was particularly harsh in the somewhat quiet auditorium. It was like a sharp sword that pierced Ren Jianren's chest. Ren Jianren suppressed the anger in his heart and calmed his emotions. He knew that he couldn't be angry at this time. If he was angry now, then his image would be ruined. This time, his dream of reviving the Taekwondo club would be shattered. As long as he complained to the students under the stage, Ren Jianren was sure that he would be kicked off the stage by these people. I'm very honored to be able to stand on this stage. Many students with good intentions may have noticed that I'm not wearing a Taekwondo practice suit this time, but a Shaolin robe. Why do I have to wear a Shaolin robe? Ren Jianren said this. In order to adjust the atmosphere, he deliberately kept people in suspense. Sure enough, this question diverted the attention of most of the students. They also noticed before that when Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing went on stage, they didn't wear a Taekwondo practice suit, but a Shaolin robe. However, later, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun also appeared. They put their attention on Yang Ming and Lin Jian, so they didn't care about Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing anymore. Now that Ren Jianren mentioned this matter again, everyone's attention returned to Ren Jianren. Why? Someone asked under the stage. Yeah, why don't you wear a Taekwondo practice suit? Seeing that someone responded to his question, Ren Jianren was overjoyed. It seemed that he still had some power to rally people. With just a few words, he turned the unfavorable situation around. He was born to be a leader. However, before Ren Jianren could laugh, another voice that Ren Jianren hated came from under the stage. Isn't that simple? Isn't it just a show off? Wearing a Taekwondo practice suit is so ordinary. Wearing a robe is so pretentious. Hey, isn't it because he learned it from Yang Ming? Yang Ming learned from the god of gamblers, Gao Jing, last time, and he wore it very flashy. This Ren Jianren wasn't convinced. This time, he deliberately learned from others and deliberately made a strange outfit. He wants to show off. When Ren Jianren heard that the discussion below was going to go in a bad direction, he quickly held the microphone and continued. Perhaps some people say that I am trying to show off, and some people say that I am trying to show off. However, I can tell you with certainty that it is not. I have another purpose. My purpose is not for self-interest, but to promote the essence of our Chinese martial arts. Boom! The students under the stage immediately exploded. They all showed doubts and looked at Ren Jianren. They didn't know what he meant by this sentence. Next, I will explain why I am wearing a robe. Ren Jianren looked at the students under the stage very proudly. It seemed that his ability to control the situation was still very strong. He just said a few words and controlled the entire situation. Although I'm the president of the Taekwondo club, I can't forget my roots. Ren Jianren said passionately. Taekwondo, what is Taekwondo? Where did Taekwondo come from? You may not know, right? Next, I will tell you the origin of Taekwondo. Taekwondo originated 1,500 years ago. It was a traditional martial art that could strengthen the body and also be used for self-defense. But where did it evolve from? Everyone knows that the origin of Taekwondo is Korea. In the past, it was called Korea. It was a subordinate country of our Chinese country. Most of their culture came from our Chinese land. Taekwondo is the same. It evolved from our Shaolin's 32 styles long fist. So, this is the reason why I am wearing a Shaolin robe today. I am the president of the Taekwondo club, but I respect those who spread the 32 styles long fist. This is the reason why I am wearing a robe today. Hua hua hua. There was a warm applause under the stage. They were all infected by Ren Jianren's words. His sincere words moved all the students present, and everyone applauded him for his actions. The atmosphere under the stage also became unusually warm. After the previous Adidas by the water incident, a new round of climax was ushered in. Ren Jianren looked at the students under the stage proudly. It seemed that his trick was quite effective. He explained with reason, moved with emotion, and used the origin of Taekwondo to win the hearts of the students with a robe. This made Ren Jianren feel a little smug. Support Ren Jianren. Support Ren Jianren. Wang Cho saw this opportunity. Although he was beaten up badly before, he keenly discovered that everyone's heart was on Ren Jianren. At this moment, if he said something good to him, no one would object. Sure enough, Wang Chao's shouting at this time was not opposed by the people around him. Instead, it resonated with everyone. They also raised the light sticks in their hands and shouted, Ren Jianren, good job. Don't forget your roots. We are proud of you. I am proud of you. Ren Jianren, you are our role model for college students. Ren Jianren, where did you buy your robe? We want to wear it too. It's so cool. Ren Jianren, I love you. Ren Jianren's mouth was about to fall off. He didn't expect that his words would attract such a big response. These students are really easy to fool. No wonder Yang Ming captured the hearts of these people when he appeared as the god of gamblers. Ren Jianren saw that it was almost time. It was time for him to compete with Yang Ming, so he held the microphone again. Just as he wanted to say something, he heard a deafening sound from under the stage. Since you said so, why don't you resign as the president of the Taekwondo club and learn the Shaolin 32 style's long fist. This sentence was like thunder, shaking the people present and making their eardrums beat. Damn, why is it so loud? It's so loud. Who is this? They saw that under the stage, a boy with a loudspeaker in his hand was followed by another boy with a loudspeaker. The boy with the loudspeaker waved his hand at the stage. I'm sorry, everyone. I turned the volume up too high. I didn't expect this charging loudspeaker to have such high power. Chapter 1331. The person holding the loudspeaker was naturally Tian Donghua, the coquettish man. The person next to him who helped him turn on the amplifier was Zhang Bin. Tian Donghua and Zhang Bin originally turned on the amplifier to cheer for Yang Ming, but they didn't expect an unexpected change. Tian Donghua was quick-witted and turned the amplifier to the maximum volume. There was a thunderous sound in the venue. One sentence shocked everyone on and off the stage. The school leaders sitting in the front row naturally heard this violent shout. They thought, who is this? Who dares to make a noise in the auditorium? They all turned their heads at the same time, but after seeing Tian Donghua, they all turned their heads back at the same time. The leaders present knew very well how Tian Donghua entered this university. The Tian family sponsored tens of millions of yuan to build a laboratory for the university. Tian Donghua was able to enter the university. Therefore, they couldn't control this kind of person who had connections. Although all the students present were shocked by Tian Donghua's deafening voice, everyone regained their senses and thought about it carefully. What he said made sense. That's right. If you really don't forget your roots, why don't you resign from the position of the Taekwondo club president and learn Chongquan? You should just set up a Shaolin martial arts club. You are here to be sanctimonious and say that you don't forget your roots. Do you think that just wearing a robe is enough? What was the difference between her and those celebrities who scammed donations and put on a show on the stage? The wind had begun to reverse. There were whispers under the stage. Everyone had doubts about Ren Jiren's approach. Taking advantage of this moment, Tian Donghua asked Zhang Bin to turn down the volume of the amplifier. Then he shouted into the loudspeaker, I think you are here to put on a show. You are pretending to be impressive. If you announce the dissolution of the Taekwondo club now, we will believe what you said. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately received the response of many students present. They would side with whoever was right. No one was loyal to Ren Jiren. They supported him just now because they were moved by his impassioned words. Now that Tian Donghua exposed Ren Jiren's sinister and ugly face, everyone naturally would not be fooled and began to hate him. That's right. If you disband the Taekwondo club, we'll believe you. Those who don't know can't be blamed, but those who knowingly commit a crime are the most heinous of crimes. You clearly know that Taekwondo originated from our Shaolin 32 styles, Chongquan. Why don't you learn Chongquan and learn Taekwondo instead? Hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. It sounds nice, but in his bones, he still worships foreign countries. What's the difference between such a person and a traitor? Down with the traitors. Defeat Ren Jiren. After a while, Ren Jiren's abominable level rose to the height of betraying his country for glory, making Ren Jiren's face turn black and white, and he didn't know what to say. He hated Tian Donghua and Zhang Bin in his heart. He didn't know Tian Donghua, but how could he not know Zhang Bin? If it weren't for this kid, how could his Taekwondo club become enemies with Yang Ming? He didn't expect this kid to fan the flames below. He was obviously with Yang Ming. If he didn't help Yang Ming, would he help Ren Jiren? However, although Ren Jiren wanted to expose that these two people were found by Yang Ming, the words of these two people were impeccable. If he said that they were sent by Yang Ming, the students below would definitely think that he was a dog biting people in a hurry. Did someone have to believe it? Seeing that the students below regarded Ren Jiren as a person with deep hatred, Yang Ming smiled slightly. Of course, he wouldn't continue to make trouble like this. Knowing when to stop was the right thing to do. The school leaders were sitting below. Although Tian Donghua wasn't afraid of this, Yang Ming also had to consider Zhang Bin, and if this continued, there was no need for this knife-throwing competition. Students, okay, whether Ren Jianren is trying to impress or to be in the limelight. We don't have time to discuss this issue today. Don't you want to watch the knife-throwing performance? Yang Ming smiled and looked at the students below the stage as he spoke into the microphone. Yes, we don't care about Ren Jianren. We want to watch the show. Yang Ming, Yang Ming, Yang Ming, Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun, Lin Jiyun, Lin Jiyun, Lin Jiyun. There were cheers for Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun under the stage again. Ren Jianren looked at it with a gloomy expression. He finally racked his brain to think of such a sensational scene, but he didn't expect it to be so easily cracked by others. Instead, he was scolded for being a fan of the foreign world. If I knew it would be like this, why would I spend so much effort? It was purely asking for trouble. It was better to compete with Yang Ming directly. Now, his popularity was even lower. It had fallen to the bottom. Okay, President Ren Jianren, can we start? Yang Ming turned to look at Ren Jianren and asked politely. However, Yang Ming's smile was like a sharp sword in Ren Jianren's eyes, making him somewhat ashamed. He was embarrassed. But who could he blame for this? Who asked him to ask for trouble? Ren Jianren looked at Yang Ming and looked at Lin Jiyun next to him. His eyes suddenly lit up. He finally found an excuse to attack Yang Ming. Didn't we agree that everyone will find a helper to throw knives at the apples on our heads? The person who throws the most knives will be the winner, right? Yes. Yang Ming nodded and affirmed Ren Jianren's words. He wondered why Ren Jianren asked this. The host had already explained the rules of the competition before. He didn't know what tricks Ren Jianren wanted to play. Then I would like to ask, you brought this campus belle to the stage. Do you want her to throw knives at you? Or do you want to throw knives at her? Ren Jianren seemed to have caught Yang Ming's big weakness and asked proudly. In Ren Jianren's view, how could Lin Jiyun throw knives? If it were another girl that he didn't know, Ren Jianren might be able to guard against this. Maybe it was a martial arts master that Yang Ming found from somewhere. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, Ren Jianren specifically instructed the student union president, Su Qianxing, to limit the participation rules of the festival performance. They must be students of the school to be eligible to participate in the festival performance. Foreign aid was not allowed to perform on stage. As a result, Yang Ming's situation of finding helpers from outside was limited. But even if it was limited, Ren Jianren was still afraid that Yang Ming would find some folk masters from the students to compete with him. But now it seemed that Yang Ming actually found a beautiful campus belle to go on stage. Ren Jianren thought that Yang Ming deliberately found Lin Jiyun to attract the attention of the student audience. In this way, the person who threw knives should be Yang Ming instead of Lin Jiyun. He didn't believe that Lin Jiyun would throw knives. If it was Yang Ming who threw knives, then it was inconsistent with the rules that they had set in advance, because they had already agreed at the time that he and Yang Ming would hold the apple and find an assistant to throw knives. If Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun switched roles, then it meant that Yang Ming violated the rules. He could use this to force Yang Ming to admit defeat. Even if he didn't admit defeat, Yang Ming would be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Ren Jianren's mouth showed a sinister smile. Of course it's her. Yang Ming looked at Ren Jianren and looked at Lin Jiyun, then smiled slightly. Didn't we agree before? Do you want to change the rules? Ren Jianren was suddenly speechless by Yang Ming's rhetorical question. He originally wanted to use this to attack Yang Ming, but he didn't expect to be attacked by Yang Ming instead. It became that he wanted to change the rules. Ren Jianren was furious, but he had to forcibly restrain his inner impulse. He wanted to scold Yang Ming at the bottom of his heart. He said faintly, "Of course not. I'm just asking casually. If there's no problem, then let's start." "Okay, let's start." Yang Ming nodded and made an inviting gesture. At this time, naturally, there were students from the student union who brought 4 plates. 2 of the plates were filled with apples, and the other 2 plates were filled with knives. The dazzling flying daggers shone brightly under the stage lights, and the students who were watching the bustling scene below suddenly became excited. This was real kung fu. Throwing knives could only be seen on TV. They didn't expect to see it with their own eyes here. Isn't this too dangerous? One of the school leaders turned and asked the other school leader next to him. I asked the student union before. They said that there is no danger, right? It seems that they're using props. Besides, they're all people who practice kung fu. They won't do things that they aren't sure of. The other school leader replied, That's true. One of the school leaders nodded and continued to watch the performance. On the stage, Yang Ming and Ren Jianren were in place. Each of them held an apple and stood 2 meters away. Li Jiaxing and Lin Jiyun each picked up a knife. The few student union cadres who helped on the stage before were far away when they saw this. Everyone was afraid of being accidentally injured. Lin Jiyun stood on the stage with so many people watching for the first time. She was a little nervous and didn't know what to do when she picked up a knife. These were all seen by Ren Jianren. Ren Jianren was proud in his heart. He sneered, Yang Ming, you stupid pig. In order to be cool, you called the campus bell on the stage. I think it will become a joke in a while. Ren Jianren nodded and signaled that Li Jiaxing could start. Li Jiaxing was actually very nervous in his heart. He was also afraid that he would hurt Ren Jianren. But fortunately, both of them had been trained for a long time before. Li Jiaxing also found a rule. He would rather not hit the target and throw it higher so that it was possible to hit the apple. Even if it missed, it wouldn't hurt Ren Jianren. Therefore, this was a very safe way. Of course, although the accuracy was lower, they didn't believe that Yang Ming would be any better. Now that they saw Lin Jiyun trembling and couldn't even hold the knife firmly, they had a 100% chance of winning in their hearts. Li Jiaxing was proud in his heart. Whoosh! He threw a knife. This knife just happened to hit the apple on Ren Jianren's head. It was a victory. As the saying goes, people are in high spirits when they are in good spirits. Similarly, when Li Jiaxing was in high spirits, there would naturally be good things happening. He didn't expect to hit the target in one hit. In order not to hurt Ren Jianren, he deliberately threw the flying knife a little higher. Perhaps because he was nervous, his hand trembled, and the flying knife's height was lower than what he had expected. It hit the apple on Ren Jianren's head. Li Jiaxing thought that he was lucky, but his face showed a very smug expression. Although everyone was very dissatisfied with the behavior of Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing before, it had to be said that Li Jiaxing's wonderful performance won the cheers of the audience. Good, wonderful, cool. Even the school leaders sitting in the front row couldn't help but nod in praise. These students seemed to have real skills. Yang Ming looked at Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing, who were enjoying the joy of success, and smiled coldly. He wasn't a stingy person, but he was by no means a magnanimous person. Before this, he didn't continue to use the words of Tian Donghua and Zhang Bin to continue to attack Ren Jianren. It was also because of the protection of Tian Donghua and Zhang Bin. He was afraid that things would get out of hand, and it would affect Zhang Bin and Tian Donghua, so he didn't let them continue. Instead, he started the knife-throwing competition. But this didn't mean that Yang Ming intended to let Ren Jianren go. This guy lost once, but he didn't stop. He actually wanted to compete with Yang Ming again. If it weren't for Yang Ming's performance with Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming would have ignored this guy. Seeing that Li Jiaxing threw the knife, and it hit the apple on Ren Jianren's head, Lin Jiyun was a little anxious. She hurriedly threw the knife in her hand. However, maybe because she was too nervous, this knife was thrown a little too low. As soon as it left her hand, it shot to the ground. Before it reached Yang Ming, it fell to the ground. Even if Yang Ming had all kinds of martial arts, it was impossible to get under the ground to catch this knife. Yang Ming could only let this knife fall to the ground, but he couldn't do anything. Lin Jiyun was already nervous. When she saw that she threw the knife on the ground, she couldn't help but be more nervous. She looked at Yang Ming at a loss. She didn't know what to do. The students who originally supported Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming under the stage couldn't help but be slightly disappointed at the moment. However, most of them came to see handsome guys and beautiful girls. Lin Jiyun was a weak woman. How could she be compared with the people in the Taekwondo club who knew martial arts? Li Jiaxing was the vice president of the Taekwondo club. It was normal for him to be more accurate. Jiyun, it doesn't matter. It's just like home. Yang Ming comforted Lin Jiyun indifferently. Yang Ming didn't care about winning or losing this game at all. Yang Ming's ultimate goal was to make Ren Jianren embarrass himself and give him an unforgettable lesson. At this time, Li Jiaxing threw the second knife, but this time it missed. The knife flew straight over the apple on Ren Jianren's head and fell not far behind Ren Jianren. Li Jiaxing sighed. It was just a coincidence. After he stabilized his mind, he moved the angle of the throwing knife up a little. Then, it would not fall on the apple on Ren Jianren's head. However, Li Jiaxing didn't dare to directly aim the knife at the apple. After all, it was too dangerous. If there was a slight mistake, it would pierce Ren Jianren's head. That wasn't a joke. Under the encouragement of Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun finally relaxed and picked up another knife. Of course, Li Jiaxing's mistake also made her sigh in relief. It seemed that the opponent wasn't so powerful. Lin Jiyun calmed down her heartbeat. Then she threw the knife in her hand to Yang Ming. However, this knife was a bit too low and too far to the right. The students on the field sighed after seeing it. This saber was also about to deviate. Many of them came to see Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun's performance. Naturally, they hoped that their combination could beat Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing. However, seeing Lin Jiyun's 2 consecutive mistakes, everyone understood that Lin Jiyun didn't know how to throw knives at all. It seemed that they were going to lose. Li Jiaxing and Ren Jianren also looked at Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun with ridicule. They all stopped their own things and watched Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming embarrass themselves so that they could laugh at them. However, at this moment, something incredible happened. They saw that Yang Ming leaned his body to the right in an extremely incredible and exaggerated posture, but he was able to ensure that the apple on his head didn't fall to the ground. Chua! The knife accurately flew into the apple on Yang Ming's head. Of course, it could also be said that Yang Ming was going to welcome the knife into the apple on his head. Silence. Complete silence. The student audience under the stage was stunned. The school leaders were stunned. Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing on the stage were also stunned. If it weren't for Yang Ming's whole body still maintaining this strange posture of leaning forward to the right, they would find it hard to believe that this scene happened in front of them. Yang Ming seemed to have made this posture specifically to welcome the arrival of the knife. That's right. As long as people use their brains a little bit, they would know that Yang Ming deliberately welcomed the flying knife and not let the flying knife hit the apple on his head. Hua hua hua. There was a warm applause under the stage, and it was unprecedentedly intense. The students below were crazy. Even the school leaders were talking to their colleagues around them inconceivably, and they were full of praise. Too powerful. It was really too powerful. Others used the knife to hit the apple, but Yang Ming used the apple to welcome the knife. These were 2 very different concepts. As long as people had a brain, they would know that the latter was more difficult than the former. However, Yang Ming did it, and he did it quite well. Yang Ming is mighty, so cool. I support you. It's so awesome. It's the first time I saw a knife-throwing performance like this. I already said that how can Yang Ming lose to that hypocrite Ren Jianren? Yang Ming, come on, Lin Jiyun, come on. The cheers under the stage made Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing's lungs were about to explode. The previous opening of the show was also overshadowed by Yang Ming's momentum. Ren Jianren didn't understand. Was this Yang Ming sent by my opponent to deliberately make things difficult for me? Why is everything not going smoothly when I meet him? Because of Ren Jianren's nonsense before, coupled with the appearance of Tian Donghua and Zhang Bin, it took a lot of time. According to the schedule, the time for this show was now up. Chapter 1332. However, when Su Qianxing saw that the reaction of the students below was so enthusiastic, he did not let the host stop it. The time limit was only set for those unpopular programs. For a popular performance like Yang Ming's, even if the students below the stage asked for another performance, Su Qianxing would try his best to persuade Yang Ming to continue to perform. Su Qianxing wanted to develop anything that was popular with students and to their liking. Therefore, since Yang Ming's program was so popular among the students, he would continue to perform. There was no problem. The performances of these two students are even more powerful. They are better than those professional acrobats. The school leaders were also very surprised that there were such talents in their school. And this program is good. Very good. I think the first place of this year's art festival should be given to them. Another school leader also nodded and said, I see that everyone's reaction is also very strong. Let this program be the first place. I believe that everyone has no objection. Hearing that so many people below the stage were cheering for Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, Li Jiaxing was a little anxious. This time, he and Ren Jianren went on stage to revitalize the prestige of the Taekwondo club. Now, the limelight was taken by Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. What else could they do? Ren Jianren gave Li Jiaxing a look, indicating that he should continue and not be discouraged. Perhaps Yang Ming was just lucky. His way of acting cool couldn't last long at all. If he caught it once, how could he not catch it again? He wasn't a martial arts master. This time, Li Jiaxing calmed down and threw another knife. This time, he controlled the strength of the knife very well. Because Li Jiaxing was eager to win back the situation, he ignored Ren Jianren's comfort. He directly aimed at the apple on Ren Jianren's head. But fortunately, this knife really stabbed into the apple on Ren Jianren's head. That's great. Li Jiaxing clenched his fist. Ren Jianren was also very happy. Although Yang Ming was acting cool, he only got one knife. Ren Jianren had already gotten 2 knives. The final result of the competition was to see who got the most apples, not who was the most handsome. Although the audience also applauded for Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing's second shot, the cheers were obviously not as big and enthusiastic as Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun before. Everyone may be tired of shouting, so Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing comforted themselves. At this time, Lin Jiyun threw out another flying knife. Lin Jiyun had tried her best to throw the flying knife, but this kind of thing couldn't be practiced overnight. Although she had practiced with Yang Ming for a few days before, she could only hold the flying knife firmly and throw it out. As for the accuracy, it wasn't within the scope of practice. The people below the stage let out a cry of surprise. Lin Jiyun's chest. Come. This. The leaders under the stage were also shocked. This is bad. Don't hurt the students. This art festival performance was originally a happy thing, but if there was blood, it wouldn't be good. Hearing the exclamation under the stage, Li Jiaxing immediately put down a knife in his hand and looked sideways at Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. Seeing that the knife thrown by Lin Jiyun went straight to Yang Ming's chest, Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing were both stunned at the same time, and then they laughed in their hearts. This time, Yang Ming is dead. Let's see if he can still be arrogant. He said that he was playing to the gallery. I think he is the one playing to the gallery, right? Ren Jianren almost laughed out loud. However, when everyone thought that Yang Ming was going to be finished, a miracle happened again. Yang Ming's body seemed to be controlled by a spring. He shrunk up, but he didn't completely squat on the ground. Instead, his knees were slightly bent, and he maintained a half-squatting state. He stopped there, and the knife successfully pierced the apple on Yang Ming's head again. The audience was in an uproar. Of course, this time the silence was much shorter than before. Everyone had accepted the shock brought by Yang Ming's unexpected move. Applause. Applause again. The audience burst into warm applause. Even the school leaders sitting in the first row also applauded for Yang Ming. Indeed, this performance was too exciting. Who would have thought that Yang Ming could catch this knife again with a slight bend of his knees? Compared to the shock of the audience, Lin Jiyun didn't feel that it was strange. She had already felt strange at home, so she was used to it. When she practiced at home, as long as she didn't deliberately throw the knife on the ground or throw it at a height where Yang Ming couldn't reach, Yang Ming could easily catch the knife and let the knife be inserted into the apple smoothly. He himself was unscathed. Lin Jiyun had fully experienced Yang Ming's magic, so she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She picked up another knife again. The previous timidity had disappeared without a trace. Lin Jiyun had regained her confidence and calmness at home. It was much more normal for her to throw this knife. Yang Ming just had to lean slightly and catch the knife. This difficulty wasn't as difficult as the previous two knives, but there was still a warm applause. Even if it wasn't as exciting as before, it was much more exciting than Li Jiaxing and Ren Jianren's performance. Moreover, Li Jiaxing and Ren Jianren had only thrown two knives after such a long time, but Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun had already hit 3 knives. Let's do something more complicated. Yang Ming smiled at Lin Jiyun. Learn from your sister Mingyan. When practicing at home, Chun Mingyan used convenient chopsticks to mess around. She always threw some difficult angles for Yang Ming to catch. Yang Ming could actually catch it, which made Chun Mingyan feel quite magical. Lin Jiyun's face was red, but she still nodded. After these days of practice, Lin Jiyun had completely trusted Yang Ming. She knew that no matter how she threw it, Yang Ming could catch it. Thinking of this, Lin Jiyun threw another knife, but the height of this knife was higher than the apple on Yang Ming's head. This time, the audience under the stage held their breath very tacitly. They wanted to see how Yang Ming would solve this problem. Even Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing's mouth showed a cold smile. They were waiting for Yang Ming to make a fool of himself. However, Yang Ming didn't seem to be nervous at all. He looked at the knife flying toward him. Looking at Yang Ming's indifferent expression, everyone was a little disappointed. However, everyone could understand. Yes, Li Jiaxing had thrown a similar knife before. It flew over the apple on Ren Jianren's head. Since Ren Jianren didn't catch it, even if Yang Ming didn't catch it, it wouldn't be a big problem, right? However, everyone was very optimistic about Yang Ming, who had repeatedly brought them surprises. If he couldn't catch it this time, wouldn't they be disappointed? But would Yang Ming let them down? Just as the knife was about to pass over Yang Ming's head, the moment before it passed over, Yang Ming moved. He jumped up, and the apple on his head was just at the right height to meet the knife flying toward him. Swoosh! The flying knife once again entered the apple with precision. It's too awesome. He's simply a god. Damn, this is just like a martial arts master. Even Zhang Wuji isn't as badass as him, right? I think that Lin Jiyun actually didn't know how to throw a knife, but she deliberately made some difficult movements to perform with Yang Ming. And I think it is also possible. Otherwise, why would Yang Ming choose her as a partner? I swear, this is the most exciting show I have ever seen. Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing heard these words under the stage. They were very uncomfortable in their hearts, but what could they do about it? It couldn't be helped even if they were uncomfortable. Who asked the two of them to be so useless before this? It was just a foreshadowing. When Yang Ming completed a few difficult movements of a 180-degree rotation to catch the knife, the audience stood up. If it weren't because they were afraid of being recorded by the school, they would have rushed to the stage to cheer for Yang Ming. However, even if they didn't rush to the stage, these people still stood on their seats and waved their light sticks at Yang Ming. Looking at Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, who had become the focus of the audience, Ren Jianren's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. He had been scheming for so long to revive the reputation of the Taekwondo club, but he didn't expect that it was once again ruined by Yang Ming. After this, the name of the Taekwondo club would definitely be more infamous, worse than before. Ren Jianren really regretted it. It was a mistake to go on stage this time. He let Yang Ming be in the limelight, but he became a foil, a supporting role. The purpose of his existence was to set off the strength of the protagonist. It was too tragic. Li Jiaxing was also very angry. He and Ren Jianren's eyes met, and both of them saw jealousy and hatred in each other's eyes. Li Jiaxing gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed fiercely. He couldn't let Yang Ming continue to be so rampant. He had to take some measures. Looking at Ren Jianren, Li Jiaxing quietly pointed at Yang Ming with his finger and then pointed at the knife. Ren Jianren wasn't stupid. He immediately understood the meaning of Li Jiaxing's hint. He hesitated slightly and finally nodded fiercely. If he didn't do it, he would go all the way. If he didn't teach Yangming a lesson today, he would be sullen to death when he went back. Li Jiaxing picked up a dagger and weighed it in his hand. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. On Lin Jiyun's side, she once again made a move. The knife flew to some height on the left side of Yangming. There were cheers again under the stage because of Yangming's amazing performance before. They believed that this time would be no exception. Yangming would definitely be able to catch this knife smoothly. Li Jiaxing aimed at the opportunity. He picked up the knife and threw it at Yangming's crotch. He wanted to give Yangming a bloody and painful lesson. He wanted to let Yangming know that if he pretended to be badass, he would be struck by lightning. Yangming had been paying attention to Li Jiaxing's movements before. From the beginning of the stage, Yangming used his special ability to lock on Li Jiaxing and Ren Jianren. These two guys weren't gentlemen, but two pure villains. Yangming was afraid that they would play tricks, so he had been staring at their movements. When the two exchanged glances, Li Jiaxing pointed at the knife and pointed at Yangming himself. Yangming knew this guy's thoughts, so he had to be on guard. Sure enough, when Lin Jiyun threw the knife, Li Jiaxing couldn't help but make a move. Li Jiaxing, this guy was cunning. At that time, it could be said that he didn't do it deliberately. For things like knives, it wasn't impossible to miss. Looking at the direction of the knife thrown by Li Jiaxing, Yangming frowned. Isn't this guy too vicious? He actually aimed at my crotch? If this is the case, then don't blame me for not being polite. When Li Jiaxing threw the knife, the audience under the stage inevitably exclaimed. If Yangming were to catch the knife thrown by Lin Jiyun, his body would inevitably face the knife thrown by Li Jiaxing. Then, Yangming would inevitably be injured. Even Lin Jiyun couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the situation at this time. She exclaimed, "Yangming, quickly dodge." Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing looked at Yangming as if they were watching a joke. They thought, either you dodge awkwardly or you take it head on. Let's see what you can do. Just when everyone thought that Yangming would dodge, they didn't expect Yangming to really take it head on. Yangming flew up to catch the knife thrown by Lin Jiyun. The knife was firmly inserted into the apple on Yangming's head. However, what followed was a flying knife thrown by Li Jiaxing. Seeing that this knife was about to hit Yangming's body, if he wanted to hide it this time, it was obviously not in time. The audience under the stage closed their eyes and didn't dare to look at this bloody scene. Even Lin Jiyun was so scared that her face turned white. She didn't know what to do. However, would Yangming really be hit by the knife? If Li Jiaxing could hit Yangming, Yangming didn't want to be the disciple of the king of assassins. He might as well become the disciple of the king of assassins. At this critical moment, Yangming simply blocked the knife. Of course, if it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't dare to do this. Who would block a knife with their hand? Isn't this looking for death? If not, the hand would be crippled. But this was a piece of cake for Yangming. The place where Yangming touched with his hand was the blade and handle of the knife. He didn't touch the tip of the knife at all. As a result, an unfortunate thing happened. The knife in Yangming's hand changed its direction and shot toward Li Jiaxing's crotch. All this happened in a flash. Li Jiaxing was shocked. Even if he saw that the knife was reversed by Yangming, he wanted to avoid it, but he was still one step too slow. The knife still flew past his outer thigh. It suddenly cut a big hole in his robe. His thigh was also cut, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain. Oh! Seeing this wonderful scene, the audience under the stage began to boil again. They were dancing. Yangming had become the incarnation of God in their hearts. Are you fucking doing it on purpose? Li Jiaxing suffered a loss, and he was unwilling immediately. He pointed at Yangming and shouted angrily. However, before Yangming could speak, the audience under the stage was unwilling. You threw a knife at him, and it was blocked by him. You're actually unhappy? You are still complaining? It's okay if you throw the knife accurately. Yangming blocked the knife. Is there any accuracy? Tian Donghua turned on the loudspeaker at the right time and began to shout at the stage. The words woke people up. The audience under the stage was not happy. Now that Tian Donghua said this, they were even more angry. You are the villain who cries first. You threw a knife at him, but it was blocked by him. You still have the face to ask if he did it on purpose? That's right. How can the deflected knife be accurate? Do you think this is a martial arts TV series? Speaking of which, why did the deflected flying daggers stab you, Li Jiaxing? The reason is very simple. God is watching what you are doing. You are doomed to destruction for doing evil. You want to harm others, so God will punish you. Don't talk nonsense with him. If he doesn't want to perform, then go down. Let Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun perform. We don't want to see this idiot. Go down, go down, go down. Yang Ming is mighty. Yang Ming is mighty. Jiyun, you can do it. Jiyun, you can do it. Li Jiaxing found that he had made a big mistake. He was just angry, and he didn't think so much. As soon as the words came out, he regretted it. The audience under the stage wasn't a fool. Now that this situation had come to this, he was really in a dilemma. Ren Jianren was angry with the Li family. Even if you have resentment against Yang Ming, you can scold him after the stage. If you really can't do it, you can find a corner and beat him up. Don't put on the stage. Isn't this embarrassing yourself? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stare at Li Jiaxing fiercely. Today, this person is really embarrassing. Li Jiaxing's face turned red and white. He wanted to explain something, but the swarm of abuse under the stage gave him no chance to explain. What happened just now? The school leaders also saw that something was wrong. Although they didn't know if Li Jiaxing's leg was injured, they were also worried that there would be an uncontrollable conflict on the stage. According to the current situation, it was inevitable that Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing would be kicked off the stage, but Yang Ming didn't want them to go down so early. He hadn't used his killing move yet. He only taught Li Jiaxing a lesson, but he didn't teach Ren Jianren a lesson. He had to teach Ren Jianren a lesson first. Yang Ming knew the strength of the throwing knife that Li Jiaxing used. Even if Li Jiaxing dodged it, it was inevitable that his thigh would be cut. It was enough for him to suffer for a few days. Well, everyone be quiet. Listen to me. Yang Ming walked to the microphone and said, if Ren Jianren or Li Jiaxing said these words, the audience would definitely not be quiet. Instead, they would continue to scold and criticize. But when Yang Ming spoke, the auditorium immediately quieted down. Yang Ming had now become the idol of these college students. They couldn't wait to embroider Brother Yang V5 on their clothes to prove how much they supported Yang Ming. So, they would definitely listen to Yang Ming's words. Previously, many boys came to see Lin Jiyun. She was the campus belle, so the male students had the mentality of looking at her. For Yang Ming, they just wanted to watch the fun. They weren't as fanatical as the girls. Chapter 1333. But now, Yang Ming had risen to a higher level. He had surpassed the realm of an idol. When they looked at Lin Jiyun, they only regarded Lin Jiyun as an idol. Yang Ming had now become a god. Great hero, great swordsman, martial arts master. What do young people worship the most? Naturally, it was this kind of legendary master that was difficult to see in real society. Yang Ming's move made their blood boil, which young people had never dreamed of being a hero. When they watched some martial arts dramas when they were young, they didn't fantasize that they could become a martial arts hero in the future. But as they grew older, many people undoubtedly understood that this was an impossible thing. How could there be a martial arts master today? Even if there were masters, they lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests. They didn't walk in society at all. Therefore, Yang Ming's wonderful interpretation suddenly made everyone's blood boil. Yang Ming became the wise and divine hero in the TV series, and Ren Jianren became those evil and shameless villains. When they repeatedly wanted to attack the protagonist and wanted to persecute the protagonist, they were finally beaten by the protagonist. Ren Jianren's current image was really in line with this. Not asking him to film a TV series was simply burying his talent. His and Li Jiaxing's expressions were very accurate. They gritted their teeth, but because of their own reasons, they suffered a hidden loss. They had to suffer in silence and couldn't say anything. Seeing that Yang Ming picked up the microphone and wanted to speak, Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing had a guilty conscience. They knew that this was bad. Yang Ming wouldn't say something that was not good for them and the Taekwondo club, right? At this moment, Yang Ming's prestige had reached the peak. At this time, whatever Yang Ming said, the students under the stage would probably believe it. If Yang Ming really said something about their Taekwondo club, it was estimated that the Taekwondo club would be finished in the future. Of course, they thought of Yang Ming as an idiot. How could Yang Ming say bad things about the Taekwondo club? In any case, the Taekwondo club was the official organization of the school. It was a formal club under the leadership of the student union. If Yang Ming said bad things about the Taekwondo club, wasn't it equivalent to saying bad things about the student union and the school leaders? Therefore, Yang Ming wouldn't be so stupid. Now that the Taekwondo club's prestige had fallen to almost zero, Yang Ming was just beating a dog when it was down. It wasn't good for him, and it could only be said for fun. But in that way, Yang would destroy his perfect image. At this time, Yang Ming was not here to continue to tarnish the Taekwondo club, but he wanted to explain for the Taekwondo club and temporarily suppress this storm. Don't think that Yang Ming was merciful. Yang Ming temporarily left them on the stage so that he could continue to teach Ren Jianren a lesson in a while. Yang Ming's big killer move hadn't been used yet. How could he ask them to step down? It seems that everyone still gives me face. Thank you for your support. Yang Ming looked at the silent audience. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect his own appeal to be so strong. With just one sentence, the audience under the stage that was boiling just now quieted down. They looked at him and waited for him to speak. Yang Ming v5. Yang Ming v5. The audience spontaneously shouted the slogan again. Yang Ming made a gesture of pressing down with both hands to signal everyone to be quiet. He smiled slightly. Students, Ren Jianren, the president of the Taekwondo club, and Li Jiaxing, the vice president, and I are here to perform a wonderful performance for everyone. We're not here to fight on the stage. Students must remember this clearly. We are college students. We are all people with quality. How can we do that kind of thing without quality? Yeah, but some people just don't seem to have quality. Brother Yang is really magnanimous. Yang Ming stood on the stage and spoke. Although the audience under the stage said good things, they didn't dare to be too loud. However, although the discussion under the stage was not loud, it was also heard by Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing. Isn't this pointing at the mulberry and cursing the locust? Who were some people referring to? This made Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing suddenly blush. Why do you pretend to be a good person and let us be the bad guys? Everyone may know that I am old acquaintances with the president of the bitch and the vice president of the half-baked student. When Yang Ming spoke, he deliberately emphasized the words bitch and half-baked student, which immediately attracted a burst of laughter under the stage. We had some small conflicts before, but we solved the problem through the competition last semester. At that time, I participated in the competition with the idea of friendship first and competition second. Although I was already very lenient at that time, but unfortunately, they may have had the same idea. We were lenient to each other, but the bitch president showed more leniency, so I won. Haha. Of course, the students under the stage wouldn't believe Yang Ming's joke. They saw the situation of the competition clearly. Even the students who couldn't watch the competition in person found the video of the competition on the campus forum afterward and saw the situation. So when they heard Yang Ming say that he showed mercy, they immediately laughed. Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing didn't expect Yang Ming to be a sarcastic master. The expression on their faces was uncertain, but they couldn't refute it. Could they jump out and say, I didn't show mercy at all? Wouldn't that be even more laughingstock? They really couldn't speak. They could only continue to remain silent, but the expression on their faces was as wonderful as it could be. So I believe that President Li Jiaxing's previous behavior of throwing the knife at me was entirely because of his negligence nervousness, and carelessness. It was simply an unintentional behavior. Why should we be aggressive? Yang Ming no longer continued to say vice president of the half-baked student. If he said too much and too obviously, it would seem that he was intentional. Anyway, everyone already knew about the two nicknames. It was estimated that it would spread afterward. Yang Ming didn't need to worry about this. On the stage, the sword has no eyes. I think whether I almost hit Vice President Li Jiaxing when I deflected it, or he threw it before, we were both unintentional. Yang Ming knew that this flying knife was deflected back to Li Jiaxing's thigh. It must have hurt him badly. However, he was wearing a robe and a pair of blood-sucking cotton training pants. So, no one could tell that he was injured from the outside. Even if there was blood flowing down his leg, it could only flow into his shoes. It was impossible to be discovered in a short time. Therefore, when Yang Ming said, almost hit Vice President Li Jiaxing, instead of saying that he had already hit Vice President Li Jiaxing suffered a hidden loss and couldn't say anything. In this case, I think that everyone shouldn't be fussy about these small problems. If you continue to target Vice President Li Jiaxing and President Ren Jianren, then the time has passed and you can't perform anymore. Do you still want to continue watching the performance? Yang Ming looked at the students under the stage and asked. Yes. The students under the stage replied almost in unison. Well, then let's continue to perform the knife throwing for everyone. Everyone just quietly watch. Yang Ming nodded and turned around. He made an inviting gesture to Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing. Please, President Ren Jianren. Li Jiaxing snorted secretly. He couldn't figure out whether Yang Ming was intentional when he deflected the knife throwing. However, he himself was also a martial artist. He knew that he could maintain his accuracy when he directly threw the knife, but how could he maintain his accuracy when he deflected the knife throwing? Did he think that he was Zhang Wuji? Therefore, Li Jiaxing began to doubt whether Yang Ming was unintentional. In any case, Yang Ming just helped their Taekwondo club out of trouble. It was estimated that if Yang Ming didn't say this, Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing would be blasted off by the students under the stage. Therefore, Ren Jianren had to nod to Yang Ming in a friendly manner. Originally, the time for the knife-throwing performance had already passed, but Su Qinxing, the president of the student union behind the stage, saw that the enthusiasm of the students under the stage was so high, and the school leaders did not raise any objections. He naturally would not let Yang Ming forcibly end it. Since everyone likes it, then continue to perform. If there is a market demand, we will supply according to the market demand. This is the most simple principle. Li Jiaxing couldn't jump out at this time. Who said that I am not injured? My leg was stabbed by you. As a result, the students under the stage could only think that he was an idiot. You threw a knife at Yang Ming, and Yang Ming was fine. Instead, you were stabbed by the knife that Yang Ming deflected. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? You are not as good as others, yet you still come out to clamor? If it were someone else, they would have squinted and not dare to make sound. Therefore, in order not to embarrass himself, Li Jiaxing could only endure the pain and pretend that he was fine. He had a bitter smile on his face. Looking at Yang Ming's side, he began to show off again and did some difficult moves that attracted the cheers under the stage. Li Jiaxing knew that this was a performance on the surface, but it was secretly a competition. He would definitely lose in the knife-throwing competition. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun's side had already stabbed countless apples. They couldn't be counted on the ground, but there were only a few on his side. He could count them with one hand. However, even if he lost, he didn't have the face to admit defeat directly. If he admitted defeat, he really didn't need to mingle in the school in the future. Therefore, Li Jiaxing had to continue to pretend to be strong. Even if he lost, he had to hold on. Anyway, the agreed time had already passed. It seemed that the time had to be extended for a while. As long as his hands were steady, he believed that he wouldn't lose too badly even if he was hit by a few knives. Thinking of this, Li Jiaxing's heart was slightly comforted. In fact, it couldn't be said that Taekwondo was useless. Taekwondo evolved from Shaolin Long Fist, and it had been passed down for so long. Naturally, there was a reason for its existence. However, if Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing lost, they could only blame themselves for not being good enough. Moreover, they encountered such a ruthless person like Yang Ming. Even if they practiced hard for another 10 years, they couldn't be Yang Ming's opponent. With the mentality that they would definitely lose, Li Jiaxing and Ren Jianren both fought steadily and firmly. Although Li Jiaxing's throwing was relatively slow, he still got hit a few times. This gave Ren Jianren some psychological comfort. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be so ugly. On Yang Ming's side, although he cooperated with Lin Jiyun to do some difficult moves, Yang Ming's special ability that could see 360 degrees had been looking at Li Jiaxing and Ren Jianren, looking for an opportunity to punish them. However, Li Jiaxing held a steady attitude, so he rarely made mistakes. It was also difficult for Yang Ming to find an opportunity. Yang Ming sighed secretly. It can't be dragged on like this. Even if my show is wonderful and the audience is willing to watch it, the school art festival party can't be a party specially for me. The host will definitely come to end this performance. You can't stop the follow-up performance from continuing, right? Therefore, thinking of this, Yang Ming had to make a risky move. On the surface, he was still cooperating with Lin Jiyun to catch the flying knives, but his right hand shook slightly, and 2 flying needles fell into his palm, giving Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing this kind of flying needle that could quickly dissolve in blood was really flattering them. With such a high-end thing, Yang Ming planned to use it when he encountered a strong enemy. However, on Zhang Jishin's side, he had gotten a lot of raw materials from Yunnan's Miao village to make flying needles, so he wasn't afraid of not having enough. It was just a bit troublesome to make it, and it had to be done by hand. Yang Ming's hand was hidden in his sleeve, and his eyes didn't look at Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing at all. Although this was only the school stage, and there weren't any powerful experts, Yang Ming was still afraid that someone with a keen mind would notice any flaws. Yang Ming now hid his hand in his sleeve, and his eyes didn't look at Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing, so others couldn't suspect Yang Ming. At the moment when Li Jiaxing was about to throw the flying knives, Yang Ming shot a flying needle at him. At the same time, he shot another flying needle at Ren Jianren. Li Jiaxing didn't know what happened to him. His right leg suddenly went numb, and his body leaned forward. The flying knife left his hand, but it deviated from the trajectory. Ren Jianren was shocked. He didn't know what Li Jiaxing was going to do. His brain quickly made an order to dodge, but he didn't know why. His body didn't listen to him, and his whole body swooped forward toward the flying knives. So a tragedy happened. The knife suddenly pierced into the side of Ren Jianren's face, and his entire left face was pierced. Blood gushed out from the wound. Ren Jianren screamed and covered his left face. He knelt on the ground and groaned in pain. This change happened all of a sudden. The audience under the stage suddenly became silent. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun on the stage also stopped what they were doing. They looked at Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing inexplicably. Of course, Yang Ming's surprise was faked, but Lin Jiyun's surprise was real. However, Yang Ming was good at hiding. Others couldn't see that he was faking it from his expression. It can't be. He's actually bleeding? Someone under the stage finally spoke. They recovered from the shock and looked at Ren Jianren on the stage in horror. At this moment, Ren Jianren's face was full of blood, and it was particularly terrifying. Of course, everyone didn't know what Li Jiaxing and Ren Jianren were doing, but most of the students also had guesses in their hearts. This was because everyone had seen the actions of the 2 people before, but they were only suspicious. They don't have the ability, but they want to learn from Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. Are they done for? Are they hurt? Tian Donghua's loudspeaker started to work in a timely manner. Although he didn't see why the 2 people made a mistake, Tian Donghua tried to guess that it was evil. In most people's hearts, their thoughts were similar to what Tian Donghua said, but they weren't sure, so they didn't say it out loud. Now that Tian Donghua said this, everyone thought it was true and began to nod. That's right. They don't have the ability, and they still want to learn from others? This is great. They didn't succeed in playing the trick, and they ruined themselves. Some of the students who didn't think so before, at this time, heard everyone's words and understood. They believed what others said. It turned out that Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing saw that Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were in the limelight, so they were unhappy and wanted to imitate others. Therefore, Li Jiaxing threw a somewhat difficult knife. Ren Jianren bent down to catch it like Yang Ming, but what he didn't expect was that he didn't have Yang Ming's skills. He didn't catch the knife, but his face was pierced. What happened? Where are the people from the student union? Go and see what happened. The school leaders reacted from the shock and quickly stood up and shouted at the stage. Such a thing happened at the school's art festival party. The school leaders were naturally nervous and quickly found the student union to do emergency measures. Su Qianxing was still complacent behind the stage. He really had foresight. He spent a lot of effort to invite Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun to perform. As a result, he achieved an unprecedented sensation. As for Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing making a fool of themselves on the stage, Su Qianxing couldn't care so much. Although Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing's club were from the student union, they were also members of the student union. However, they proposed this competition themselves. Now that they were embarrassed, Su Qianxing couldn't help it. Compared to the degree of sensation of this program at the art festival party, Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing sacrificed themselves. However, Su Qianxing didn't wait long to be proud. He heard horrified screams from the audience below the stage. He didn't know what happened, so he quickly opened the curtain and looked at the stage and the audience. He couldn't help but be shocked. He saw Ren Jianren covering his left face. Blood overflowed from his fingers and flowed to the ground. It was terrifying. Li Jiaxing also knelt on the ground and didn't get up. Su Qianxing didn't know what happened to him. It wasn't that Li Jiaxing didn't want to get up, but the injury on his leg was too painful. Just now, his right leg went soft. Although he was somewhat inexplicable, he thought that his leg injury was acting up. He couldn't support it, so he knelt on the ground. However, he didn't expect that Ren Jianren actually wanted to lean over to catch the knife that he threw out by mistake like Yang Ming. As a result, he didn't catch it and directly pierced Ren Jianren's face. Chapter 1334. Ren Jianren was in excruciating pain, but the pain did not kill him, nor did he faint. This person had the most nerves on his face, so it was the most painful to injure his face. Ren Jianren grimaced and glared at Li Jiaxing. Li Jiaxing was stared at innocently by Ren Jianren. He was still injured. Why are you staring at me at this time? Seeing Li Jiaxing's innocent expression, Ren Jianren couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He pointed at Li Jiaxing and said angrily, "How did you throw the knife? Did you deliberately hurt me?" Li Jiaxing was also uncomfortable. When he was scolded by Ren Jianren, he was stunned. When he heard Ren Jianren's meaning, he couldn't help but be angry. He glared at Ren Jianren with a red face. "You fucking learned how to bend down to catch the knife. You didn't catch it, and you blame it on me? What do you mean I bent down to catch the knife? I slipped and leaned. I didn't expect you to deliberately stab me with a knife." Ren Jianren looked at Li Jiaxing with a ferocious face. "What do you mean you slipped? I threw the knife, and you just bent down." There are so many audience members under the stage. They all saw it clearly. "You fucking dare to slander me?" Li Jiaxing was very wronged by Ren Jianren's accusation. It was too wronged. He wanted to sing too wronged in front of so many people. "Bullshit. Then why did you throw so well before? Why did you stab my face when I slipped?" Ren Jianren pointed at Li Jiaxing and roared unrelentingly. "My leg was injured. If you didn't want to teach Yang Ming a lesson, why would I throw the knife at him?" Li Jiaxing's mind was now in a state of madness and chaos. He had begun to ignore it. If I didn't throw the knife at him, could he pull the knife back? Could I get hurt? Boom! The audience under the stage heard the dialogue between Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing on the stage and immediately exploded. It turns out that Li Jiaxing did it deliberately. This guy is really insidious. Yeah, Yang Ming helped him for nothing. It's simply measuring the heart of a villain with the heart of a gentleman. So that's the truth. This sentence is the highlight. This Taekwondo club is actually controlled by these two shameless scoundrels. Even if I'm interested in Taekwondo, I will not join their club. I would rather spend a high price to learn outside. That's right. Don't join their club. They're despicable people. To think that Yang Ming was so magnanimous. It turns out that they had ulterior motives and had long wanted to harm Yang Ming on the stage. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Originally, when they saw that Ren Jianren was injured, although the people in the audience despised Ren Jianren for learning from Yang Ming and playing with flying knives, they still sympathized with his tragedy. But now, everyone thought that they were asking for trouble. Even Wang Cho, who was below the stage, couldn't find an excuse even if he wanted to speak up for them. In this case, if Wang Cho spoke again, not only would it not resonate, but he would definitely be beaten up by the enraged crowd. Therefore, Wang Cho was not stupid. He could only shut up obediently. The school leader was below the stage. He was still concerned about Ren Jianren's injury, but after listening to Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing scolding each other, his expression suddenly froze. After a while, he shouted at the stage in exasperation, "Su Qianxing, look at what kind of party you are having. Quickly come out and take these students away." The school leader did not expect that Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing, members of the student union and the vice president of the Taekwondo club, would actually be so crazy. They actually planned to hurt people with flying knives on the stage. This was simply unheard of and appalling. Since the establishment of the school, there had never been such a situation where they dared to plan to hurt people on the stage of the school's large-scale cultural performance. This Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing were the only ones who got the lead. Since ancient times, they were the only ones who got the lead. They really gave the school face. They really gave this year's student union president face. Su Qianxing's face was ashen. He knew that the school leader's good impression of him had suddenly fallen to the bottom. It was originally a very popular program, but it ended up like this. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Ning Chun or Lai Mingxiu to stop them when the time was up. Such a shocking scandal happened in the student union. The two student union cadres, the vice president of the club, actually conspired to hurt other students with flying knives. This was simply amazing to the extreme. He, the student union president, could not escape the responsibility. Although he did not know about this matter in advance, it was difficult to escape the charge of poor judgment and poor review of the program. Perhaps his position as the student union president would come to an end. Thinking of this, Su Qianxing was extremely angry. I should have agreed to let these two bastards perform with Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun on the same stage. Because of their participation, such a popular program had turned into such a pitiful state. Su Qianxing sent a few strong male student cadres to the stage. They dragged Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing backstage and scolded them. "Are you too shameless? You dare to do such a shocking thing on the stage? You want to hurt other students openly. Aren't you too unscrupulous? Let me tell you, just wait for the school's punishment." After Su Qianxing finished scolding, he did not wait for the two to explain. He did not want to see these two bastards now. He waved his hand and asked several cadres to take the two to the school hospital. After they were properly bandaged, he would settle the score with them. "Ning Chun, Lai Mingxiu, you two hurry over and continue the content of the party. Control the scene." Su Qianxing sighed. At this time, he couldn't be confused. He had to show a stable attitude and focus on the overall situation so that the school leaders could look at him in a new light. Now, it was useless to explain those things. They could only make up for the previous mistakes with practical actions. Fortunately, Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing were on the stage and spoke out their own conspiracy. Even if the school leaders blamed their own dereliction of duty, they couldn't blame other problems on them. Thinking of this, Su Qianxing was slightly relieved. Ning Chun and Lai Mingxiu quickly walked to the stage. Ning Chun picked up the microphone. "I'm sorry, leaders and students. There was a small mistake in the performance just now. This program has to be paused. We will continue to the next program of the party. Ning Chun spoke casually, glossing over the earlier shocking incident. However, the students below couldn't accept it. They thought that Ning Chun was saying this because the student council wanted to protect Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing. They instantly flew into a rage. What small mistake. They are trying to murder us. Does your student union want to be partial to them? Such a shocking thing. How can you say it so easily? That's right. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we will not give up. If the school and the student union don't deal with them and don't give us an explanation, we will call the police and let the police deal with it. The behavior of the two of them should constitute a crime, right? Is there anyone from the law school? Stand up and say it. I am from the law school. The behavior of the two of them has already constituted attempted harm. Ning Chun had a headache. This tide of accusations made her a little overwhelmed. She didn't know how to explain it for a while. Everyone, please be quiet first. This is the scene of the art festival party. If there is anything, please wait until the party is over. Although Lai Mingxiu was good at hosting, his ability to deal with emergency problems was obviously not good. He could interact with the audience when they were obedient. Once the audience retorted, he couldn't do anything. The students below did not listen to him at all and expressed the doubts in their hearts. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Su Qinxing had no way. He quickly walked out from the backstage and glanced at the angry students in the auditorium. He quickly said, "Everyone, students, can you listen to me? What did you say? Do you also want to protect the two dogs under you?" Asked the students below. Students, the incident of Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing happened suddenly. We didn't know beforehand. They were also injured and sent to the hospital. For this matter, I think we should wait until the end of the party and wait for the school's notice. Let's do the party first, okay? Su Qinxing tried to make his voice sound more amiable. However, his efforts were in vain. His amiability was useless. The students below were still unforgiving. What do you mean, wait for the notice? You want to use the delaying tactic, right? We are not fools. If you delay and leave it unsettled, don't think that we don't know. Yeah. Do you think you're a contractor and treat us as migrant workers? Delay? We can't wait. You tell us how to deal with it now. What should we do with these two people? Su Qinxing really did not expect that the situation would develop to such a point. He was annoyed with the two bastards, Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing. He now wanted to tell everyone that he wanted to expel these two scums from the school, but he couldn't say it. Although he was the student union president, he had no right to expel other students. Indeed, on how to deal with Ren Jianren and Li Jiaxing, the school would definitely consult his opinion, but that was also a consultation. The real decision-maker was still the school leader, not him, the student union president. If there were no school leaders sitting below, Su Qinxing could just say a few words and write a blank check to suppress the matter, but the school leaders were sitting below. Did he dare to talk nonsense? This was not the time to muddle through. Every word he said represented his true thoughts in the eyes of the school leaders. How could he dare to overstep his authority? Just as Su Qinxing was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do, Yang Ming came over with a smile and patted his shoulder. "President Su, let me say a few words to them." When Su Qinxing heard Yang Ming's words, his heart suddenly moved. Right? How could she have forgotten about him? As the saying goes, the one who started the trouble should end it. The anger of these students was entirely because of the injustice they felt for Yang Ming. Therefore, as long as Yang Ming relented, would he still be afraid that these students would not comply? Thinking of this, Su Qinxing's face was like a peach blossom blooming. He quickly gave the microphone position to Yang Ming and made a gesture of invitation. "Students, please be quiet for a moment." Yang Ming's voice was not loud. It was lower than the voices of Ning Chun, Lai Mingxiu, and Su Qinxing, but it seemed to have magical power. When Yang Ming's voice just fell, the originally noisy auditorium suddenly became quiet. Su Qinxing and Lai Mingxiu couldn't help but stare at each other. They thought, this is too magical, right? This Yang Ming solved the problem as soon as he spoke? If I knew it earlier, I would have let him speak at the beginning to save myself the trouble. However, there was one person who was very uncomfortable in her heart. This person was Ning Chun. She was very upset that Yang Ming appeased the excited students under the stage as soon as he spoke. She was a little annoyed with Yang Ming's position in the hearts of these students. It was reasonable to say that the student union president was the supreme existence in the eyes of these students. Who was Yang Ming? She was not angry because her words were not listened to by the students. She was angry that the position of brother Su Qianxing, whom she liked, in the hearts of the students was actually not as good as Yang Ming, who was performing acrobatics on the stage. She secretly glared at Yang Ming and turned her gaze to Su Qianxing tenderly. Students, I can understand the feelings of injustice that everyone feels for me, because I am also very indignant about Li Jiaxing's despicable behavior. I even exonerated him before. Yang Ming paused and said, "But everyone, don't be too excited." There was a student who said it very well. God is watching what people do. They did those despicable things, and the result was retribution, so they were also punished by God. Moreover, I believe that in this matter, the school leaders will never tolerate these two people. As for how to deal with these two people, the school leaders can't immediately give a reply to everyone. After all, the school is not a school of one person. It is everyone's school. The school leaders are not one person who has the final say. It must be decided after a meeting and discussion. So, we just have to wait patiently for the result. I believe that the school will definitely give everyone a satisfactory result. I think that these two people have done such a bad thing. The lightest result of the school will be expulsion, right? Su Qianxing and the school leaders listened to Yang Ming's words and agreed in their hearts. They thought this student, Yang Ming, is still a good student. He thinks about the big picture. He really speaks to everyone's heart. Of course, this was the idea after listening to Yang Ming's previous words, but Yang Ming's last sentence made everyone shocked. The lightest result is expulsion. This is still the lightest result? Yang Ming's words were vicious. In front of so many students, he said that the lightest result was expulsion. Then, if the school did not expel them, it would be seen as malpractice in the eyes of the students. It is really insidious. The school leaders suddenly had a headache. It seems that this Yang Ming still holds grudges. But it can't be helped. Who would not be angry when they encountered this situation? The school leaders could only go back and have a meeting to study it. Now, the most important thing was that the art festival party could go on smoothly. Otherwise, if the party was forced to end, it would become a laughingstock in the eyes of other schools. No school's art festival party would be interrupted because of such a situation. Since Yang Ming said so, then let's continue to watch the party. Yeah, just expel them. We don't ask for anything else. It's really scary to study and live with this kind of scumbag. Yeah, so insidious. It's even worse than the hooligans in society. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he handed the microphone to the host, Ning Chun, next to him. Ning Chun snorted, turned her head, and did not pick it up. Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. How did I provoke this chick? Is she crazy? He handed the microphone to Lai Mingxiu next to Ning Chun. Yang Ming and Lin Zhiyun left the stage together. Su Qianxing saw that the situation had stabilized, so he also left the stage with Yang Ming, leaving the things on the stage to the two hosts. The gala finally went on smoothly. The next performance was a skit, a comedy written, directed, and performed by the students. These people had been preparing backstage for a long time. The time for the performance had passed, but no staff member had notified them to go on stage. They had been waiting anxiously and had vented their anger several times. They wondered if their performances had been canceled at the last minute. Just when they were about to give up, the staff finally ran over to inform them to perform on stage. These students hurriedly went on stage in a panic. However, due to nervousness and excitement, they said a few wrong lines on stage. However, these wrong lines were even funnier, causing the students under the stage to laugh. The expected effect was better than the previous skit lines. It livened up the previously depressed atmosphere of the venue. That Yang Ming is too arrogant. Who's he think he is? He stole your limelight on stage. Ning Chen frowned slightly and complained to Su Qianxing. How is this stealing the limelight? Su Qianxing shrugged indifferently. We still have to thank him. If he didn't help us out, we really don't know what to do. Brother Qianxing, you are magnanimous and don't bother with him. Ning Chen smiled and looked at Su Qianxing. Originally, the matter started because of him. Why should we thank him? He is the victim. Naturally, we have to let him speak. You can't say that. His appeal is still very strong. Su Qianxing naturally knew that Ning Chen's heart was with him. But the more Ning Chen was like this, the more uncomfortable Su Qianxing was. The person he liked was Lin Jiyun, not Ning Chen. What's strong about it? Look at him. He is just trying to please the crowd. If he didn't offend Ren Jianren, and Li Jiaxing wouldn't target him. I think there's a cause and a cause. It takes 2 to 2. He may not be right. Ning Chen snorted. Su Qianxing smiled and began to calculate the relationship between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun in his heart. Does this Yang Ming really want to have something with Lin Jiyun? Although Yang Ming's girlfriend is Chun Mingyan, they are both unmarried. Chapter 1335. Even if Yang Ming was suspected of two-timing, it could only be said to be somewhat immoral, but it couldn't do anything to him. Su Qianxing sighed slightly. What's so good about this Yang Ming? Why do all the beauties fancy him at the same time? The department belle of the School of Economics and Management, Qin Mingyan, was Yang Ming's rumored girlfriend, and Lin Jiyun had an unclear relationship with him. I heard that the computer science department belle, Zhou Jiejia, also seemed to be very close to Yang Ming. It seems that I have to think of something. If I want Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming to completely break off their relationship, I have to start with Qin Mingyan. Thinking of this, Su Qianxing pondered. Qin Mingyan looked at the stage absent-mindedly. Yang Ming, who was worshipped by tens of thousands of college students, and Lin Jiyun, who was popular. Their wonderful performances and the glamour on the stage made Qin Mingyan feel a little lost in her heart. Although she had long regarded Lin Jiyun as a family, when she saw her performing with Yang Ming, she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. In fact, how could Qin Mingyan not want to perform with Yang Ming? However, sometimes when it was necessary to make a choice, she must show a gesture. Now, Qin Mingyan discovered that it was not easy to be Yang Ming's girlfriend. Not only did she have to have a tolerant heart, but she also had to sacrifice her own interests in many situations to help others. What's so good about being this seemingly powerful big sister? Qin Mingyan sighed, but there was no way. Either she was enemies with all the women who had an affair with Yang Ming, causing trouble all day long, or she had to be amiable with them. Yang Ming didn't want to see the first situation, and Qin Mingyan didn't want to see herself. The days of scheming were too tiring, not to mention that Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia were the kind of people who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Qin Mingyan didn't want to become enemies with them. As for the second situation, it was the current situation. In order to show her generosity and tolerance, she had to make a lot of concessions. Fortunately, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia were not the kind of people who were insatiable, so Qin Mingyan was still very comforted. Qin Mingyan was a cadre of the student union and the president of the department's student union. Naturally, she must participate in the art festival performance. When she told Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming, she was to give Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming a chance to perform on the same stage. Since she had promised Su Qianxing that she would perform on stage, with her character, it was impossible for her to not recognize what she said. She would perform anyway, so Qin Mingyan decided to let Yang Ming accompany her to perform. Qin Mingyan herself, no matter what, was a cadre of the student union. She usually saw a lot of big scenes. Even if Yang Ming didn't accompany her, she could handle it very well. At that time, she thought it was easy, but when it really came to this moment, Qin Mingyan was still a little lost. Seeing Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun get off the stage and sit back next to her, Chen Mingyan quickly recovered from her sad mood and tried to make her smile look more natural. The performance was very successful. Congratulations. If Sister Mingyan was on stage, I believe that she would definitely do better than me. Lin Jiyun said with some embarrassment, "Didn't I make a mistake when I was nervous? If it weren't for Yang Ming comforting me, I wouldn't know what to do. Sister Mingyan won't do it again." Lin Jiyun's words made Chen Mingyan's depressed mood feel a lot better. She knew that Lin Jiyun's words were from the heart. She took her hand and said, "Hee hee, you're not bad either." As they were talking, Tian Donghua and Zhangbin also came back. These two people were still dragging the amplifier and the loudspeaker in their hands. "Bro, how is it? We didn't embarrass you, right?" Zhangbin said with a smile. "At the critical moment, it's up to us to turn the tables. I'm the one who said the words to turn the tables. You're responsible for dragging the amplifier." Tian Donghua smiled and pushed Zhangbin aside. "You two are funny, but you did add a lot of color to the performance. It was quite interactive." Yang Ming smiled after listening. Rin Jianren and Li Jiaxing weren't unprepared before. "I saw that their people were fanning the flames, but they didn't expect you two to be so fierce. You directly appeared with the loudspeaker. This is really their tragedy. But bro, you tell us." At the end, Li Jiaxing and Rin Jianren killed each other. "Was it your credit?" Tian Donghua knew about Yang Ming's skill. His father, a Shaolin disciple, was defeated by Yang Ming. It could be seen that Yang Ming was powerful. As a matter of fact, the two sects of Shaolin and Wudong were the masters of the martial arts world. How could the people from there be weak? Such people were not Yang Ming's opponents. Rin Jianren and Li Jiaxing, who knew a little about Taekwondo, were not his opponents. "Hee hee, I didn't do anything. They were so far away from me. What can I do?" Yang Ming smiled and shrugged. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiyun." The two thought that Yang Ming saw that there were too many outsiders, so they didn't care. Anyway, they had already regarded Yang Ming as a super powerful existence in their hearts. They didn't think that Rin Jianren and Li Jiaxing suffered such a big loss today because of their own mistakes. Su Qianqing paced absent-mindedly and anxiously backstage. He had been thinking about Lin Jiyun's matter in his heart. This was the only girl he was interested in. He must take her for himself. In fact, Su Qianqing knew very well that even if he pursued Lin Jiyun, he couldn't marry her in the future. His family didn't allow him to marry such a girl with no background. In the future, no matter if he went into business or politics, his family would introduce him to a young lady of equal social status. This young lady might be very ugly, or she might be much older or younger than him. But these are not important because these were all investments for his career. However, Su Qianqing was unwilling. He was unwilling to marry a woman he didn't like in the future and spend a lifetime with her. He wanted to find a girl he liked to keep as a mistress. Su Qianqing was a person who liked perfection. There's a reason why he started to make a move on Lin Jiyun now, instead of waiting until he became powerful and influential to keep a mistress. He wanted a perfect woman, and this woman must also love him. The kind of relationship that was based on money was not reliable at all, and there was the danger of him falling into it at any time. Therefore, he wanted to get Lin Jiyun before all this happened and let this girl fall deeply in love with him. In this way, even if he wanted to marry another woman in the future, as long as he could reason with her, he believed that with Lin Jiyun's character, she would definitely be his secret mistress silently. When he thought of Lin Jiyun being pressed under him, Su Qianqing's blood boiled for a while. He decided that he must separate Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun as soon as possible. And this matter could only start with Chen Mingyan. As long as Chen Mingyan was on guard against Yang Ming, then everything would be fine. Of course, there was one more thing to do. That was to let Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan be together as much as possible. In this way, he believed that a smart girl like Lin Jiyun would keep a good distance from Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Su Qianqing smiled slightly, walked down the stage quietly, and walked quickly to an inconspicuous corner in the corridor. Looking around and seeing that no one was around, Su Qianqing took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Yu Jingmin? I am Su Qianqing. Where are you?" Su Qianqing asked softly. However, in this auditorium, even if the voice was loud, it would be drowned out by the dialogue of the skit on the stage and the laughter of the audience. "Oh, it's President Su. I'm watching the performance under the stage. Are you looking for me?" When Yu Jingmin heard that the call was from the student union president, Su Qianqing, he quickly asked nervously. He planned to go further. He was now the student union president of the School of Economics. If he could go further and become the vice president of the student union, he would have the hope of staying in school after graduation. So Yu Jingmin was very close to Su Qianqing. "Oh, come over here. I have something to look for you." Su Qianqing glanced around and said, "I am on the side of the emergency exit at the bottom right of the stage. You can see me when you come over." "Okay, President Su, I will come over right away," said Yu Jingmin quickly. Su Qianqing naturally knew Yu Jingmin's thoughts, and it was precisely because he knew Yu Jingmin's thoughts that it was possible to make use of him. Not long after, he saw Yu Jingmin trotting over. When he saw Su Qianqing, his face immediately showed a humble smile. "President Su, I have kept you waiting for a long time. My seat is a little more inside, so it is more difficult to come out. I have to pass by a few classmates. And it's okay." Su Qianqing smiled and patted Yu Jingmin's shoulder. "Yu Jingmin, do you have any thoughts of going further? I am the student union president, and I will always be promoted, so there will be a vacant position of the executive vice president. However, this executive vice president is a life of worry. It is much busier than you are now, and you will not have the freedom and leisure now." Yu Jingmin's heart moved, and he looked at Su Qianqing in disbelief. He didn't want to go further and be the vice president of the student union, but he did not want to be the executive vice president. What he thought was that it was already very good to be able to hang the title of vice president and be the minister of an insignificant department, such as the Ministry of Health, which had no real power but often put in a lot of effort. But what he never thought was that Su Qianqing would ask him to be the executive vice president as soon as he opened his mouth. Yu Jingmin was suddenly dumbfounded. He didn't believe this was true. As a matter of fact, although Su Qianqing was now the acting president, his original position was the executive vice president of the student union. However, after he took a step forward, there were still several vice presidents with part-time positions staring at the vacant position. It would never be Yu Jingmin's turn no matter what. However, things were so strange, and Su Qianqing still mentioned it to him. Yu Jingmin was not afraid of trouble. He was eager to let him do more work so that he could show his face in front of the school leaders and the school committee. If he stayed in the school in the future, it would be more smooth. Yu Jingmin's family was not very capable, and they were not from the city. Under the huge pressure of employment, staying in the school was undoubtedly a good way out. However, not everyone was allowed to stay in school. Looking at the college students who stayed in the school in the past years, except for those who were the children of the faculty or students with connections, the rest were only the student union cadres. Moreover, the higher the position of the student union, the higher the possibility of staying in the school. Generally, as long as you reached the position of the student union vice president, if you wanted to stay in the school, then you could generally stay. After all, many students who reached this position did not want to stay in the school. However, Yu Jingmin had no connections, and he had no backing, so he had to think about staying in the school. Su Qianqing naturally understood his thoughts clearly. He did not express his opinion before, because Su Qianqing felt that there was no need to care about this kind of thing. This Yu Jingmin was not as confident. Why should he care about those things? So when Yu Jingmin expressed to him vaguely that he wanted to go further, Su Qianqing only pretended that he did not understand. Now, Su Qianqing could immediately use this Yu Jingmin. Naturally, he remembered that Yu Jingmin wanted to do something for him. So Su Qianqing agreed directly. Yu Jingmin was not stupid. Su Qianqing's promise must be for a reason. Since Yu Jingmin had long wanted to stay in the school, he naturally knew the ways of the world. He had mentioned to Su Qianqing several times that he wanted to be the vice president, But Su Qianxing did not express anything. Thinking about it, his ability was not very outstanding, and there was nothing that could help Su Qianxing. It was reasonable that Su Qianxing did not care about him. But today, Su Qianxing took the initiative to mention this matter, and he also promised that he would become the executive vice president of the student union. This revealed a trace of abnormality. There must be something wrong. Yu Jingmin did not think that it was his sudden rise in dominance that made Su Qianxing favor him all of a sudden. He was still very clear about his own capabilities. Therefore, he thought about it. The most likely thing was that Su Qianxing wanted to ask him to do something. However, what could he do? Su Qianxing was the president of the student union, and his family was very capable in the city. Yu Jingmin did not think that Su Qianxing had anything to ask of him. He couldn't figure it out, so he had to respectfully express his determination. President Su, you can rest assured that I will live up to your expectations and do a good job. I am not afraid of tiredness, hardship, or many things. As long as I am under the leadership of President Su, I believe that I can definitely complete the task. And since you have this determination, it's good. Su Qianxing smiled secretly. Do you think you are an elementary school student writing an essay? You still want to complete the task? Don't worry, President Su. I will firmly obey your orders in the future. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Yu Jingmin was afraid that his determination was not loyal enough, so he quickly added a sentence. Hearing Yu Jingmin's words, Su Qianxing nodded with satisfaction. He was waiting for such a sentence. He glanced at Yu Jingmin and said, "It's good that you have this awareness. Do a good job, and this position is yours." Thank you, President Su. Yu Jingmin said quickly. Su Qianxing said, "Now, I have something to trouble you to do." Yu Jingmin thought, sure enough, there is still something for me to do. How can there be such a good thing as a pie falling from the sky? However, Yu Jingmin was very puzzled. Why is Su Qianxing looking for me? However, I feel that as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it at all costs. President Su, if you have something to ask us to do, isn't it normal for us to do it? How can it be trouble? Yu Jingmin smiled modestly. What is it? Just say it. And Su Qianxing now felt that this Yu Jingmin was very much to his liking. He nodded and said, "Actually, the matter is very simple. In a while, you and Chen Mingyan will perform a poetry recital together, right?" "Yes. Is there anything wrong with that, President Su?" Yu Jingmin didn't know why Su Qianxing asked this, so he asked quickly. In a while, he did perform with Chen Mingyan. This was one of the performances by the Student Union of the Department of Economics and Management. He was going to recite a poem, and Chen Mingyan would play the piano for the soundtrack. This was a very ordinary program. He didn't have any talent, but as the Student Union president of the Department of Economics and Management, he could not perform anything, so he reluctantly did a poetry recital with the soundtrack. It was considered a program. Although Chen Mingyan's piano was not as good as the previous piano prince. After all, she started to learn from a young age. Although she did not pass the highest level of professional exams, she had passed the highest level of the National Level 6 piano exam, which was considered to be very good at playing. Chen Mingyan didn't care about what the program was. Anyway, she had to go on stage, so she just had to go through the motions. The poetry recital they were going to perform was Wang Meng's Long Live Youth, and Chen Mingyan played Mysterious Garden as the soundtrack. This was a relatively good program, but it was a bit too orthodox for college students in this era. However, Chen Mingyan didn't want to perform a poetry recital about love with him, so she could only choose such a Long Live Youth that was related to college students. However, this Long Live Youth was still very good. It made people feel the vitality of young people. You'll tell Chen Mingyan in a while that you have a stomachache and can't perform. Let her find someone to replace you. Su Qianxing instructed. Yu Jingmin was stunned. He didn't understand why Su Qianxing would propose such an inexplicable idea. Why? Is there a problem? Su Qianxing frowned. Just now, this kid promised solemnly, but now he changed his mind? Could it be that this kid has taken a fancy to Chen Mingyan and wants to be close to her? No. Yu Jingmin was shocked. He was afraid that Su Qianqing would misunderstand him. So he quickly said, "Of course, there is no problem, but it is difficult to explain to the school, right? If Chun Mingyan can't find someone, wouldn't it affect the image of the student union of the Department of Economics and Management?" Chapter 1336. Are you worried about this? I thought you saw that Chun Mingyan is beautiful, so you were reluctant to give up this opportunity to perform with her. Su Qianqing smiled and made a joke. He knew that his performance was too intense, and he was afraid that it would cause Yu Jingmin to have bad thoughts. So he deliberately made a joke to get closer to Yu Jingmin. How can that be? Chun Mingyan is a person who has a boyfriend. Her boyfriend is Yang Ming. Even the president of the Taekwondo club was defeated by him. How can I have the courage to snatch a woman from him? Yu Jingmin heard that Su Qianqing didn't mean to blame him and made a joke with him. He quickly smiled and said, "I am afraid of affecting the image of the student union." Su Qianqing didn't know why, but when he heard Yu Jingmin say that Yang Ming was so powerful, Su Qianqing's heart was very uncomfortable, especially when Su Qianqing said that he didn't have the courage to snatch a woman from Yang Ming. It made Su Qianqing even more upset. If I want to pursue Lin Jiyun, does that count as snatching a woman from Yang Ming's hands? Su Qianqing was not convinced. I am the president of the student union. Am I not as good as Yang Ming? Thinking of this, his face couldn't help but sink. I will arrange the performance. You just do as I say. Yu Jingmin didn't know what he said to offend Su Qianqing. He was fine just now, but at this time his face sank, making Yu Jingmin somewhat inexplicable. Seeing that Yu Jingmin didn't speak, Su Qianqing thought that he was unwilling, so he added, "If you don't want to, forget it. I will arrange for someone else to do it. The student union doesn't need disobedient cadres." Yu Jingmin really didn't know how he offended Su Qianqing. Seeing that Su Qianqing suddenly turned hostile and said such harsh words, he was suddenly shocked. "President Su, I have already said before, I will do whatever you ask me to do. If you ask me to beat a dog, I will never beat a chicken." Yu Jingmin was really anxious. He listened to Su Qianqing's meaning that if he couldn't do it, he would have to reconsider the candidate for the executive vice president of the student union. How could the position be gone just like that? So, Yu Jingmin couldn't care much. For a time, such vulgar words came out, and he almost kowtowed to Su Qianqing. Seeing Yu Jingmin's current appearance, Su Qianqing was very satisfied. He was just scaring Yu Jingmin. This matter really needed Yu Jingmin's consent. It was useless for others. Now, it was Yu Jingmin and Chun Mingyan who were performing the poetry recital together, not someone else performing with Chun Mingyan. Yes, it's good that you have such an attitude. It shows that you still have the student union in your heart. You still have me, the president. Su Qianqing nodded. You call Chun Mingyan now and tell her that you have something to do temporarily. You make up a reason yourself. Anyway, you can't participate in the performance later. No problem. President Su, I will call now. Yu Jingmin thought, it's not a big deal if I don't participate in the performance. At most, I will be embarrassed. It will be difficult to talk to Chun Mingyan in the future, but there will be no problem with Su Qianqing covering for me. People always have to make a choice. If you want to improve, you can't care about this and that. Yu Jingmin's current attitude still made Su Qianqing very satisfied. Seeing Yu Jingmin take out his mobile phone, Su Qianqing stomped his feet slightly and thought about the next step of the plan. "Hello, is this Chun Mingyan? I'm Yu Jingmin." Yu Jingmin called Chun Mingyan's mobile phone. "In a while, I have to go on stage. I am the vice president of the student union of the economics department. There's a hard rule that student leaders must perform a program." Chun Mingyan looked at the order of the program on the stage and said to Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, "Isn't it just a poetry recital? But Sister Mingyan, it would be good if you and Yang Ming cooperated with each other. Why do you have to perform with Yu Jingmin?" Lin Jiyun was a little indignant for Chun Mingyan. He is the president of the student union of our economics department. Of course, he also has to perform. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, "We discussed it and just casually came up with such a poetry recital. There is no need to rehearse." Chen Mingyan said it lightly. In fact, she certainly wanted Yang Ming to accompany her on stage. It was a very happy thing to have someone she liked to perform with her on the same stage. However, Chen Mingyan gave this opportunity to Lin Jiyun. Although she felt a little wronged, she did not regret it. There was always someone who had to make a sacrifice. If it was not her, then it was Lin Jiyun. How could Chen Mingyan's thoughts be hidden from Yang Ming? Yang Ming sighed, slightly in his heart. Chen Mingyan, this child, hid her thoughts. She didn't tell me in advance. If I knew this, I would have just casually directed a three-person performance program. If it really didn't work, it wouldn't be a big deal to accompany Chen Mingyan to perform. For those who had nothing to do with it, Yang Ming would feel that performing on stage was a waste of time. However, accompanying his beloved girl, Yang Ming didn't feel that it was a waste of time. "Jiyun, why don't you pray that Yu Zhengmin ate something bad at noon and had diarrhea? He can't go on stage in a while. I will accompany Mingyan on stage." Yang Ming smiled and made a joke. "How can you curse people like this?" Lin Jiyun suddenly laughed after hearing it. Chen Mingyan also laughed. She thought, how is this possible? Chen Mingyan was about to say something, but she felt the mobile phone in her pocket vibrate. She quickly took it out and saw that it was Yu Zhengmin's call, so she quickly picked it up. "President Yu." "Were you looking for me for?" "Little Chun, I'm really sorry. I may not be able to perform on stage in a while." Yu Zhengmin tried to make his voice sound weak. "President Yu, what's wrong with you?" Chen Mingyan was shocked when she heard Yu Zhengmin's weak voice. She asked quickly, "Little Chun, I ate at a small restaurant near the school with a few buddies at noon. It seems that I ate something bad. After we entered the auditorium, we started to take turns in the toilet. AI, now this small restaurant uses gutter oil. It's really harmful. Yu Zhengmin seemed to be dying." "Okay, let's not talk about it first. You quickly call President Su Qianxing and arrange the program. I will hang up first." Chen Mingyan looked at the mobile phone in her hand inexplicably. She turned her head and looked at Yang Ming inconceivably. "What's wrong, Mingyan?" Seeing Chen Mingyan's strange expression, Yang Ming asked. Yu Zhengmin just called and said that he ate gutter oil in a small restaurant at noon. He kept going to the toilet. Chen Mingyan felt that this was simply incredible. Is Yang Ming the legendary prophet emperor? Even Lin Jiyun's face was full of shock after listening to Chen Mingyan's words. She looked at Yang Ming. Is this a dream come true? Damn my mouth. Yang Ming also widened his eyes. What the hell is going on? Chen Mingyan smiled bitterly and said, I have to quickly call President Su Qianxing of the school's student union and tell him about this. Let's see what we can do. The show is about to start. Yang Ming nodded. When he saw Chen Mingyan's anxious look, he put his hand on her thigh and smiled kindly. If you really can't do it, I will accompany you on stage. Chen Mingyan slapped away Yang Ming's dishonest hand and glared at him. At this time, he still has the heart to take advantage of me. However, Yang Ming's words made her feel at ease. Su Qianxing looked at Chen Mingyan's number on the phone, and he was very proud. He did not expect Chen Mingyan to call so soon. He waved his hand to Yu Zhengmin on the side. There is nothing for you. You can go to the toilet. Yes, President Su, I will go to the toilet. I will not leave the toilet before Chen Mingyan's show is over. Yu Zhengmin made a military order to himself. Su Qianxing nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this kid still has a little eyesight. After getting Su Qianxing's approval, Yu Zhengmin trotted all the way to the toilet. It seemed that he really wanted to squat to the end. Hello, is this little Chun? Su Qianxing looked at Yu Zhengmin's back as he left, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He picked up Chen Mingyan's phone call. It's me, President Su. I have something to report to you. Chen Mingyan said anxiously. Oh, what is it? Say it slowly. Right, your show is coming soon. Why don't you perform first? Call me after the show is over. Su Qianxing pretended not to know anything and was about to hang up the phone. Wait, President Su. Don't hang up the phone. I have something urgent. When Chun Mingyan heard that Su Qianxing was about to hang up the phone, she was anxious and quickly said, "It's about the show." "About the show? What's the matter with the show?" Su Qianxing asked knowingly. "Is this an urgent matter?" "Yes, President Su. There is a problem with Yu Jingmin." Chun Mingyan said, "He just called me and said that he ate something unclean at noon. His stomach is not feeling well, and he has been running to the bathroom. I'm afraid he can't go on stage for this show." "How could such a thing happen?" Su Qianxing was shocked. Even he was very surprised that his tone was so realistic. He really dropped the ball at the critical moment. "What should I do? Why don't we cancel this show?" Chun Mingyan suggested. Although she wanted to let Yang Ming accompany her on stage, the two people did not rehearse at all. She did not know what to perform on stage, so Chun Mingyan decided to give up this show. It was not that Chun Mingyan liked to be in the limelight, but she was willing to enjoy the feeling of being cared for by Yang Ming. When she saw Yang Ming's gentle eyes and words when Lin Jiyun was at a loss on the stage, Chun Mingyan was very envious. "Cancel? That won't work." Su Qianxing didn't ask her to cancel. He made such a big move. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort for Chun Mingyan to cancel the show? Why not? Chun Mingyan was stunned. She did not expect Su Qianxing to say no. It's like this." Su Qianxing was shocked. He almost spilled the beans. He thought that Chun Mingyan would ask him what to do. At that time, he could give her directions. However, Su Qianxing did not expect Chun Mingyan to cancel the show, so he was a little anxious all of a sudden. He could not help but panic. After calming down his mood, Su Qianxing continued, "Little Chun, you are the student union cadre of the Department of Economics and Management. You have to set an example and take the lead. The student union cadre of other departments have represented the department to act in the show. If the Department of Economics and Management does not act, where are the faces of the Secretary and Dean of the Department of Economics and Management?" Chun Mingyan did not think so much. Now, when she listened to Su Qianxing's analysis, she suddenly felt that his words were very reasonable. Previously, Chun Mingyan only considered her own problem. She did not consider the School of Economics and Management that she represented. She was now the vice president of the student union. When Yu Jingmin was not there, she was the representative of the School of Economics and Management. If she also abstained, it would indeed be very humiliating for the School of Economics and Management. Thinking of this, Chun Mingyan was even more anxious. "President Su, what should I do now?" "How about changing it to a piano solo? I can perform this show myself." "Piano solo? There is nothing special about it." Su Qianxing pretended to think. "Someone has performed a piano song before. If you perform again, it is somewhat inappropriate. You should accompany the song with a poem recitation." "But, did Yu Jingmin eat something bad?" Chun Mingyan was a little embarrassed. "It is not necessary for Yu Jingmin to appear." Su Qianxing seemed to suddenly think of something, and his tone was happy. "Right, little Chun, isn't Yang Ming your boyfriend? Why don't you ask him to perform on stage with you? He has a very high position in the hearts of the students." You saw that the cheers under the stage were also very loud. Previously, because of Ren Jinren's matter, the show was forced to be interrupted, but everyone did not watch enough. In this case, you and Yang Ming will perform this poem recitation. You do his work. Is there any problem? This no problem. Chun Mingyan heard Su Qianxing say so, and she couldn't say anything more. She had to agree. "I will talk to him." Then it's settled. "I will ask the host to change it." After Su Qianxing finished speaking, he hung up the phone without any explanation. Chun Mingyan held the phone and had to smile bitterly. "What's wrong, Mingyan?" Yang Ming also saw that Chun Mingyan's expression was a little embarrassed. "Did Su Qianxing make things difficult for you?" "That's not it. He said that this show can't be canceled because I represent the student union of the School of Economics and Management. If it is canceled, the impact will be too great." Chun Mingyan said, "Su Qianxing means to let you perform with me." "Me?" Yang Ming was stunned and immediately said, "Okay, then let's perform a couple returning home together. I have always sung very well. The birds on the tree are in pairs." "Okay." Chun Mingyan pinched Yang Ming and stopped him from continuing to sing. She snorted shyly. Who is performing with you returning home together? Or is it a poem recitation? Yang Ming felt that this thing was meaningless. But in order to make Chen Mingyan happy, he said, "You don't know. In fact, what I'm best at is a poem recitation." Poochie. Chen Mingyan couldn't help but laugh. "You're not serious. The show is about to start, and you're still fooling around. What should we do later? Have you read the prelude to Wang Ming's Long Live Youth? Do you know how to recite it? Why don't you take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with it?" "That, I really haven't read it." Yang Ming thought about it, then smiled slightly. "Or, let's change a poem." "Change what poem?" Chen Mingyan was a bit baffled. "A poem recitation with music can't be casually matched. At least it must have that kind of artistic conception. Let me think. I have to think of a poem that I can memorize, and you can play the song, right?" Yang Ming actually had a decision in his heart. He just wanted to give Chen Mingyan a surprise. Previously, when he performed with Chen Mingyan on the same stage, how could Yang Ming not see the little jealousy and loss of Chen Mingyan? So there was an opportunity to compensate her. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't let it go. For a long time, the person Yang Ming was most grateful to was Chen Mingyan. She always tolerated his behavior. Even if she was wronged, she wouldn't vent it out like before. Instead, she buried it deep in her heart. In contrast, Yang Ming still hoped that Chen Mingyan, who made a fuss with him before, would return to his side. At least at that time, she would vent all the unhappiness in her heart. She would cry, make a fuss, and finally vent it out. Then, there would be no knot in her heart. But now, he didn't know when it started, but Chen Mingyan didn't make a fuss. She no longer interfered too much in his affairs. No matter what happened, she wasn't angry. She always had a smile. Although this was the kind of idealized life that Yang Ming hoped for, it wasn't what Yang Ming wanted to see. He didn't want Chen Mingyan to feel wronged because of his affairs. But in fact, the situation was that Chen Mingyan learned to be tolerant, learned to be magnanimous, and became selfless. This change seemed to be sudden, and it had been completed without anyone noticing. From a little girl who liked to throw a tantrum, she transformed into a little woman who could help Yang Ming take care of the family. Every time he thought of this, Yang Ming had an impulse to hold Chen Mingyan in his arms. He wanted to use his arms to protect her for life and forever. Chen Mingyan walked together with him without any utilitarian thoughts. The two people could be said to be truly in love freely, just like Suya in the beginning. Therefore, Yang Ming also particularly cherished and cared for this relationship. Chen Mingyan's transcendent position in his heart was also unique and irreplaceable. Have you thought about it? Are you going to start soon? Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming was meditating with his eyes closed, and she couldn't help but be a little anxious. Su Qianxing's text message had been sent, asking her to take Yang Ming backstage to prepare now. Yang Ming was pulled back from his contemplation by Chen Mingyan. Seeing her anxious face, he nodded quickly. "I'm ready. Let's talk over there." Su Qianxing sent me a text message, asking us to go backstage to prepare now. Chen Mingyan stood up and planned to go with Yang Ming. "Sister Mingyan, Yang Ming, I wish you a successful performance." Lin Jiyun was also willing to see Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan go on stage together. She smiled and winked at them. "You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.